samurai. Dia kasih gope, samurai. Dia kasih gope. Walau yang lain terus berubah, gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah. Dia kasih gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon Venturet yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Galaxy A55 at 35 5G.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Muta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Selesai dengan adanya turtle bonus juga. Tapi lihat dengan super low fast everybody depan sana bakal coba untuk melawan sering ada one shot. Ki masih mendapatkan 3 dari permasukkan dari tim Dewa. Mereka coba membalikkan kembali kanan super Ken. Persiapan masih jauh tapi manis kami dengan order brilliant yang dimiliki. Dia terlalu besar. Flicker from Moreno hampir saja memporak-porandakan mid lane mereka. Temponya benar-benar sabar tapi di bottom lane. Tapi David Chapman menunjukkan kesalahan ada singa momentum. Flicker. Lihat membuat permasukan dari tim Liquid memberikan kembali kanan yang mereka miliki. Permasukan dari tim Liquid memaksa dua tim fight yang berbeda. Kas di depan sana mencoba mendapatkan double stun. Aroshiki mengetikkan mendengar dari Scar. Tidak ada frame warna tepat membuat Velo harus mundur ke belakang. Tapi ada Flicker dengan menutupkan serangan 3 heal.
Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Dan kali ini kita sudah berada di minggu ke-6, hari yang kedua. Dan seperti biasa, kita akan bermalam minggu hari ini dengan 3 match yang begitu seru. Yang mana di match pembukaan hari ini kita akan melihat pertandingan dari kedua tim yang saat ini berada di zona merah yang berusaha untuk bisa bangkit naik peringkat di klasemen sementara. Yaitu ada EVOS, Glory, dan Dewa United Esports. Wow, MPL Arena pada hari ini sudah begitu panas. Anak Dewa dan juga EVOS Fam di sini sudah berkumpul untuk memberikan dukungan terbaik untuk tim kesayangan mereka. Anak Dewa, mana suaranya? Ada juga yang ditunggu-tunggu, EVOS Fam, mana suaranya? Wow, super fans begitu luar biasa, Anak Dewa dan EVOS Fans begitu luar biasa memberikan dukungan. Terima kasih untuk seluruh super fans dan tentunya thank you untuk para sponsors karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Kidia, official gold partner by UBS Gold, dan tentunya thank you untuk partner in esports ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga We Drink. Dan tentunya thank you untuk suppliers kita. Ada Erigo, Klik Indomaret, dan juga Yummy Choice. Dan tentunya ada Saturdays dan MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Dan seperti yang Monica sampaikan tadi, kalau hari ini di match pembukaan ada dua tim, EVOS Glory dan juga Dewa United Esports yang berusaha nih untuk bangkit dari zona merah, naik agar bisa mendapatkan tiket menuju babak playoff. Memang sepertinya harapannya menipis, tapi mereka terus berusaha karena ini Dewa United Esports saat ini harus segera menyelesaikan atau menghentikan lose streak 6 kali mereka. Tapi di sisi lain juga ada EVOS Glory yang saat ini baru mengantongi 1 kemenangan dan 8 kali kekalahan. Waduh, ini bakalan jadi berat banget untuk kedua tim. Tapi tentunya kedua tim ini berusaha untuk memberikan yang terbaik, seperti halnya ada gebrakan pada minggu ini dari EVOS Glory di bursa transfer MPL, yang mana di minggu ini EVOS Glory mendatangkan Psychots, DPZ dan juga Aleva yang dari EVOS Icon ke EVOS Glory. Dan perlu dicatat, ketiga nama ini yang membawa EVOS Icon bisa menjadi satu-satunya tim yang tidak terkalahkan di MPL Indonesia Season 10. Ini bakalan sangat seru dan langsung saja inilah match antara Dewa United Esports dan EVOS Glory.
Will Dewa United finally be able to break their 6-time lose streak here at MPL ID Season 14? And will EVOS' new lineup finally surface here and become the solution that they have been waiting for up until this point? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast here for MPL ID Season 14 with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And we will be accompanying you throughout the entirety of the day. But this day starts with match number 1, Dewa United versus EVOS Legends, EVOS Glory now. And whether or not these old legends coming back and some new legends coming back will be the solution. What do you think about these 3 new players? Let's start with you, Mirko.
I think it's a desperate move, for EVOS Glory. We've seen this before. Just last season, they deployed their entire EVOS Holy lineup, put in brands in that EVOS Holy lineup, and they were able to qualify to MSC. Now it's a bit later, though. They made that drastic change when they were 0-4 last season. Now, it might be a bit too late. They're currently sitting at 1-8 in the standings. Are these players really going to be able to lift them to playoffs? I doubt it, but I would say that they are better than their previous lineup.
I think there's potential as well. Looking at the success of all other teams, bringing up players from the MDL, I feel like there is a chance that this switch can improve, can make it work. But the question is, how much better are they going to be? They are better, but at this point, if you look at the main lineup that has been playing for EVOS, they really have been doing really bad, honestly, right? Looking at where they are in the standings. So improvement will be there. But if they can only improve so much, will this be, enough for them to really get some kind of meaningful difference?
I think for context, for those of you who don't know who these players are, obviously we should all know who Psychots is. But Psychots, along with DPZ and Aleva, these are 3 players that came from the MDL that up until this point have been the only team that have gone undefeated in their MDL run. The second team to secure the MDL playoffs, but that was more because it was a schedule situation, right? They should have been the first team along with Alter Ego X.
For sure. I mean, you can see the way they were able to play in the MDL, it's just very aggressive, right? It definitely reminds me of the old EVO's Holy that was deployed after EVO's Glory's horrible performance in Season 13. So I really hope that they can actually, utilize this momentum. But also, we have to talk about it being a full lineup kind of deal. For EVO's Glory, Season 13, when they swapped it out, they swapped the entire roster out. They just kept brands from the Glory lineup. Now, one of the shining stars, in my opinion, the shining star of the EVO's Icon lineup is gone. And we won't be seeing him in MPL. We'll still be seeing Annabelle. That certainly will be a bit weird, especially considering they've only had a week to prepare for this move, this drastic change. I'm not even sure who they're going to play with. If it's Brands, if it's Natko, we don't know. But what we do know is Fluffy's out of the lineup. So Psychots will be playing for sure.
And Psychots, the man has a reputation, and you have to remember that in 2022, he did become one of the champion for IESF as well.
He's a world champ.
Exactly, he's a world champ. Big name, big label on his name right there. And he was known as the captain as well. So maybe his presence now will be able to bring some more direction to the whole playstyle of EVOs. Because we know that there's potential. We saw glimpses of brilliance, but there's small moments there that kind of leave you questioning. So maybe the addition of Psychots as well as Aleva here, you look at his stats, might make a difference in at least the planning and the drafting possible to combine with the intellect of Coach Age.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at these stats, 7, 7, 8, really not the best of stats, we can definitely say, but I think what he brings to the lineup is a whole lot more of different picks. Unfortunately, with Dreams, his hero pool is very shallow. We always just see him on the same picks over and over again. If it's the Tigreal, the Franco, sometimes the Kaja, but we rarely see him on the Ruby. Doesn't play the Lolita, but meanwhile for Depazet, I don't know. This might be a hot take, but I think Clocken's better.
I mean, if we look at his stats, right? Number 2 total kill in mid lane. We have the number 2 damage per minute in the mid lane. Number 4 gold per minute as well. Now, Arashi, when we're comparing that stat towards Clocken, do you agree that Clocken is the better mid laner?
Like Clocken, especially this season, and a couple of moments in the previous season, he's been highlighted as one of the more unexpected great performers from EVOs. People were underestimating him, seeing that he's always in the bench. His nickname was the Lucky Charm, the amulet almost for EVOs. He's always winning, but never in the lineup. And we were highlighting him so much as this mid lane had come through, and he was matching all the top-tier mid laners in the MPL. So I do agree. He, I think, is better. And if anything, he's at least better tested, right? He has more experience so far. And I feel like right now, with the flexibility and the adaptability required to perform in MPL ID, I feel like that experience is just so valuable.
Yeah. I agree. It's a big risk that EVOs are taking, and they've done it before, like you mentioned, and it did work out for them. But I don't know. I guess if we're talking about both of these new players, other than Psychots, obviously, there's a reason why they were both brought in together, right? Maybe it's chemistry, right? They've been together for quite some time, but the chemistry within the rest of the members is going to be a big question, and I'm curious to see whether or not it actually works for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that they could get even worse, right? To be fair, it's 1 and 8. See, that's why. I mean, they're taking a massive risk here, but also they are in a position where they have nothing to lose at this point. They are 1 and 8. If they lose again, then, hey, nothing really changes. But if they win, that becomes a massive change in morale. Remember, though, I mean, we've been hearing a lot of scrim rumors as well. Apparently, they haven't been doing too well. But the ISF lineup for EVOs didn't do well at all in scrims. They were getting demolished by their MDL team. They were getting demolished by other teams. Everyone they scrimmed against. That was the roster with Psychots, Haz, Hijume, and Mr. Brianzi. Don't forget Dreams. That was the lineup. They don't care about scrims. They are a stage player. They are an offline team. They play well in the offline stages when the pressure is on, man.
Well, let's hope, right? Let's hope for EVOs here. Let's hope that they can get out of that 1 to 8. Because on the other side, we have Dewa, who also require this win, right? 6-time lose streak. Can you imagine? Momentum is definitely not with them right now. But despite things going the way that it has, in leg number 1, Dewa was able to secure that win, 2-1 against EVOs. But that was with Hijume. Now, we've talked a bit about EVOs, but what about the lineup coming in from Dewa? Who do you think we're going to be seeing from Dewa?
Oh, I think we're going to see the same one. Like Emeka mentioned, it's quite late in the weeks. If you're trying trying to make changes to the roster right now, it is most definitely a desperate move, which is why we're saying that for EVOs. So for Dewa, I think the same lineup will do just fine, but I think when it comes to the execution, I feel like that's where you can see maybe a bit of a change. Because when it comes down to it, each of the members of Dewa, I feel like know and can perform their role. It's just like the timing, right? And how they do it that's really making them fall behind even further. So the discipline and I don't know, the planning, right? From all the way from the beginning, from the drafting phase, needs to be really calculated for Dewa.
So let's see the official team lineup, ladies and gentlemen, from EVOS. We have Psychots coming in, Annabelle, Depezet, Aleva, and Brands. So it's official. They've officially changed their roster up here.
3 members changed, make it 4, with Brands finally stepping back up on stage for the White Tigers. Will they be able to change the abysmal trend of Season 14, their performance thus far? Welcome them as they pounce on stage, the White Tigers, EVOS Glory!
Is this the answer? Is this the solution that they have needed this entire time? 3 new members coming into the lineup. Number 8 on the standings. Will this be the way that they get all the way back into the safe zone?
A dangerously risky move from EVOS, but we've seen it before. They're gonna channel the same kind of energy, try and make that comeback, make it happen for their team. Possibilities are endless when you're talking about new faces, new combinations. Let's just hope they have what it takes and they've done what is required to come up against this lineup right here.
Here it is, the Dewa United, their official team lineup with Sorizo, Ray, Keys, Mueza, as well as Azura. So we don't see Mr. Man Watt at this moment. Let's see if this will be able to carry them forward and break their lose streak.
Trusting the rookie that has played a better weak side than the veteran who plays for strong side. It's time for them to change their own trend. 6 lose streak for Dewa United. Make it 12 for K's from last season. Let's see if they can do it up against a team already down in the dumps. A desperate move for EVOS, but also a desperate move from Dewa United. Welcome them on stage. It's Dewa United Esports.
Number 7 on the standings right now here in week number 6, day number 2. Not the best way to start into leg number 2. But Arashi, how should they go about this?
Go with the aggressive style, the unpredictable style. They're up against a new roster, but at the same time, they've always been the unpredictable team. They have to keep that momentum, keep that energy, and remember that they have done well against big names in the MPL so far, like Bigatron and RRQ. Looking at Coach Age and Coach Ryzon here with our Marshal Dainang, along with Balin. We'll see how Dewa can perform right here. So many questions in the mind of Coach Ryzon for sure. The potential changes, the potential change in playstyle even for EVOS. That's where Dewa needs to try and maybe focus more on their own game plan for game number 1. Go with what works for them, and the aggressive jungle, the crazy flexible roamer they have in Moeza. Use all those tools to just bewilder EVOS.
What about Keys' lack of aggression, right? Because now we're kind of falling into the topic of what Dewa United still need to improve here. And with that, we'll take a look at the keys to victory.
Oh, the keys to victory, rather. We can say that. Dewa, though, by Lim Kochul here, really established rotations with Dewa's roam mid lane. Again, Moeza and Keys, they gotta be a bit more active and use the maneuvers to really get the side lanes ahead and bring in high ground heroes as a power play from Keys. We talked about the aggression, and it seems like sometimes, especially on the shorter range heroes, he's a bit more reluctant to move forward, to take those risks. So maybe going for something with a bit more range. We've seen the Yves come back in. We've seen the Vexana rise in popularity. Maybe longer range control mages like those can really make Dewa the more complete version. Here's a victory for EVOS though. Bring the energy of the Cinderella story from Season 13. Make it work once more. It's more difficult, but it's never impossible in MPL ID. Mid-duo, they gotta be more creative in building that early aggression, especially against Dewa, against Mueza, right? The roamer of EVOS has a tall order right here to really match the aggression, but also the laning maneuvers to help out in the trades, to help out in the pushing difference, especially near the neutral objectives. That is where EVOS has to pay attention, man. They know, and they have the resource to watch a couple of Dewa's games and kind of analyze how they want to play and how they want to try and counter it.
Yeah, it's going to be really weird for Evo's Glory. Again, we've seen synergy issues even with the main lineup. So the fact that now they have a new lineup, I'm not too sure how their synergy is going to be. What I do know is the fact that Age has been doing pretty good as the head coach for Evo's Glory as a drafter. Even though those stats look pretty bad at 33% and 20% win rate, they are going to be opting to go for first pick, which is their optimal side. Getting those power picks like the Phobias away. Meanwhile, for Dewa, also putting them in a tough spot, that 38.46% red side.
Oof. Not really the most impressive stats coming in from Dewa, but again, both teams are not really on top of the standing, so it's understandable. But now with the shift towards the prior first picks, the Phobiases, you know, especially now with Assassins, maybe potentially contested from both these teams, there's a lot of possibilities here that Coach Age can use to really catch Dewa off guard. Because we've seen that Dewa, it's a strength and a weakness that they always rely and fall back onto their default, right? They have a particular playstyle, and when they're unsure about the opponents, they're not sure if there's a real big counter in playstyle, it's kind of easy to read how they want to play this out. So right now, let's go into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Like we saw earlier on, Evos do have that blue side. First pick, Dewa with the second. Hylos, Jushin banned out by Evos. Dewa United, meanwhile, have taken out the chip and the Ling. The Phobias have found quite success in the later stages, in the later portions of this season. Do you think it might be banned out here, or will they contest it for first pick?
Ooh, they might ban it out, but I mean, there's so many more heroes that has to be prior before that. The chip, again, being on second pick, you're always forced to ban this chip away. And with the Ling respect as well. Not sure if the last... I'm still unsure to see what is that last ban gonna be for the side of Dewa. For Evos though, the Alpha comes in quite curiously there. Wonder what the idea is behind that.
Yeah, with the Alpha ban, honestly, it just... Maybe they want to just take away that pressure that Dewa United have been able to utilize in a lot of their games for neutral objectives. No Phobias to be picked up for Evos, but the Zask is still up for grabs technically. You don't know if you want to actually go for that. They go for the Edith Flex instead here as first pick, leaving the Roger in the hands of Dewa. They can pick it up.
The Roger and potentially the Zask as well if Dewa wants to try and play that style once more, having the information, having the poke damage, but no, they go for the Harith straight up with the potential for the Lunox to still be picked against it. It's a bit of a bold move coming in from Dewa. What's the other accompanying pick though? Like we mentioned earlier, options are still readily available. Maybe with all of the EXP lane heroes picked up, Dewa might want to look towards that lane to try and find something more.
What do they do here? I mean, if they want to eliminate the Flex here, they could go for the Roger still, but they go for the Valentina instead. So they are going to be denying heroes like the Faramis away from Evos, or, you know, challenging them with that pick.
Yeah, that's... The Valentina and the Harith is an odd first choice here. Giving Evo's Glory away to actually just counter it. They already have an Edith, by the way, so that's already a pretty good hero up against the Harith. They can go for the Lunox here, utilize that as flex as well. Actually, not too sure if that is a flex pick in the hands of Depezet. Clockman has used it before the Lunox, but it also opens up the opportunity for them to go for Roger here. Roger would do pretty okay against the Harith as well in lane, and it does give them another flex pick to utilize in the second phase of the drafts.
And the Roger is still so value. And technically, even in Dewa's composition, a strong damage dealer in the jungle can be a valuable tool, considering all the magic damage already revealed so far with the Harith and the Valentina. But Evos, they bring out the Fanny and the Lunox. A lot of early game aggression right here. As Dewa respond immediately with the Hayabusa though, Ray feeling very confident right here going into this Assassin matchup.
This is very aggressive from both of these teams, with the Fanny and the Hayabusa being picked up here for both. And the question is, with Evos having a lot more to say in the gold lane, does it seem like that they're looking for a better moment, a better way to win in the mid trio and maybe the EXP lane? Is that what we're looking at?
For Evos?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. It really seems like they're just setting up for, well, the Edith is flex, right? It's really good. They're setting up for these lane matchups. Lunox getting that strong side in the gold lane, and the Fanny is just comfort for Annabelle. They're finally able to play for Annabelle, it seems, here with the drafts. We haven't seen this in a while. Annabelle's been forced to play the Alphas, the Banes as well. I don't remember seeing him on Ling even this season. That's how much Annabelle is been forced on these utility-ish picks in the assassin meta, which is strange. He was playing assassins in the utility meta just last season.
Maybe that's why they forced the alpha ban coming through.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not really sure. But Dewa now, they need a winning lane. Which is their winning lane?
For Dewa, in theory, now the gold lane isn't really winning. And now if they're trying to go for a winning lane in the EXP lane, it's going to be a bit more difficult, considering that both teams are now just shifting their focus away towards these team fight heroes that can help with the clearing and skirmishing as well, the Tigreal and the Grok. It really feels like for both teams, yes, the lane matchups are important, but they seem to have their eyes on the bigger picture too, like looking for a proper way to round out all this aggression into a proper team fight, because I think the neutral objectives is a great strategy to go for, especially when there's lack of information for the side of Dewa on how EVOS wants to approach this. They ban away the Vexana as well, so again, doubling down on the fact that they can kind of dive in together, and they want to be clumped up together, because for EVOS, with the Fanny in particular, they can really punish stragglers that are walking around alone, so Dewa are going to be corralling together subconsciously, even in the mid-game.
If that's the case, then Ruby is still a viable option for, honestly, both of these teams to take, right? Technically, the Edith can still flex into the EXP lane, and also the Terizla. So, okay, the Terizla does get banned out here from EVOS, and now we're going into the second phase of the drafts.
I think this is going to be really tough for Dewa, because yeah, they can utilize a Ruby, but it's going to be tough, because then they'll have no real front line. And EVO's Glory, they already have a really good composition to deal with these squishy targets. That's the Lunox, the Edith as well. They can double down on that fact in the second phase. So yeah, they will definitely need a bit more tanky picks here, and they do go for the Gato Kacha for EVOS. Now is the decision whether to flex the Edith to roam or XP. They can go for the Arlet. That should be pretty good too, you know? You get that displacement, but you are going to give that big ultimate over to Valentina.
We have some cross-region data though from MPLPH. Edith has become the most picked hero throughout MPLPH Season 14 with 45 picks and a 62.22% win rate. That's a pretty high win rate for something that as popular as that.
Very high. It's because of the flexibility of the Edith as well. But now we're showing that it might be an EXP lane Edith. The Cho comes in to counter the mobility, these mobile heroes coming in from Dewa, and they pick up the Zask as well. So if you look at it, even though there is a Hayabusa on the side of Dewa, there's very little targets available for him to try and go for the solo kill. The Zask with the Dominus Descent can survive it. The Lunox with the Brilliance Order can get out of that situation as well. And he has to keep his mind open for the Cho. So the Hayabusa already seems to be set up for a very bad time. So for Dewa, they want to get something that can kind of punish a lot of the single target attention coming in from EVOS.
EVOS have a lineup that is actually quite squishy. Is this going to be a problem for them?
I don't think so. I think they're the memo for EVO's Glory is we want to go in aggressively. We just want to go for the fight. I think they will pick up the Arlet there as last pick. It is definitely the safest choice to go for.
Yeah, it's the Arlet.
For Dewa United, for Cerezo. If it isn't a Terizla, usually we do see him on the Arlet. It's a bit disappointing for me that we don't get to see Cerezo on a Paquito at all. Well, actually we saw it once, I think, this season. Unfortunate, but hey, that's a lot of confidence that the rookies are showing for EVO's Glory. Cho in your debut performance in MPL.
Definitely a bit of a skill matchup situation, but it's against Mueza, an equally good Cho player who also has the Gatot Kacha flexibility, right? Aggressive and defensive at the same time. We have to see how this really plays out, especially against all the magic damage coming in from the side of EVOs here. You have to remember the passive of the Gatot Kacha reduces physical damage only, so the Lunox, the Edith, and the Zask are going to be doing a lot of damage.
So will Dewa United be able to finally break their 6-time win streak? Or will this new EVOS lineup be able to bring them the victory that they have so sorely, so desperately needed? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game between Dewa United and EVO's Glory.
It's time to see whether these rookies will be able to lift EVO's back to their name, Glory.
We just wait and see, man. And we can see Cerezo here on the Arlet. It's actually Cyclops running with an EXP lane Cho, actually. So, interesting maneuver there. Great 1v1 potential. But Cerezo, we've seen him pop up on the Arlet before. There's definitely a lot of outplay potential for both these EXP laners. But look at the instant roaming from Cyclops. Leaving, looking for information. Great proactive moves coming in from EVOS. As we take a look at the emblems by IndyHome, while we do have the chance, Tenacities for the EXP lane, for the Roam, for the Gold lane. This is a brawl, man. Wait for level 4, and you can see both teams definitely go for it. Looking at the mid lane difference though, Rupture and Darken Hunter for Deposit, so he's trying to get a lot of damage as much as possible. Whereas for Keys, it's about that mobility, it's about the outplay potential. He wants that extra cooldown from the Inspire, because it's going to be very important.
Oh, Oleva with Earth Shadow already. Annabelle doing a lot of damage with the cutthroat Deposit. Taking away first blood. Evo's Glory strike first.
It's a good start for the rookies. But Arashi, looking at the emblems earlier on, why did both gold laners opt to go for Tenacity in their talents?
I mean, look at what kind of heroes you're playing right here. These are heroes that want to move forward, that want to be in the mix, right? Especially the Lunox with the Brilliance Order used aggressively. She's going to stand right in front of all the opposition, so the extra tenacity can make or break the result of a team fight right here. And even in the 1v1 situation, as you can see right here, Azura actually freezing the wave, kind of making sure that when it comes to gank potential, he's kept relatively safe. But with the turtle up right now and Sorizo still behind on the levels, Evos might go and get this one, at least get to position a lot faster than Dewa.
It looks like Annabelle is also a level above of Ray. Okay, just caught up. Oh, wait a second.
Onto Moeza, and the Earth Shadow comes down with the cutthroat. 3-man final slash as Ray comes in with the quad shadow, but the Primal Wrath is able to immobilize Torizo to lock him down. And the Dominator's Descent is enough. Taze has stolen Dominator's Descent. You can see the two Dominators descending, I guess.
It was 2-for-1 trade there, ladies and gentlemen. But wait a second, Azura and Brand's actually going at it.
Well played, so Azura winning that skirmish, that trade. Aggressive moves coming in from Azura. But on the other side, man, Evos, their aggression is just so much better used with the Fanny. The damage output that Annabelle has over Ray right here is making it very difficult. What we talked about earlier in the drafting phase, there's so few targets available for Ray to really try and go for. The turtle is still up, but Psychots is already on the hunt.
To be able to get Sorizo with the Jikundo, the flicker or attribution rather still there. Annabelle chased down by the shadow kill of Ray. Well timed. Now the avatar of the Gordian will lock Aleva. Still able to escape for a bit. The Earth Shatter grabs them a bit. They still want to go in. Deposit. Wow, that was a risky move, and Dewa get all of the benefits.
Yeah, they got the turtle. They get 2 members from the side of Evos as well. It felt a little bit too hasty, that decision. What happened, Arashi?
It was Evos going in for a pickoff, but unable to really get the full benefit from it. And they didn't have the setup advantage. We saw Dewa actually group up around the turtle a bit earlier. And the main reason why Evos were able to get the jump on Dewa in that first initial engagement that gave them the first blood is the fact that they were there first. Look at a talent prediction right here by our new application GoPay though. Interesting mix right here, 3-3.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-3. Everyone going for 2-1. But it looks
except
like
Lim.
It looks like Lim Kotil is confident that Dewa United will be able to win this at 2-0. I mean, technically, Dewa are holding on control. They have regained that control from the early portion of the game, being able to secure that neutral objective as well as those kills over. But what can we expect after this, right? What should Evos do to be able to bring it back to their court?
I feel like it's a lot more dangerous for Evos if they lose control, because technically Psychots on the Chol right here, he can't really be one of the main frontliners. He's rushing a Dreadnought armor, but
Torizo with the final slash flicker, punishing the rookie.
Out of nowhere, man, Sorizo with the aggression, but Annabelle, can he punish him?
Some cables coming down, Sorizo still very sustainable, able to sustain for a bit, but the cutthroat gets rid of him. Good shadow kill over, Psychot should be dead, unless Aleva is able to say something about it.
Wow, both teams just trading toe-to-toe. With the turtle coming up in 3 seconds right here, once again, Evos will have the setup advantage, and they have that Cho, that pesky Cho, they can move a lot faster to arrive at the turtle pit. So now it's onto Evos to try and make a play happen. It's onto Dewa to kind of deny it, right? With Evos' playmaking tools available, the Dominer's Descent, I mean the Way of the Dragon and the cables from Annabelle, Dewa are the ones who have to play a bit more reactive. But if they're able to land their limited card control tools onto Evos, we saw how devastating the combos can be, especially with the Avatar of the Guardian and the Final Slash, man. If Evos don't really take respect into consideration and they group up, it can be dangerous for them too.
Definitely. You can already see Cases in position, especially picking up that ultimate as well, the IMU onto the Dominator's Descent, already ready for that setup. the zoning. Ray seems to be a level ahead of Annabelle, by the way. Just secured that orange buff. Good setup. Oh, here we go. Conceal play.
Over to Muezo, doesn't have anything except the Vitalize. Pops into the Vitalize, but it is not enough to keep him alive. Evo's Glory get that pick.
It's that burst damage setup coming in from Evos, man. When it comes to DPS, not really having a lot of it right now, only 6 minutes in, but burst potential is very much there. So the Revitalize from Mueza that should make it difficult and annoying to take him out really isn't working because there's no time for it to take down.
Oh, Psychots using the ha emote as he misses the final slash.
Happy feet. Looks like Evos now, they're gonna be able to start this turtle first.
Gonna start it first, but they can't guarantee it. Whoa!
Psychots gonna go for the win. Dragging out to Mueza again. No Revitalize this time around, but it's gonna be Psychots who gets picked up. The Avatar coming down. Ray winning the retreat battle. Mueza caught by the Primal Wrath and the Dominator's Ascent, but he'll take those odds. Deficit getting engaged upon the double stun from Chorizo, getting revenge after missing the final slash.
That's a huge win in for Dewa here in the 7th minute of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like Azura is doing well for himself as well. Wait a second, Brent! Woo! Nearly got caught out there. He's still going to be able to survive, but Dewa are going to be able to pick up that turret in the mid lane. Let's talk about this.
Man, everything cascading down. Dewa winning the fight and immediately transitioning into getting 2 turrets and still trying to go for the purple. Might be a bit too greedy from Case though.
Oh, Case is still able to escape though, just dashing out to safety. Gray is now 2 levels ahead of Annabelle.
Man, Evos, they gotta be careful about this. When they get the jump, when they get the initial burst, they have so much burst damage, but no Brands!
Brands, man, oh, the final slash, good brilliance to escape! That was so close.
Way too close, you can call it lucky even. But again, Evos, they have a lot of burst damage and single target crowd control. Once that's done though, they gotta go back and kind of wait around for the next opportunity. For Dewa, it's not the case at all. And especially with Mueza always being the main target for Evos, you gotta try and shake it up, man.
Oh no. Oh. Annabelle's gotta be real lucky there, because if Ray landed the quad shadow, that's it for him.
Right, man. I think, again, Dewa, they can just rely on Evos jumping on Mueza, and the longer the game goes, Mueza can kind of end up snowballing, at least when it comes to defensive items. And if he is too tanky to get bursted down, that's it. When it comes to setup for Evos, they can just send the Galakacha in the front, and all this pressure coming in from the Cho, from the Edith as well, just gets alleviated by Mueza being way too tanky.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the Miracle Grunt, but that's a second item BOD for Ray. He knows that he's up against squishy targets. He doesn't need that Melfic Roar. Wow, second item, BOD.
That's going to be a problem now for Evos once again here. Dewa already setting it up. It looks like Evos want to go for the contest, concealed play.
Ooh. Yeah, Case is able to read it out, getting the Terrify down, and Dewa will just pick it up for free. Now Psychots engaged on Ray with the BOD. Really is dealing damage of the Spear as well over towards Evos.
It seems like Evos had a plan in mind, and when it didn't go according to their plan, they're still sticking with the same plan, but it's put Dewa United at a 4K gold leader, Ashi.
Evos, they were late to the party there. Dewa with the turret advantage, they're able to push the lanes even further and force Evos to respond to the bottom side. And then when they group up to try and go, too late, but look at Azura.
Oh, Azura's still able to survive with the Sabat
Oh, no.
Azura playing Annabelle.
That was huge! Annabelle unfortunately had to go down there, and this Lord is still going to be marching in the mid lane. No Annabelle, 4v5 situation right now. But it looks like Evos are still going to be able to defend it.
What was that, man? Azura, fearless in the face of Annabelle. The Fanny is behind by all means. 3 levels down compared to Ray, but still, what is that? Whoa!
Psychots taunted after getting displaced by the final slash. Dewa are in sync, or are Evos the ones that are miscoordinating?
Man, Dewa, every time they go for a play, everyone follows up so quickly, man. Evos right now are stuck on recovery, and Dewa is doing a great job just not letting them breathe. The control over the map, you can see the control over the bushes even. Look at where Chorizo is standing, away from the rest of the team, but just getting information. Knowing that right now, if Evos wants to go for the same style, the same kind of pick-off, the frontliners are getting tankier and tankier. Mueza with the Dreadnought as well as the Mantle, as well as Chorizo with the Dominus Eyes and already building for what is potentially maybe an Athena as well. So the frontliner difference here is what EVOS is struggling to try and deal with, especially with Brands, Annabelle, and Depazet kind of falling behind from these failed skirmishes.
Azura has a 1.4k gold lead over Brands right now. He has the Holy Crystal already.
And this is a counter matchup.
What?
Exactly, and even Sorizo on the Arlet here, almost 2k gold difference compared to Psychots on the Cho. Again, for EVOS, they don't have the best of frontliners, and they're not itemizing in for that either. Now look at this. Ooh.
Just a bit of poke here and there, man, but they are just so far ahead. And I don't know what it is, man. Annabelle, when he plays the Fanny, he's always given some really tough opponents. Psychos engaged upon again the final slash. Able to isolate him for a bit. Last season when he played the Fanny, he was solo killed by Brusco on the Angela. Now it's Harith.
Why?
Why, man?
Why did you have to bring that up?
Oh, I don't know, man. Sorry.
Sucks to be Annabelle.
It's sad flashbacks coming through, man.
I mean, but it's true, right? And it looks like Psychots is also not having the best of time with the Cho in the EXP lane either. So it brings up the question, what was EVOS' initial plan with this lineup?
Just to play the pick-off style and maybe snowball. But the fact that Annabelle is just so behind, and now even the front lines can't really stand up and match up to Sorizo. Oh, look at this, Aleva. Getting kind of outplayed there. Sorizo just dodging spells out with that Vengeance. And look at the lower ticking down ever so slightly. EVOS have no response.
No contest whatsoever. This is not a good start for the rookies coming into the lineup. It was very different to EVOS last season, right? With a new EVOS Holy lineup coming in.
Yeah.
They initially were able to secure a win straight out of the bat. But here, you're going against a team on a 6-time lose streak right now, and you're behind 7.2k.
I mean, there's still playmaking tools available for EVOS, but it's still definitely a dire situation to be in. Psychots having that mobility, that's the advantage they have. But look at Brands.
Forced to use the Brilliance, that's gonna be on cooldown. I don't think it's a massive resource, but it'll definitely help him in these team fights. Psychots. And actually be able to find this angle. Way to try. No one's there to follow up 10%. Going in with the Dominator's Descent, but it's way too late. He used the Zap earlier on the Lord. And now the Dominator's Descent is no longer there. Chorizo gets the final slash of Vengeance all the way to the back. Aleva, even with the Primal Wrath, cannot survive. Ray will get slain, but Azura can just go and hit the base. Tewa United with a Game 1 victory against the new EVOS Glory.
Oh, they're halfway there, ladies and gentlemen. Dewa United, they're halfway there to breaking their 6-time lose streak. And for EVOS, I honestly felt like it just wasn't it.
They're halfway there. You can see they're living on a prayer. But man, Dewa looking a lot more aggressive, and they found the adaptations. They were struggling earlier with Mueza getting picked up so often, but EVOS failed to transition that early game aggression, the early game dominance and burst damage they had to really pressure Dewa. They're able to stall it out, recover, and even win some of those team fights. And from there, it was just a slow grind towards the destruction of the composition, man. The front lines are mobile, but they can't hold damage. The back line are not safe because the frontliners can't toke the damage. So for EVOS, something's got to change, man. The execution had issues, and even in the composition, they really could have done better as well when it comes to planning out how they wanted to win this.
Yikes. I mean, it's easy to say, it's easy to blame the Fanny, right? Say that, okay, he got solo killed, no presence, but where were the winning lanes? This Lunox pick is supposed to be a winning lane. What happened? How was the Harith winning in lane? How was the Harith online instead of the Lunox? We gotta ask these big questions, man.
It's weird, right? I felt like the Harith kind of played it a lot more intelligently. There were a lot of moments that Brands overextended, a lot of waste of resources, you would say, here and there. I don't know. Is the era of veterans over? Is it fair to bring that up? Brands has been making weird choices over the course of the last few weeks. It's not just a one-game thing.
Yeah. To be fair, it is Brands. Right? By all means, a lot of people, whenever they talk about Brands, he's always really good or really questionable. right?
It's been really questionable for quite some time.
We've been getting the wrong
though.
side of that coin flip every day.
Exactly,
What's
which is
happened,
why
Brands?
it's
Come on.
just so sad to see because this guy was one of the best, but now Azura was able to just use a lot of different techniques there. He used the lane freeze to kind of bait him to the side of the map to play it safe. He was able to actually wait for Brands to use some of the spells and then enter when those spells were on cooldown. Small things like that kind of swung the balance in favor of Azura. And by all means, when the pressure was on Brands afterwards to really try and make something happen, it's so much more difficult. I mean, earlier we saw this one of the first fights that Dewa were able to win out on. Initially, Evos were the ones with the pickoffs, and then afterwards, they just kept waiting on the same kind of thing, kept going for Mueza, and that's the problem here. Even though he is one of the only targets available, because the Purifier's on Azura, the Purifier's on Case, Mueza is like one of the only heroes he can target, aside from Ray and Sorizo. So Mueza, being the main frontline, keeps getting kicked, but, you know, at the end of the day, the guy doing the damage isn't Mueza, it's Sorizo. And that's how he was able to just demolish over there. And afterwards, moments like this where they were able to bait the members of EVOS, and this outplay, man, wow. What was that?
Yeah, it was.
It's so close.
It really was. But it looks like that's Sorizo. Exactly, and Sorizo is the MVP, ladies and gentlemen, the player of the game for game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. When he picked up the Arlet, I was already excited.
Yeah.
Honestly, I understand that he's done really well on the Paquitos, but him on the Arlet is, it's still the same feeling.
Yeah. It's either him on enablers or him on split pushers, right? And we get the enabler side of Mr. Muscle.
91% TP.
Bangotot.
Bangotot.
What we call him.
Look at the enabling side and the aggressive side as well, man. He was going all in. Let's look at the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, Ubez Gold. Earlier on, again, with the lack of preparation, they lost out in initiative right there. But afterwards, right, they're able to just stop Annabelle, landing the stun there. I mean, Sorizo was really good with the final slashes and the stuns, even though a lot of the members from the side of EVOS can be a bit slippery to try and catch. But afterwards, once the fight is just moving forward for Dewa, they have all the tools necessary to just go for the chase. And moments like this, you know, oh man, very patient game from Sorizo to just stand there, knowing that Deficit might be overconfident due to the Dominus Descent available to try and save his life. Afterwards, with the engage stopped with Mueza coming in, again, it's just a forward-moving fight for the side of Dewa, and this is really where they excel. Whenever they can just be aggressive and be less calculative and focus more on the execution, on the mechanical plays they can make, it's always winning out. And you have to give a shout out to Azura, man.
Oh, man.
He was fearless here. I have no idea where the fear was there, but it really wasn't around. And you can see the desperation in EVOS when they sent Psychos there to finally get a pick on a value member, but no one really is in place to try and capitalize, and Sorizo once again makes the plays happen. His coordination along with Mueza, I mean, they're just so good at tag teaming, right? Either you deal with the Gatot, or you deal with the final slash, and at this point, when they're that far behind, there is no right answer for EVOS.
I have a question. With the swap with Edith and Cho, if they didn't swap, would it have given us a different outcome?
Maybe, yeah. You would have way more mid-prio with the Cho to be able to clear it faster. The Edith would be not as active as Psychots on the Cho. I think the whole point there as well with Cho being in the XP is to get in level 4 quick so that they can actually set up for the first turtle. And technically they were able to do that, but then they took too long.
Exactly.
After getting the first pick.
It seems like they got the advantage, they got the level lead, they got a pick off, and then instead of rushing straight to try and clear out the neutral objective, they waited to try and, you know, rinse and repeat and do the same thing. But the thing is, the longer you wait on that, the more difficult it gets. But looking at EVOS' Glory's composition, it's not easy for them to go for a neutral objective if they used the bulk of their damage on the players of Dewa United early anyways. So it's just a lot more difficult, and I feel like they were really relying on Annabelle's Fanny to really be the tip of the spear here, to be around the place pressuring everyone, but he got shut down as well because EVOS Glory were playing, I would say, a bit too predictable, kicking the same members, going for the kicks, the same kind of engage again and again, and always playing for the neutral objective. There wasn't any mind game where Annabelle suddenly goes for an invade or ganks the far side and abuses the cables to come back to the neutral objective. It was just group around and play for the setup. So the Fanny's advantage with the cables kind of didn't get put to good use.
The thing is, when you have an assassin in the jungle, you want to set up with a winning lane. They did that already. I would, honestly, this is ridiculous. Even Matt was able to win against Eman, bro, in lane. That is like a Skylar versus Matt matchup too. Skylar and Eman, top 2 for sure when it comes to gold lane, especially laning. Matt was able to defeat Eman on the Harith. And I know, I heard this interview, Aaron Shiki, after beating Evos the first time, if you guys remember. Aaron's like, yeah, brands can't lane. Do you remember that? I was like, this guy is just, he's just making it fun. But now we're seeing it. What's happened to brands? It's Lunox versus Harith. This is not, we've seen it 9 out of 10 times. It's Lunox.
You want to answer that?
I mean, it's a real big question because for the longest time, this season even, the whole idea was that Brands does well in team fights. We've never heard anyone praise Brands for great laning. In fact, even when he was winning, the laning phase looked shaky, man. I feel like he needs a bit more of an upgrade if he wants to really get better.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh,
you
really?
mean upgrade his device, right?
Well, he's really using the best device, but there's extra bonuses that he can actually get.
Wait, really?
Really?
Exactly.
What is that?
Bonuses? Are you talking about?
What are we talking about?
The Samsung series, the A gaming package, where you can get the phone, but also the headphones, and also you can get all the things that you see down below in a world where other brands give you nothing. Samsung says,
literally
here,
nothing.
Take more. We love you, consumers.
Not
we
even
don't
a charger.
hate you. Exactly. I wonder what you're talking about, right? They don't even have any features with the new one. Unlike Samsung.
It's so crazy, man. The travel adapter, the silicone case, the sticker pack, and you still get skins and diamonds, by the way.
We don't even get that anymore for anything else.
Exactly.
Oh, you're right, actually. Interesting.
Samsung W.
So if I want to check that out, I should head over to samsung.com/ID or my nearest Samsung store now, which, you guys can do the same thing. I don't know why I made it a me thing. Well, get an awesome gaming experience with the Galaxy A55 5G, or you guys can also scan the QR code right below Arashi over there.
Gaming items worth up to 1.47
That's
million
crazy.
idea. That's insane, bro.
That's crazy.
If you want to stand out, make sure you get the right color because the lemon one is where...
Whoa, you have other colors?
Exactly.
It's not just monotone?
Nah, they got navy and lemon. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen this color on any other phone, man. The lemon color palette might be a thing, man. There might be a trendsetter.
Samsung's got everyone beaten right now, bro. I'm gonna get myself all the Samsungs. Because Samsung, thing is, right? The Galaxy A series, at this point, Samsung's competing with Samsung. They're competing with their own products.
That's true.
It's like A, S, Z, which one you want?
I'm really into Z right now.
Yeah.
Personally.
Honestly, though.
I'm considering getting a fold.
I mean a flip. Getting all 3.
All of it.
All of it.
So you'll have
with
3
Arashi's
phones.
money.
Oh.
With my money?
With your money.
Arashi has unlimited money.
Exactly.
Amen, bro. I wish that is the case. We're working towards that goal every day. Every day. Every day.
Just like Jake Paul said back when he started his gang.
Why are you quoting
it's
Jake
every
Paul?
day, bro.
Why are you quoting Jake Paul?
Shout out Ohio.
Please.
Why do you not like Jake Paul?
I like this new lineup. Oh, I don't know.
Wait! Whoa, the switch up is crazy. Wait, what is going on?
That was a weird.
That was a low blow.
That was a weird segue.
That was a low blow, man.
Getting back to it again, it's hard to. You can see potential, right? I mean, Psychots earlier on, he was using that pressure so well, going into the jungle, looking for information, and as Mirko mentioned, he was able to get a bit of an advantage. The same way you can get an advantage if you go and be Shevin and just always show up in the building when the hair cam by Head and Shoulders is on screen.
Hey, I just want the advantage of having like beautiful hair, bro. And it turns out it's so easy. It's so easy for you guys at home too. If you guys are wondering, hey, turn to Mirko Arashi, how am I supposed to get beautiful hair like the people that I see on the hair cam by Head and Shoulders?
Do you not see with your eyes what she's holding? It is the Head and Shoulders lemon version as well with the Gato Kacha.
Ew.
Oh, whoa, we got fans in the building in the Galaxy Zone with Erigo on. W drip, my mans. I love Samsung with a YEAY. Oh, that's the F series. That's the A right there. Man, we got all kinds of Samsungs, and you guys can also join us right here at MPL Arena. Sit in the Galaxy Zone with your Samsung Galaxy A, S, Z. Washing machine? I have a TV.
We still haven't tested it.
Yeah.
We have to test it before the season ends.
I need to bring my
Rashi,
Samsung TV.
bring it.
To Bandung. Playoffs.
They also they also make radios and stuff, you know. So there's a lot of other nifty little
Samsung has
gadgets.
radios?
I think at this
believe
point,
so.
it's easier to write down what Samsung doesn't have,
make.
right?
Yes,
Doesn't make.
exactly.
Because they have everything, bro.
You're right.
They quite literally do, man. They're one of the biggest names over there in their own country. So
The biggest in their own country.
exactly, they're kind of they have a finger in everything almost. So
Shout out Korea.
shout out Korea. 안녕하세요.
Eugene's.
Right, so pickup strategies not going smoothly. What does EVOS need in Game 2? We talked about how the initial idea made sense and it did pay off, but then afterwards, right? Was it just the decision to just keep going for those pickoffs instead of going for other objectives that costed them? Or is it just the draft that's a bit too idealistic that relies really hard on them snowballing and they were just finding ways to kind of stall long enough?
Okay, let's start with them talking to each other.
Okay.
Right? Like they need to talk to each other. I wonder who the in-game leader is with this lineup.
Do you not see with your eyes
is it
who's
Mr.
on screen?
Kapitan
Kapitan Psychots.
It's him?
I
He's
don't know, but
calling
his
the shots?
name, I mean, we call him the captain, so it makes sense if he is the captain.
I mean, you're right.
Look
Okay.
at this here, though.
First pick.
It's a switch over. First pick for Dewa this
Whoa.
time.
Their second pick actually rose by a lot. It was like 30. It was like, what was 25?
When you're on the bottom, bro, I mean, the only way to go is up, so...
Tell that to...
I mean-
Never mind.
Anyway, second pick selection for Evo's 30%.
Oh,
Right? That's better.
Second pick, 21%. They're
Yes,
playing
better
on that.
than 21%.
no, but they're
Oh,
playing...
their second pick.
Yeah,
That's
they're
why.
playing second
That's why I was
pick.
like, wait, I don't know where you're going with this, man. I get
Oh,
that
no.
See, sometimes when you see the glass always half full,
Yeah.
you only see the,
I'm sorry, guys.
the good side. It turns out it is actually half empty. The man just drank half of the glass.
But we're also still halfway to what could potentially be an Evo's comeback.
I think it starts with this.
Let's go. Drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2 in this best of 3 series between Evos and Dewa. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Dewa now with first pick has eliminated the Ling, the Hylos. Evos go with the Phobias as well as the chip ban.
You want to know what would hurt? If Dewa pick up the Fanny and win on the Fanny, then that would be emotional damage, man.
And from the looks of it, EVOS can't really endure too much emotional damage, especially when they're a new lineup coming out right here. If they have moments like that, like a let me show you how it's done type deal from Dewa, oh boy, it's gonna be so difficult for Coach Age to kind of deal with that. We'll have to wait and see though, as Tsushin gets banned as well. So not a lot of difference coming in from Dewa, and they did come out on top. Now for EVOS, what exactly did they feel is the main problem there? Do they want to go and get something better in the jungle? Do they want to try and mitigate maybe the roamer or EXP presence from the side of Dewa? You gotta target something, right? Because you said it earlier, Mirko, you want to start a snowball, you want to get a strong jungler, you have to try and play off the winning lanes, right? They have to decide that right here and try and craft a game plan from the banning phase in order to secure something that really makes sense.
It's gonna be real tough right now, man. A lot of heroes actually left open. No Fanny ban, no Ling ban. It's always banned out. They ban out the Harris.
Edith, Roger, Zask.
I'd say that the Roger is a bit more valuable than the Harith at this point, technically, right, with the flex potential. So, EVO's banning it out. What's the idea here? Are they trying to get a solid marksman for brands that's probably weak side, so they don't want a Harith that can be too dangerous, too difficult to lane against? If they look at the Roger, it's kind of the same deal, sort of.
Yeah. I think the Roger will be the safest choice to go for if you're Dewa. Usually it's always banned out. It also sets up very well for the Fanny. So let's say they go for the Roger, Evos decide to pick up a Moskov, there will be a winning lane for the Roger, and then they could go with the Fanny. But okay, they go for the Valentina here, a bit of flexibility within their lineup. Valentina's actually sitting at a 48% win rate here in Season 14. Very different to what we saw in the previous seasons.
We're not the highest so far. So we'll see, man. First pick Valentina. We saw a bit of this in the first few weeks, I believe, coming in from Onyx. So I don't know what the idea is. Are they trying to lock down Age's options, right? Just take out immediately some of those big ultimate tools like the Tigreal, like the Faramis, for instance. Kind of narrows down Evo's choices and forces them onto a very select handful of Evos. They can't really give the Valentina a big ultimate, but here comes that Roger and the Ruby. A bit of flex coming in from Coach Age.
So maybe that's what they were setting up for, right? Maybe they knew that, okay, Dewa wouldn't pick up the Roger in the first pick, in the first phase as a first pick. So Evos pick up the Roger for themselves, but Alpha banned out from game number 1, finally makes his appearance here in game number 2. With the Moskov being picked up now for Dewa, how does this change the landscape?
Ooh, the Moskov? In theory, Moskov against Roger shouldn't win. So they're trading the lane dominance, the lane aggression, and technically outplay potential with the Harith. They're trading that for the global presence. And looking at Dewa and how they're able to perform in game number 1, they certainly do have a better grasp on the timings and such, on how to rotate and when to rotate around the neutral objectives. So this can be a very strong tool. I feel like Evos are going to be forced to deal with it, but how is the question? Do they want a high mobility EXP lane, or do they want an assassin jungle? They can maybe 1v1 and capitalize on the play. It's going to be the Nolan.
Nolan pick here in the jungle for Evos, trying to match that clear speed of Alpha and the mobility as well. It's still going to be really tough for the Nolan, though. I'm not a big fan of this Nolan pick. Against the Moskov, that's a blink that you're up against. Valentina, they can just escape from your passive, from the fractures. So many ways for Dewa to actually outplay Evo's Glory at the moment. But again, for Evos, they do have a lot of flex. They have way more flex compared to Dewa. Dewa is a very straightforward approach with Valentina Alpha and the Moskov, unless we've seen this in BH. Alpha gets flexed into XP. Shout out to Fnatic on it, Philippines, who use that in the XP. Kirk with Revitalize. Wow, it's a crazy option. But for Dewa, also a crazy respect there to the Yuzong. It was a signature pick for Psycuts. I'm not quite sure if it still is, but the Yuzong into this composition. Better safe than sorry.
Exactly. I think Dewa can't afford to do so because they don't really have a great read on what exactly is critical to Evos just yet. So with the Arut banned away though, you have to wonder for Dewa if they have any ideas for Sorizo, and for Mueza now the Gatot as well has been respected.
Edith is still open.
Yep.
Edith, Terizla are still options that they can go for in the EXP lane. The Vexana bans come through, and now it's Evos' pick of the Cherry.
They gotta go with Terizla here, and that's the only way they can actually, take it away. Oh, they go for Tigreal first against a Valentina. Oh, that is a scary Tigreal pick, and this will just give Dewa more opportunities. Now they go Terizla for sure, right? For Sorizo, and then they wrap it up with a Roamer up against a Tigreal. Why not? Just go Terizla, Edith.
Let's have a little bit of a, sneak peek into, I hear Matilda. MPL Menace stats. Roger has become the most picked and banned hero throughout MPL Menace Season 6 with 28 picks and 15 bans, resulting in 100% ban and pick rate. I mean, we do see the Roger coming through here, but for Dewa, Terizla and the Matilda has been picked up. Evos, what do they do? How do they win in that EXP lane? Is that the lane that they're looking for? Oh, I mean, it's Ruby already. Never mind, it's no flex.
I think it might be Ruby EXP and Roam Tigreal. Unless we have XP lane Tigreal, that'll be crazy. I think the mid lane, right, is what they are lacking here. Good magic damage. AoE will be great because, again, they want to try and stack it on top of the Ruby, of the Tigreal. With good AoE. No, it's a Lunox still. The last pick Lunox, so not even used for the flex potential. Going for a lot of burst damage. They have a lot of burst magic and physical damage, but for Dewa, with the Matilda in the picture, it's going to be a lot easier for them to kind of get out from those weird situations. They're not exactly a composition that can get punched by pure burst without setup.
Yeah, it'll be nice for the Alpha for sure, right? If he goes in, he doesn't have to really commit into it, right? He can still be able to maneuver in and out of these skirmishes, these team fights with the Matilda being there. But Lunox's last pick, before we go into the Land of Dawn, Miracle, what do you think?
This is a snowball comp for Dewa. and Lunox is a scaling mid laner. I'm not too big of a fan of Evo's draft here. I think Dewa's got the beat.
All right, let's see it, ladies and gentlemen. Dewa United are one game away of breaking their lose streak and of having a better possibility of clawing their way back into the green zone. Will they be able to do it? Or will the White Tigers, the new White Tigers, be able to lift themselves up from the shadows and force a game number 3?
Oh man, against all the combos coming in from the side of Evos, you can see 3 Purifies, and that might be exactly why the Mathilda comes up out of nowhere. The fact that now Moeza can just walk forward and screen and zone away the Tigreal from Evos, lowering the engage chances, and with the Purify, not really as easily punishable. We have to take a look at the emblems later on to see if there is any focus on faster cooldown for the battle spell, but looking at how Annabelle is playing, trying to abuse the clear speed of that Nolan. That might be what they're trying to use it for, but we'll have to see later how that plays out, whether or not he can find targets in the backline.
And the same thing can't be said for Evos, right? No Purifies at all. They all went in for Purify, and technically Case can use the I'm Offended. He can also use the ult coming in from Aleva. But let's take a look at the emblems to give us a little bit more say as how this game will go.
No Festival of Blood for Cyclops under Ruby, so lack of a bit less sustain. But on top side, though, Ray.
Whoa, able to get the steal down, I believe, there. So Annabelle is going to be forced to go for orange buff before he can get level 4. Ray already winning in the pathing and the XP.
Looking at the rest of the emblems by IndyHome, though, Firmness and Bargain Hunter for Mueza. So Snowball for sure, Depazet.
Oh, forced to flick around. Aleva can't really do anything. The Spear of Alpha used defensively by Ray. Annabelle dealing a bit of damage. Plus Depazet. Ray should be forced to recall here.
Right, now Dewa forced to recall from that engagement. No neutral objective around just yet, but Aleva very aggressive on this Tigreal. For now, that's acceptable, but he has to make sure that he doesn't get pinched in a weird situation as Sorizo is already cutting him off from his team.
Well, Annabelle decided to dash forward. Now taking a brunt of that damage from Sorizo, it seems. Aleva's gonna be caught. Good circling Eagle. Oh no, it's just a guiding wind to bring Ray into position to get that Spear of Alpha.
It felt like there was, what do you call it, priority there. Wasn't to necessarily get the neutral objective. I mean, they weren't in position. What was going on?
I think it was curious that they were so respectful of Aleva because he wasn't level 4 yet. This is a level 4 just now, Tigreal. So earlier it was Aleva with only the Sacred Hammer, the pushback to try and do something. And Dewa completely respected that, even though they have Sorizo exposing, showing everyone else from Evos on the map. I feel like they could have gone straight for that neutral objective and things could have gone differently. But that's a field goal, Spear of Destruction. Tried to be used by Azura to steal away the gold buff on the top side. Creative uses of spells coming in from Azura.
I actually agree with you, right? Because earlier on in that team fight, essentially they still have 3 Purifies to work with.
Exactly, yeah.
But I guess, I don't know, over respect coming through for Dewa?
I think it's over. I don't think it's over respect. I think they were respected it because obviously Ray was already pretty low from that skirmish earlier, so it would have been a bit too forced. Spear of Alpha coming down. Cyclops getting the I'm Offended, but Ray was able to get out of turret range, so he doesn't take the turret aggro. Annabelle walking up. Sorizo is still very tanky. Flickers out the safety. Depazet going in. Again, Annabelle not able to find it. Oh no, Depazet can't go for it. Sorizo's still alive. Aleva can't get the last bit of damage to take him down. Dewa get away with such a massive trade. They even win out top with Azura munching on that turret.
That was so much time bought in from Dewa in the lower side of the map, and Azura was able to get a lot of gold shield too, so I would say that that was a small win for Dewa.
Ooh, top side though, Brands trying his best to pressure Azura, but now it's back to the waiting, the setup game with the Purifies available. Let's see what Aleva can do. He has to go. Whoa!
That's an implosion coming out with the guiding wind is right there. Ray should be able to take it. Goes in for the Spear of Alpha instead. Nolan, Annabelle winning the retreat battle. Dewa over-committing and getting punished by the White Tigers.
Double kill secured in from Evos here, and Annabelle was a level ahead of Ray, essentially. Now 2 levels ahead after that turtle. So what truly was Dewa United's plan? Did they want to win the team fight? It's the exact same story that we saw in the first turtle.
Maybe they don't respect the potential for Aleva to make a play with the flicker there. They put Sorizo and Ray right next to each other, so none of the Purifiers were in the picture. And if the idea was to screen using the Mathilda, well then Moeza wasn't really in position. And if the damage from EVOS is too high right there, then maybe Dewa shouldn't really go for the play there. They should maybe try and shut down Brands instead. Looking at the in-game equipment, that's a Dreadnought armor straight up for Psychot, so for the laning matchup, it's gonna help him a lot. For the gold lane though, you can see that Brands is having a bit of a better time with the Windtalker, who's gonna be able to clear the waves, push a lot faster as well. Even though Azura, in theory, still has a gold advantage right there. So Brands isn't really shutting him down by any means.
With the difference in their gold not too far off from one another, when they go in for a skirmish like this, who's it gonna favor? Wait a second. Oh, Case. But yes, back to that question.
It's gonna favor? I feel like for now, it's still gonna be Brands. I think Azura has to wait for some more power spikes, but the conceal by Aleva, a full engage with a Terrify and the Circling Eagle Chain CC. Aleva could not move, and Dewa get a kill on him. That's a curious play by Aleva there. Conceal into the turret? Certainly was quite interesting, but look at Annabelle, man. This guy did pop up on the Nolan when he first showed up. It was initially the Nolan and then the Ling, if I'm not mistaken. So he has a lot of clearing potential. But look at the top side though, Azura on the weak side now, getting held down by Brands. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it seems like they don't want to go for the trade. Annabelle is 3 levels ahead of Ray. Doesn't have the retribution though.
And yet Dewa still want to contest.
Let's see, Ray should be able to take this. Annabelle doesn't have the retribution. The Circling Eagle is able to zone Annabelle, and it will be a trade. Turret up top, turret down below for a turtle for Dewa.
Still a 2.6, 2.8k gold lead for the White Tigers here as they're looking to push in their progress a little bit more. Can't find that. Dewa going to be able to clear that mid lane a lot quicker. But yes, Moeza here now with the photo.
You know, that's a hidden benefit of the Mathilda. Against Assassins, you can kind of solo zone actually. The Circling Eagle actually does deceptively high amounts of damage. But without the turrets on the side lanes here, you can see Dewa playing it a lot safer. Whenever they want to go and push up to the first turrets of EVOs, they gotta do it together. You know, the damage dealt. Deposit is actually on top there with Annabelle. So this Lunox, we talked about the early game power, but in the mid game, it does fall off quite a bit. That could be the window that Dewa can use to try and mount a comeback.
I saw Azura earlier on as well. Oh, wait a second. Psychots?
Should be fine.
Okay. All right. Azura has that third item, I believe.
Oh! Interesting. The assassination attempt onto Moeza.
Oh, wait a second.
Good implosion. But it's a good penalty zone to lock him down. Good disengage. Chorizo still able to survive. Azura! In the back with the Spear of Destruction, cleaning them up. And that becomes a win for Dewa United. 2-0.
You were talking about this, right? You were talking about that power spike that will hit for Dewa, and it finally has. 2 members taken down with the price of 0. And they shouldn't be able to get this turret. Depazet still looking for the clear. He doesn't have ult just yet. It looks like Dewa don't want to commit, but that's a tower in the bottom side traded in.
Just weren't expecting the Moskov again. His flank potential with the Spear of Destruction there. Oh, Zura. Is Zura coming out of nowhere, kind of catching EVOs off guard? It's kind of a pattern here. They have all this AoE. They want to get Dewa in the same place, but if they kind of get the chance to spread out, if Annabelle isn't able to pressure them enough to sticking together, might be quite dangerous. But with the Lord up right here, EVOs can push out a lot farther because they have a stronger gold lane. Brands was doing so. But now Dewa can just leave Azura there to play reactively with the Spear of Destruction. He just has to make sure that the Spear does land if they really want to go for a 50-50. With a 1.6k gold lead, EVOs, they want to go for it.
2-level lead on Annabelle too. This should be favorable to EVOs. Again, Moskov is down below. EVOs don't know this. Aleva's looking for an angle to go for the implosion, but he doesn't have the flicker, and they decide to reset it in the end.
That's a bit that benefits Dewa for sure. Look at Keys though, gotta be aggressive. Again, whenever EVOs aren't together as 5, the threat is just not as scary, as threatening. And now Azura is pressuring so hard down there.
That should be a free turret, honestly. There should be no way that EVOs can actually even respond to it. The Lord gets reset again. Kaze able to dodge away from the I'm Offended. Oh no, Circling Eagle, the Spear of Destruction, connecting onto Aleva, 10%! Getting the Lord, but the fight will surely go to Dewa United with Asura free, hitting in the back. Brands cannot survive in the midst of the team fight, is forced to flicker defensively.
Evos get the Lord luckily, but again, Dewa reap all the benefits.
That was a well-played moment coming in from Dewa, right? Unfortunately, they had to lose it. And you know, Azura is doing all this with 2 items. He doesn't have the DHS just yet. I don't know if he has it now. He just was able to secure it. So what he was able to do up until this point, only Corrosion Scythe and Golden Staff.
It's just macro. And it's a great change from Dewa. They're usually the ones that are so intent on winning out in those neutral objectives. Oh, Psychots! I'm offended. A bit desperate. That is it. Walking up with a Chaos Ray with the Spear of Alpha.
Annabelle.
Into the back. Annabelle! Diving deep gets caught by the Spear of Misery! And now it's a chase down. Brand's looking for Mueza. Good implosion by Case to save Mueza. Azura in that bush. Brand still going for the chase. Mueza has the guiding win. Brand's following through with the Lycan Pounce. Aleba! Implosion to lock them down. Cerezo with the penalty zone. Brand's still trying to cut away, able to do so. Aleva there as well. Deficit going for the chaos, but not enough to really take Cerezo down. Oof, 2 members down for Dewa. Evo strike back. Now we'll see what they can get. They go for the purple buff as well, and might be able to get to 2 turrets in the middle and top side. It's a back and forth game. Equal turrets for both teams here.
What happened in that team fight, right?
It was just, they were overstaying. They got the value they wanted. They know that the Lord is coming, and instead of waiting back, going back to base and setting up for the next sequence of events, they stayed around, and Evos completely go for the chase. They know that they can cut off the map going in a straight line against Dewa's curved route there, and the fact that they have Annabelle and Bronze, both very mobile, very fast, a GDS on the Nolan, more ways to get in and get out real quick coming in from Evos. So mobility is the name of the game here for both teams. Evos need to use their chase potential, but in order to do so, they have to make sure that Dewa cannot fight moving forward, right? If Dewa are fighting backwards, then heroes like the Terizla, heroes like the Alpha immediately lose value in how they're able to really have options to try and go in. They were going with both the War Axe and the Queen's Wings, by the way, so again, they're just trying to make sure they survive the initial burst damage and they open up the space for the backlines. And Mueza in particular here has so much on his plate. He has to try and find Aleva before the fights begin. He has to try and save all these backline members and still sometimes try and catch Annabelle or Brands using the Circling Eagle as a threatening tool. So Mueza here is the one that can really do so many different things, but he has to pick and choose.
I'm curious to see who has the most damage dealt right now. Is it still held on by Depezet? Depezet has 2 items, right, with the Divine Glaive. I think he's on the way to the Holy Crystal. But how is Cerezo expected to be able to absorb all that damage once that Holy Crystal hits for Depezet?
I think that's exactly why he went for the Queen's Wings instead of going for like an Athena or a Radiant Armor. I think he knows it's just too much damage, so he's trying to just survive long enough with the reduction of damage. But look at this now, Azura once more on the far side setting up. Evos, do they want to rush this? Do they want to go for a fight? Oh, Hayes gets taken to half HP, and you can see Evos making a move. I'm offended coming down. Cerezo going to be taking CC, not able to use the penalties on the time. The Spirit of Destruction is there. Azura caught by the implosion of Aleva. Azura still able to get the stun, and now the winner take care. Azura with the outplay against Evos. Ray in the midst of it all still caught. Mueza can only just use the guiding win. It's a triple kill to Brands. Both the MMs battling it out.
That was a 3-4-3 trade, ladies and gentlemen. But Evos, they seem to be pushing forward with the fact that they have a little bit more space to work with. Azura, that was an amazing play, however, but did you see how everything started? Did you think that it was not a little bit weird? Dewa striked first, but Azura was not nowhere near ready to join in the fight yet.
I think Evos, I don't know, they're also trying to find a big implosion play, but Dewa, maybe with Case having the implosion, they thought that they would have the counter engage. And in fact, we did see a trade of implosions there right when the fight begun. And that's where there was some time available for Azura to try and come into that fight. But overall, with Psychots and Bronze being the last 2 people standing for Evos, that's a great balance of frontline and damage, which is why Dewa were forced to relinquish their turret. And now it's back to the same setup.
It is, and we have a game fun fact here by GoPay. In MPL ID Season 10, Depezet's Lunox has a 100% win rate from a total of 2 picks. So I guess that's why they're bringing it here. Wait a second.
Good armor defended by Case, actually disengaged there. But it misses it all. Still, Wes is going to be caught. Chorizo jumping into the penalty zone. Annabelle winning the retreat, but Azura is again free hitting. Jumping in again. Walking up. Psychots will be next to the chopping block, and it's Azura who picks up the kill.
Oh!
Good Spear of Misery. Annabelle running away. Chorizo does he get the hammer strike? Annabelle gets out. Evos again get the Lord, but Dewa win the fight.
Yeah, this time it's a little bit of a different story. A 2-for-3 trade there, not including the Lord, and the Malefic Roar did help Azura in that team fight.
We'll have to wait and see how this plays out though, because Evos, the death timers aren't long enough for this to be fatal. Dewa can clear it out, but Evos can get still quite a bit of value from this Lord. The longer the game goes, the less Evos can afford to trade the Lord for death timers like this. But for now, it's still pretty good, but the base tower still won't fall for the side of Dewa. If Dewa can try and go for the same kind of trade, same kind of play, that'll be ideal. But the other factor is that Ray is now level 15. He was level 14 in that fight, so it allows Evos to get a more guaranteed retribution, but it's gonna get closer and closer. And the longer the game goes, the more that gold difference that's still held by Evos, it's gonna matter less and less. As we take a look at the MPL ID X streamer here, Agil Dito.
Oh, you know him?
No, I don't.
You don't? I thought you were talking about him yesterday.
I think that was Realize.
Oh, Realize knows
Interesting.
him. Oh, hi. Oh, there you go.
He notices. Realize knows you, man.
Oh my goodness. MPL ID X streamer, so cool. When are you going to be featured, Arashi?
I have to start streaming first. I think we have to start there, at the basics. But by the way, Azura has sold his boots and switched up for, I believe, a rose gold meteor. He is going all in the next fight, man. No mobility in his mind, just the jumps, just the Abyss Walker. So we'll have to see, man. The next fight might be the most decisive one. And you can see the positioning here. Dewa, a lot more concerned about moving forward. They know that they have one main frontline, Chorizo, and Ray is a bit of a hybrid, and Moeza is more utility. The frontliner advantage for Evos is allowing them to just get more control right here when things are a bit more uncertain.
It comes down for Dewa to just play around the waves. I think at this point, they gotta start just peeling for Azura, right? But also, they need to pick off Deposit. I think Deposit is the real threat in these skirmishes, especially for the frontliners. For Ray, Chorizo, and Moeza, it's the Lunox who can actually deal with them. If Azura gets space, and they're able to corral around Deposit and take him down, this is going to be great. But the thing is, Evos, they have a really good lineup to do exactly what they were doing, peeling for their main carry. Evos can do that for Deposit.
And Evos technically are more accustomed to that idea. For the longest time, their whole reputation is just protect the main carry type deal. But Deposit, surprisingly, still is at level 15 and still is only sitting on 4 items. If you look at the graph earlier, only standing on a Divine Glaive, Glowing Wand, and a Blood Wings. So by all means, we're still expecting 2 more power spec items like a Lightning Truncheon or a Holy Crystal. But look at this.
Okay, Moeza still able to get out there. But yeah, I think the advantage that they will have is they have 3 winner crowns, so they can actually delay these fights.
And if they delay long enough, then Azura, oh!
That's an Venom Flicker on the Chorizo, but that's a winner crown coming down. Spirit Destruction connecting as well. Chorizo canceled out, no penalties on the Strictly Eagle still there. Chorizo, that's exactly what they're doing in the back, zoning them away. Aleva still able to get the Impulsive Prance into the midst of it all, now getting chased down by Azura. Buys the immortality in time, but there is no one there to follow up. Annabelle is waiting in the bush. For who? For Azura. Can he even go for the one-shot? Oh no, he gets read out. Kaze is there to follow it up. And unfortunately, Psychot and Aleva will be forced to recall. Deposit, can he make the miracle play happen?
No retribution for Ray.
No retribution for Ray. Annabelle walking up again. Now Deposit going to be seen as well, but Annabelle gets demolished. Spear of Alpha onto Deposit. Ray against the world. Psychot's there. Ray doesn't need the retribution. It's built in his name. Azura again. This time with the Spear of Destruction onto Deposit to claim the triple. And that's an Evolved Lord as well for Dewa United.
The gods here looking for their retribution, looking for their comeback. A wiped out for Evos as they are on their jolly way to pick this up for themselves.
Dewa United stop the train. The hype train, the miracle run that Evos Glory hoped for will not happen. Dewa deny it away in their first match. in MPL ID.
2-0. Arashi, what can we say about Evos? Their risk, their gamble, the solution. It did not pay off today. It didn't work. Psychots, DPZ. It didn't work.
This is a very bitter pill to swallow for Evos. They've tried everything to recover, to try and improve. And now after the drastic measure of bringing in 3 new members, a maneuver that a lot of other teams have done, once more they are defeated by a team that is on a lose streak. They're defeated in a 2-0 clean sweep.
1-9. They were promoted to 8th place yesterday with Rebellion's loss. And today they will drop down again to the 9th place. Unfortunately for Evo's Glory, the success that they thought they could try to replicate from last season unfortunately will not happen in their first game. It won't happen instantly. There's still going to be a process to this hero run, if we can even call it that. Dewa, man, that was a stomping defeat. That was a crushing blow.
Can we still be half full about Evos? It's still week number 6?
I don't think we can say it's still week number 6 anymore.
It's still week number 6?
6 out of 9. There's still 3 more weeks. Well,
that's like 2 more matches?
Yeah.
Ooh, man.
I mean, look, Evos, again, we talked about this, right? They had nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah.
They took a risk. It didn't pay off. And despite these 3 players finding so much success in their MDL and seeing the results that we're getting here, it just really goes to show the difference of levels between MDL and MPL. And if we were banking on that Cinderella story, it was a completely different story as well, right? Because last season, Evos, all 5. This time, only 3. So, chemistry issues. But we'll talk to the victors, ladies and gentlemen, on the stage.
Harapan keluar dari zona merah semakin nyata untuk Dewa United Esports, anak Dewa. Sekali lagi mana suaranya untuk Dewa United? Wow, akhirnya 6 kali lose streak berhasil dihentikan. Akhirnya Azura. Gimana rasanya menghentikan lose streak 6 kali? Ketemu EVOS juga kali ini pertama kali di season 14 dan bisa langsung menang nih.
Alhamdulillah senang.
Senang?
Ya, senang.
Senang aja?
Senang aja.
Senang aja. Dan apa sih yang menjadi kunci kalian setelah 6 kali lose streak? Ini gimana kalian bisa akhirnya bangkit lagi, nyemangatin satu sama lain kah? Bisa sampai akhirnya nggak pupus nih harapannya?
Ya intinya jangan sampai trust issue aja sih. Satu sama lain. Tetap belajar terus aja semuanya.
Terus belajar, tapi ada yang menarik kalau ngomongin Azura. Karena Azura, ini kita penasaran gimana sih rasanya jadi super sub dari seorang legenda yang kayaknya nggak pernah pensiun ya. Dan kali ini kamu membuktikan kalau di leg pertama ada Awat yang main, menang juga lawan EVOS. Di leg kedua kamu yang main, menang juga lawan EVOS. Gimana rasanya?
Gak tahu sih kalau kata Awat.
Apa tuh?
Mainnya santai aja. Lawannya Godland YTTA.
Oh, ternyata udah dapet tips-tips dari si legenda Awat ini ya. Tapi tentunya ada Sorizo di sini juga. Sorizo, kamu udah ketemu EVOS di leg 1, leg 2. Ini agak berbeda karena kamu ketemunya dengan line up yang berbeda. Apa sih yang menurut kamu mungkin berbeda ketika kamu ketemu EVOS di leg 1 dan juga leg 2 kali ini?
Gak ada bedanya sih, kayak sama-sama kuat mereka.
Sama-sama kuat,
Yeah.
gak ada bedanya. Tapi yang lebih ngerepotin kamu yang mana?
Yang ini kayak tadi aku diincar mulu pas waktu game 2.
Yang ini karena diincar mulu. Tapi gimana? Ini kembali lagi kamu ketemu sama Psychots.
Kenapa?
Gimana ngelihat Psychots ketemu lagi di Land of Dawn di MPL?
Masih jago dia.
Masih jago?
Iya, masih sama kayak dulu ya.
Masih sama kayak yang dulu kata Sorizo. Dan tentunya di sini ada 2 rookie juga. Di sini ada Azura tadi dan juga ada Mueza dong. Mueza sebagai seorang rookie yang luar biasa juga kali ini kamu juga ketemu dengan rookie di EVOS yang baru mulai nih bertanding di week 6 ini. Di EVOS ada Aleva dan juga ada DPZ. Dari kacamata seorang rookie, kamu ngelihat rookie-nya EVOS kayak apa sih kali ini?
Jago sih, soalnya kan mereka di MDL-nya juga lagi win streak kan. Jadi kayak dia naik ke sini ya berarti karena dia layak.
Tapi loh kamu berhasil mutusin win streak mereka yang dari MDL loh.
Ya alhamdulillah rezeki kita berarti. Kita kan juga lagi win streak soalnya.
Dan berhasil memutuskan lose streak dari EVOS. Dari lose streak dari Dewa United dan memperpanjang lose streak dari EVOS nih kali ini. Dan tentunya ada juga yang tadi kayaknya agak kewalahan tapi berhasil meraih kemenangan juga pada match kali ini. Ada sang jungler, ada Ray. Gimana kamu selain Sorizo, kamu juga yang ketemu EVOS di leg 1 dan leg 2. Ketemunya sama-sama, retrinya sama Anavel. Apa yang beda nih kali ini leg 2 dan leg 1?
Sama aja sih, masih jago si Anavel retrinya. Masih sama jagonya lah.
Masih sama jagonya, tapi apa yang mungkin berbeda buat kamu ketika kamu ketemu di leg 1 dan leg 2? Apalagi sama-sama ya, di leg 1 kan Dewa berhasil menang dengan poin 2-1. Berarti masih memberikan poin kemenangan untuk EVOS. Tapi kali ini sama sekali nggak dikasih poin, 2-0. Apakah mungkin ini pertanda kayaknya kali ini lebih gampang gitu?
Enggak sih, karena mungkin yang Rocky itu baru pertama kali kan main di MPL. Jadi kayaknya masih adaptasi lah.
Tapi di sampingnya Ray, ada juga yang baru meraih kemenangan pertama di season 14. Ada Case. Wah, Case. Ini udah senyumnya sumringah banget. Gimana rasanya meraih kemenangan pertama kamu di stage MPL Indonesia season 14?
Seneng banget, soalnya kalau lost streak pusing banget.
Anak Dewa sama ini kalau lose streak pusing banget. Berarti sekarang udah nggak pusing nih?
Alhamdulillah enggak.
Alhamdulillah udah nggak pusing. Tapi tentunya ini walaupun sekarang udah nggak pusing, tapi perjalanan Dewa United ini masih cukup panjang karena berada di zona merah. Kalian harus mendaki gunung nih untuk bisa naik peringkat di klasemen. Persiapan kalian biar semakin solid gimana sih? Siapa nih? Case atau Sorizo atau Ray ini mau jawab?
Persiapannya main kayak di scrim aja. Biar bisa raih kemenangan.
Jadi selalu berikan yang terbaik kayak main di stream ya?
Ya.
Oke, dan tentunya anak Dewa juga dari tadi udah memberikan dukungan yang terbaik untuk Dewa United. Jadi boleh dong, siapa nih yang mau ngasih pesan-pesan? Terima kasih tuh anak Dewa lagi pada dada-dada.
Azura mau ngomong dia.
Azura mau ngomong?
Ya, tadi bisik-bisik dia mau ngomong.
Lagi bisik-bisik ke Ray, apa tuh Azura? Apa? Sampaikan.
Buat anak Dewa, makasih ya yang udah selalu dukung kita. Walaupun dari kemarin-kemarin kita kalah-kalah terus ya, tetap dukung kita lah. Makasih banget.
Wow, inilah dukungan dari anak Dewa yang begitu luar biasa, yang menjadi salah satu kunci kemenangan dari Dewa United Esports hari ini, yang tak henti-hentinya memberikan dukungan bagi Dewa United Esports. So, sekali lagi, anak Dewa, mana suaranya untuk Dewa United Esports? Dan langsung saja mereka serahkan membedah lebih jauh bagaimana kemenangan dari Dewa United kali ini. Silakan Kasus.
Congratulations once again to Dewa United and congratulations to Lim Kochul, whose prediction was correct. 2-0 for Dewa United, and it was a 2-0 for Dewa United, bro.
Mystic Lim Kochul, man.
How?
We got
Amazing.
How? He knows something we don't. He knows that Azura is better than Watt, probably.
Ooh. Is he the only one who knows that?
Yeah. No, he was actually saying Watt's better in the backstage.
Oh.
But it's okay.
Well, So you get some right, you get some wrong. This is the name of the game at this point.
It's a
When we
sacrifice you
talk
must
about
make.
predictions,
Exactly.
that's the way it works. But man, Dewa, they had so much potential, man. You can see the macro play, some of the team fight decisions as well. There's a lot of potential here. You really want the best for them, you know? You wish they can improve just that much faster and be a real contender. But of course, we have to wait and see just yet, because the real test can't possibly be a team that's below them in the standings, right? The real team has to be against a team above to see if they can climb up.
Exactly. Those are some crazy words, you know, contender and stuff. This is, they beat EVOS, right? Again.
What?
Like, Arashi was saying like, oh, they have potential contenders, and I'm like, whoa, those are some big words. They beat EVOS in this season. It's all the other teams so far have been able to do that as well. You know? So it's not really going to be the determining match to see if they indeed are contenders.
Half full.
Half. That's
Just
full.
half.
That's just full.
Just half.
He just sees it as a full glass at that point.
Oh, I did say. No, wait. I'm saying that they have to go against a real challenge to. If they want to say that they have improved that
Are you
much.
saying EVOS isn't a real challenge?
Not at this point, no.
Not to Sorizo, right? Our MVP, ladies and gentlemen, our
Muscle Man.
POTM, Mr. Muscle Man, for the entire match presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Talk to us about Sorizo in this match.
Well, 1, 4, and 6, not the best KDA. 39% teamfight participation only, not the best. But that's exactly why the stats, right, doesn't reflect what happens in the Land of Dawn. Especially in that last fight that I think most definitely will see a highlight of. His play there to stall some time and still find ways to have impact, even though he is the main guy, the main victim, the main sacrifice for Dewa to move up in the map. It's just so good, man. This is Sorizo presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy series. This is the highlights here of the player of the match, presented by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. All the way from the beginning, we talked about this. Ray down to half HP, Aleva able to zone everyone out. It was a bit of a curious choice, according to me and Eterna. But afterwards, right here, man, you can see that Engage's decisiveness were present from the side of EVOS. And Annabelle, on a comfort pick on that Nolan, was able to really get going a lot earlier on. But then the game started stalling. Equal trades start to be made by both teams. And when your team is ahead, equal trades are the last thing you want to do. Moments like this where we talked about that, that implosion potential was used by the side of Dewa, followed up with the penalty zone as well by our MVP. And from there, big fights like that, you're seeing Dewa slowly but surely try and catch up. Here's that other fight where it began with a pull, and then I believe there was a trade of implosions right after here. Boom, big implosion, implosion again. And in the end, it's the damage dealers that kind of make a big difference. And Azura was just insane, man. The timing on going in, of the Spear of Misery, of the Wind of Nature. Everything just played out so well. And in the end, with Bronze already out of the picture here, this was that fight where I think Dewa were able to get it. They were able to deny everything from the side of EVOS. And unfortunately, that's about it. Azura able to outplay, able to outdamage, and then Spear of Despair. Having the presence of mind to aim it in the middle of all that chaos. That is crazy, man.
Yeah, huge honorable mention for him, right? I mean, Sorizo was able to get the POTM, but let's take a look at the UBS golden moment.
Enggak, gua tanya berisikan dia. Kita bungkam pakai hasil.
Kelas.
Atas sih, langsung.
Ya, gua atas.
Beraniin ya.
Dari perang Ip.
Iya, di perang Ip. Kalau lihat darah Lord teh.
Ya udah, Gua join ayo.
Boleh.
Bentar guys.
Aman, santai.
Ayo lagi yuk.
Boleh guys.
Lagi.
Iya, let's go. Kena dua nih.
UTC-in aman.
Lagi guys.
Semua guys.
Main.
Roger guys, bisa nggak?
Ngapain woi?
Roger guys.
Mortal.
Nice.
Jalannya bareng. Minta pistol bisa. Ada pukulin.
Kalau dia masuk orang ya.
Ada gua di gua.
Oke.
Nice.
Gak ada Lord, gak ada retrik gua.
Latias belakang.
Aman, warin aja guys. Satu.
And dia bisa kita.
Kasih gua main. Kasih gua main.
Kayak guys, respect guys. Respect guys. Alhamdulillah guys. Bunuh dulu. Udah ada N. Nice. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
I love those Sorizo moments.
Yeah, and he just doesn't say anything.
Oh man.
Ice cold
So
Sorizo.
stoic.
It's like it's working out in the gym, right? Says nothing, lifts a ton. for his team, man. That's crazy. But honestly,
They have a gym at the Dewa headquarters.
Hey, maybe that's exactly where that mindset comes from.
Doesn't need a
man.
membership anymore. You can just go to the Dewa gym.
That's very nice, man.
W Dewa.
But we saw that the loudest person there, I believe the guy who also mentioned that, hey, they're being noisy, they're saying all these things, we're gonna shut them up with results. I believe that was Ray. I wasn't sure though, but looking at his reaction in the end of that match, I mean, seems to be a lot of emotion. I don't know what's going on, between him and Evos, between him and maybe the fan base even, but he was just on fire there. And what a performance. At that point, this game was 19 minutes. It felt a lot longer than that with all the tense moments around. But at this point, it's just about the front line making the play. And we talked about how Sorizo was able to buy so much time there. He has the Oracle on top of his usual setup. Bit more magical defense, but also sustainability combined with the healing coming in from the War Axe and the Queen's Wings. All he had to do was survive for that much longer. And the Winter Crown allows him to do that. In fact, we're seeing this as a bit of a popular pick. A lot of frontliners is going for the Winter Crown instead of going for something actually fully defense-oriented. And you're seeing that becoming a case because a lot of the heroes right now, they're just really good in short bursts and they can't really maintain the same kind of output. So, especially for Dewa United, the fact that Azura was going all in, even sold his boots, if you remember, for the Rose Gold Meteor, it just fits in so well. Buy him the time, let him do the basic attacks, let him carry, and look at the damage dealt. And the Witch Guy too, man, with all the split push plays he's been making, 851 gold per minute, definitely respectable.
Yeah, I felt like everyone from Dewa United, their gameplay, especially in the team fights, coalesced really well. Whereas from Evo's Glory, there was definitely something off. And even Azura said on stage, maybe they're just adapting, right? Maybe they're still adapting to this new roster that they have, but there definitely was a glaring difference with the chemistry going on between these two teams.
Yeah, Dewa should have actually been able to get the ball rolling much earlier in the game, right? It was because they went for a fight in the mid lane, I believe, that set them quite far back because Ray was super low. They couldn't contest, so Rizzo was alone on the neutral objective, and he was level 3. So again, couldn't really go for the full commitment. They had to give away the first turtle, and that's why Evos were able to get more of their own win conditions here, as you can see from the goal difference over time. Up until the very moment where some of these spikes happened, these were the spikes where Azura was able to pop off in the fights.
We haven't seen such a big bucket though in the goal difference over time for a long time. Usually we either see something really gradual or up and down, but a real big dip and a massive comeback, And we saw that even in the earlier starts before even Dewa got the gold lead, there were massive jumps in gold. So you can see that mistakes were definitely there, committed by Evos.
Let's hope that they can, learn from this match, right? Go back to the drawing board, discuss what happened and the mistakes and the problems maybe that were happening within them. And maybe they can come back even stronger in their next match that I don't know when is. Is it tomorrow? Is it still the next week? But before we answer that, let's talk to them straight away. Let's take to the loser interview. Why do we call it that?
Harapnya bisa memutus lustrik, tapi nyatanya ternyata yang sebaliknya yang terjadi. Malah lustriknya bertambah, jadi 5 kali lustrik. Ini ada apa dengan Evos Glory? Langsung aja kita bakalan nanyain. Ada Caleb di sini. Caleb! Waduh, kayaknya belum bosen nih interview di backstage nih. Ini ada apa yang terjadi dengan Evos Glory 5 kali lustrik? Ini padahal kalau dilihat-lihat Evos Glory ini yang paling rajin, dalam tanda kutip rajin nih untuk membenahi line up kalian. Dan minggu ini juga ada bursa transfer di MPL yang kalian kedatangan 3 player dari EVOS Icon ke EVOS Glory. Tapi ternyata belum maksimal nih hasilnya. Ada apa?
Benar, itu kan kita akan selalu usaha yang terbaik kan. Tiap hari kita latihan itu terbaik. Cuman hari ini mungkin masih terburu-buru lah mainnya.
Masih terburu-buru kuncinya. Tapi kan kalian udah pernah ketemu Dewa United di leg 1 nih Caleb ya. Dan di leg 1 itu kalian masih bisa mendapatkan poin kemenangan. Ada 2-1, 2 untuk Dewa, 1 poin kemenangan di game untuk kalian. Tapi kali ini sama sekali nggak ada poin kemenangan untuk EVOS Glory 2-0. Apakah ini Dewa yang semakin kuat ataukah ini mungkin EVOS yang harus berbenah?
Ya sebenarnya game hari ini kitanya sih yang aku bilang tadi, kita terlalu terburu-buru. Terus nggak ada targeting juga, yang paling kunci hari ini itu sih targeting sama buru-buru.
Targeting dan buru-buru. Terus apa dong yang harus dilakukan oleh EVOS Glory supaya bisa menghentikan lose streak dan juga tentunya menambah harapan ya biar bisa masuk ke playoff?
Kayaknya terakhir udah nggak boleh kalah lagi ya untuk ke playoff kalau hitungnya. Jadi ya terakhir untuk buat salah ya hari ini. Jadi kalau besok masih kalah lagi, kayaknya untuk ke playoff susah banget sih.
Jadi biarlah hari ini menjadi pengalaman, kesalahannya hari ini, besok nggak boleh ada salah lagi. Karena harapan untuk lolos playoff ini makin tipis banget. Kalau bisa dibilang ini kalian mungkin mau mengulang sejarah Cinderella story kalian di season lalu. Tapi kayaknya kali ini udah makin sulit nih.
Ya udah beda, kalau yang sekarang ini kayaknya udah gak boleh kalah lagi sih.
Jadi kalian memang gak berniat untuk ngulang regular season dari season lalu ya, dari bawah, dari minus sampai jadi runner up ya.
Ya pengennya ya kayak gitu, cuman kita usaha yang terbaik lah.
Usaha yang terbaik, gak boleh kalah lagi. Dan ini penting sekali gak boleh kalah lagi karena besok tentunya kalian bakalan ngadepin alter ego. Kalian persiapannya bagaimana? Apalagi alter ego ini adalah tim yang kalian raih kemenangannya, satu-satunya poin kemenangan nih. Apakah besok akan mendapatkan kemenangan lagi?
Harus menang, besok harus menang.
Besok harus menang. Kalau tadi kan katanya perlu dibenahi beberapa poin ya, jangan terburu-buru, kemudian juga ada targeting. Dengan line up baru kalian yang baru masuk di minggu ini, apakah kalian percaya diri?
Ya harus percaya diri untuk menang besok, untuk perbaiki hari ini.
Untuk perbaiki hari ini, tapi ada satu lagi yang perlu Monica tanya ini. Monica penasaran, kalian kewalahan gak sih gonta-ganti line up hampir setiap minggu gonta-ganti untuk mencari formula terbaik ya, line up formula terbaik. Kalian jadi kewalahan gak sih untuk membangun chemistry, membangun lagi mungkin strategi dan lain-lain?
Ya udah pasti kewalahan, buktinya kita kalah terus, itu sih yang susah. Cuman ya tetap harus usaha terus.
Berarti apakah kita akan melihat perubahan line up lagi ataukah ini udah bakalan menjadi line up sampai nanti?
Harusnya ini terakhir sih, memang kita udah percaya diri harusnya besok bisa menang.
Udah percaya diri harusnya besok bisa menang. Kita bakalan tunggu Caleb dan juga teman-teman dari EVOS Glory untuk besok menunjukkan kemenangan sekali lagi. Kalau besok menang, 2 kemenangan dikantongi, lose streak bisa berhasil dihentikan. Semangat untuk Caleb dan juga untuk teman-teman EVOS Glory. Mungkin satu lagi yang terakhir, EVOS Fam kayaknya tadi udah memberikan dukungan terbaik. Mungkin ada kata-kata yang ingin disampaikan kepada EVOS Fam?
Yang pasti kita say sorry untuk EVOS Fams, untuk hasil yang sangat buruk lah untuk season ini. Cuman kita nggak akan pernah menyerah, kita akan terus kasih yang terbaik untuk kedepannya.
Kekalahan hari ini tidak memupuk atau memupuskan harapan dari EVOS Glory. Malahan ini menjadi semangat untuk bisa meraih kemenangan di besok hari. Dan tentunya kita semua berharap, EVOS Fam berharap gak bakalan ketemu Caleb lagi besok di backstage. Nanti ketemunya di stage dengan teman-teman dari EVOS Glory. So good luck untuk besok. Dan tentunya para caster di sana juga ada yang ingin disampaikan tuh. Silakan casters.
So that was the other interview.
The losers interview.
The other interview.
The
It
losing
sounds
team
so
interview.
harsh. The other team's interview.
So, you've said so many things that are harsh, and that's okay. But the moment we say losers interview, that's an actual fact.
What did I say?
It's only okay when she doesn't.
Okay,
Play everything.
Let's see what Skuk Nurak Nusna has to say.
So it's this guy again.
Okay.
Raknu Usna.
Yeah, after failing in 2 meetings against Dewa, how can EVOS rebound in the next match was the question. Their answer is improvements need to be made, not in terms of players, but in their gameplay. As there are still many mistakes in nearly every move they make.
Nearly every move they make.
Every move.
Dang. I think we have to agree.
So you agree?
It's
Disagree?
I don't know if I would say nearly every move, but
Yeah,
I think
not
there's
nearly
a lot.
every move.
Every move.
Okay, wow. Okay.
Even in the laning as well. You heard it from Caleb, man. They are in too much of a rush. They've been swapping rosters here and there. They need to fix a lot of things. At this point, I don't even know where to start. That's why you can see Caleb just super stressed in the back, man.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you try to look for a winning formula, and unfortunately, it just hasn't been presenting itself.
You can't say things like that though.
Like what?
Like every move they make is a mistake or you won't be invited.
To what?
To brawl with the best, ladies and gentlemen.
To brawl with the best?
Yeah, to
That's
brawl with the
crazy.
best.
You get invited.
To all friends attending the MPL Arena, you can join this activity to play a brawl with pro players. Can you imagine? That's
Ooh.
amazing. And it's super
Like
easy.
brands?
Like brands, all you need to do is just download and register the GoPay app on your phone, and then you head straight to the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena, participate in the lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket to play a brawl match with a pro player. And this activity will take place, what, every 2 weeks?
Every week.
Every
of
week
MPL
now.
ID Season 14.
Every week.
Look at that. That's Mr. Audi CS playing with you boys. You can play with Mr. Audi, Mr. King Cat.
Chang'e? He's playing Chang'e.
Yes.
Interesting. Man. Even in Brawl, I guess you're seeing the other sides of these pro players because you would never expect ODCS to be playing Chang'e, you know, in a rank game, let's say.
Yeah, I think when you play Brawl, it's random, right? The
Exactly.
heroes. So, unfortunately, maybe he got Chang'e. He still won the game, though. That's why you get to play with pro players. If you guys want to win in Brawl, best way is to brawl with the best, and the best is right here. Look at that. Look at King Kadir. He can't carry Rebellion right now. He's carrying these fans.
I don't think I could do that.
What?
I think I'd just be shaking.
Me too. If I played with King
I'd be
Kadir, I'd
like-
be like, Audi.
And then like my Samsung phone would just jump out of my hand
But
for some
luckily,
reason.
it's a Samsung, so Samsung don't crack.
That's true. Samsung
Unlike-
don't crack.
Yeah.
It's solid.
Yeah.
It's just too durable, man. But what's also durable is our community, bro. If you want to get the
Strong
best
community.
community, strong, solid community, head over to the Kidia Discord, man. Drop into the Discord at fandx.io/Kidia. Now we play at Kidia Gaming. Kidia is the official destination for gaming and esports.
Don't forget that.
Official.
There you go.
Look at this.
Scan the QR code, ladies and gentlemen. Look at what?
The thing on
Your
screen.
hand? What am I supposed to look
screen,
at,
on
Mirko?
screen. Eterna, you see that screen right there? Yeah? That they are looking at us through? That is what you should be looking at because now you can see Kadia play live. You can see a glimpse of Kadia.
That's a screen.
MPL Season 14. The QR code that you just mentioned.
Look at this. I'm like,
It's
look at
all
what?
in the screen.
Dear friend.
Look at this.
I don't know.
Look at the screen.
Came out of
What
nowhere.
else is
I know,
this?
Weird. Yeah. QR. You're right.
Coming from a person who doesn't want to say it, loser's interview. Ladies
What
and
would you
gentlemen.
name it though?
Loser's interview.
Like, if you had to make an alternative,
loser's interview.
The less fortunate interview.
So I don't think
That just sounds
that's-
worse, man.
That's worse. That's
you know what, you
worse.
guys need ice cream. You guys need to chill. Tropicana Double
I
Crunch.
actually want to get one after this.
Oh yeah, you gotta chill. The ice cream for gamers double your energy to God level. Also, if you're a normal kind of pleb, you don't want the Tropicana Double Crunch like Arashi, you can go and get the caramel ice cream with double chocolate, making it twice as crunchy. Not once as crunchy, not thrice as crunchy, not 4 times as crunchy. It's twice, like that band.
Also, what is the ice cream called? The one that's like half vanilla and half chocolate. What's the flavor? Is that the double crunch?
Ooh, hang on a minute.
Because that's so good.
I never-
I don't remember what it's called, guys.
Exactly.
But it's like half vanilla.
Yeah, that's double crunch.
Oh yeah.
But
there
just
you go.
grab
The
whichever
double
ice cream
crunch is
because
so
they're both
good.
great. I never pay
No.
attention to the flavors, man.
Double
It's like,
crunch, bro.
straight up.
If you're hungry, get it in the Campina booth. We can flex here because
I'm gonna
I have it
steal
in our
one.
talent room. We can just.
It's actually in the media room that we have to steal.
No, we have what we have the.
It's-
yeah, it's in our
fixed?
talent room now.
It's fixed?
It's fixed. It's
Oh
fixed.
my! I'm so happy.
So, but Eterna, do you want the Tropicana Double Crunch or the other ice cream though?
The other ice cream?
Never mind.
You're trying to make a reference to the loser's interview,
The
the
other
other
interview.
interview.
Oh!
He's calling the
mistake.
other product the loser product. That's what
I
he's
did
saying.
not say that.
What about this other character?
He is a winner for sure. Mask of the Immortal, Suyo. Suyo! I can't wait for Suyo here, and you guys probably can't wait either. When's the release date?
21st of
Look at this.
September.
Your screen. 21st of September. That's why when you say look at
Wow.
this, look at the screen. You don't
Yeah,
look
but
at my
he didn't say
hand.
anything after that. He was just like, look at this. I'm like, okay, we're looking. What are we looking at?
I must tell you everything now. Look at this.
You should point,
the
Mirko, you should point,
screen
you should
that you're
point.
watching
That.
MPL ID through, that screen of yours, for very specific players, people, maybe your phones, right? There you go. You got to be very specific here.
Yeah. Specifically, how many diamonds does it take to get this?
469.
Nice.
And you have to remember, the skin, the venerated Vigilant skin, is going to be available for only 51 diamonds for the first 14 days. That's value.
Go ahead, check it out, man. Suyo is a dual master from Cadia Riverlands who can freely switch between two forms in battle. Using the power of the Immortal, he can transform into an assassin to traverse the battlefield, or he can become a fighter to dominate the fight. Log in now to experience the hero yourself, Suyo. You can't log in right now, technically, because it is going to be released on the 21st, and we are still on the 14th. But it sounds better to say log in now than log in later. Because you can log in today and get a sneak peek, get a glimpse of the meta, because with the release of Suyo, it's going to be release of a new patch as well, where you guys can go and get the recalls too.
There are new recalls?
Yes, sir.
That's amazing. Arashi, what?
It's fancy, man. I just really wish that we had, you know, more options, but
Like
at the
what?
same time, you know, like other team.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Exactly.
teams.
But these are amazing, man.
Well, you got your team. Liquid is right there.
Slid.
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 Yeah. We got Sheffin, Geek Fam. We got Connie, Rebellion.
Yeah.
Oh wait, his team is Alter Ego Highs. I just keep on thinking of
Yeah.
Highs Rebellion. My bad.
Oh, it's not here as well.
Ego.
But it's not. So, oh man, Bonnie is heartbroken, man.
No Highs for Connie, but a lot of others for you. Evo, Geek,
Exactly.
Rebellion, Dewa, and Liquid. Don't forget the release date is on the 19th of September, 2024. So make sure you get them all.
All
My
of it.
favorite is the Geek Fam one because they do dance.
I haven't seen them.
The little geeks do the dance.
They're little geeks.
They're little geeks. when
That's
you
so
recall.
cute.
They do the bang bang.
Little miracles.
Miracles.
Yes, I'm a geek. You're a nerd.
Are you a fan though?
You can be the fam.
Oh.
Okay, let's take a look at Dewa's upcoming match. They're
Wait.
gonna go ahead against Geek Fam and Alter Ego.
Oh,
Same color template.
that's true.
Huh?
They're both white, black, and red.
Oh, between Geek and Alter Ego. I was like,
Exactly.
between
I
Dewa
mean-
and Geek, I'm like,
And Dewa,
I don't
right? There are
think-
two
Yeah,
Dewas here.
Dewa and Dewa too, bro.
So Dewa and Geek Fam and Alter Ego. they
why
have
am
the
I
same
here?
Color.
Sometimes. But you know, earlier on in Caleb's other interview with
This interview.
Monica Ko, he mentioned that that was the last match that they could afford to lose. So they do have an upcoming match tomorrow, which we'll be seeing soon. And they have to win that, or their chances to playoffs is very slim. Slim to
yeah.
zero.
They might be out of the playoffs by week 7 if they lose tomorrow and then lose again, right? And here it is. Oh my.
There it is. Oh no, oh man. Okay, after Alter Ego, they're gonna have to go against
Oh man.
RQ, the number 1 in the standings, and TLID, number 3 on the standings. Flex, 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 flex.
Oh man. And like,
Need to flex a little bit.
Alter Ego RQTL ID. That is a scary road for Evo's Glory, man.
Oof.
They gotta pull all the stops at this point. They gotta fix so much in a matter of, well, against Alter Ego a day, and then later on they're gonna have to fix all the other issues within a week to beat RRQ. They don't only have to fix the issues, they have to be able to match number 1 in the standings. No, number 2 right now, actually.
And how exciting is that going to be?
Very exciting, man. We don't know who's gonna make it to playoffs just yet.
Exactly.
After this loss, you know, it can either be good and bad. It might ignite their competitive edge. Like, we lost to Dewa, unacceptable. Or they can be like, man, we lost. And then, you know, we have to wait and see, man.
We do, but you guys don't have to wait to buy your tickets, right? So buy it now and get the MPL ID Season 14 tickets. You guys can check it out on the official Indonesian MPL Indonesian website. And you guys can also get a 10% discount if you cash out with GoPay. And you can also get a 10K GoPay coin cashback.
Tickets start from 85,000. That's it. And you get that 10K GoPay coins cashback. That means it goes down to 75 technically, and then a 10% discount. Boom.
Boom. Value.
A lot of value that you guys can get all the way. And I don't know if you guys want to actually miss it because, again, there's so many activities that you can do here. You can go to the Erigo store. You can go to the merchandise booths for the teams, the brawl with the best. And even some weeks we have that BBG, Buggy Buggy GoPay, where you guys can just wait and watch here. And there's going to be a code on screen that gives you GoPay coins.
I love GoPay coins.
Free, especially.
Free GoPay coins. But it looks like we're going to see what Monica Ko is doing. So let's get into that before we head over to match number 2.
Dan tentunya ada yang tersenyum lebar di samping Monica. Ada Valin dan juga Pelin.
Hai.
Wah, ini ngelihat Valin sama Pelin kayaknya senyumnya lebar banget nih. Ada apa nih?
Iya dong, karena bentar lagi tuh come on bakalan ada rilis special recall effect dari Dewa United Esports.
Jadi tersenyum lebarnya bukan hanya karena kemenangan dari Dewa United Esports, tapi ada special
Recall effect
yang dirilis. Bentar. Ini recall effect udah dirilis belum berarti?
Belum Kak, rilisnya ada tanggal rilisnya.
Belum dirilis ternyata. Tanggalnya kapan? Boleh di-spill nggak tuh?
Tanggalnya tanggal 19 September. Nah, ada giveaway juga nih Kak dari Dewa buat recall effect-nya Dewa nanti. Caranya gampang banget, kasih tahu Valin. Caranya gampang banget buat kalian yang mau ikutan giveaway recall effect dari Dewa United Esports. Kalian tinggal join WhatsApp channel dan Facebook group. Dah, itu aja. Gampang banget kan Kak?
Waduh, ini gampang banget. Ini giveaway. Jadi ditunggu-tunggu, dicatat Superfans anak Dewa tanggal berapa tadi? 19 September. Beberapa hari lagi pokoknya jangan sampai kalian kelewatan 19 September. Dan tadi udah dicatat apa yang disampaikan Valin dan juga Pelin. Banyak banget caranya. Tadi ada dari Facebook grup anak Dewa ya. Juga ada WhatsApp channel. Jadi pokoknya langsung dicatat 19 September. Pokoknya langsung ditandain tuh kalendernya. Ada apa lagi nih?
Ada pantun dari kita nih Kak.
Wah, ternyata selain recall effect ada pantun juga. Tapi sebelum pantun, boleh dong kayaknya ini anak-anak Dewa pengen juga diberikan semangat oleh seorang Pelin dan juga Valin nih. Boleh dong kasih semangat dulu nih sebelum pantun.
Sebelum pantun. Buat anak-anak Dewa, semangat terus, kita all in ke kalian, bener gak Lin?
Iya, terus buat player-player Dewa, tetap semangat karena bentar lagi kita on the way to playoff.
Betul.
On the way to playoff. Dan langsung saja kayaknya udah siap-siap banget nih Valin sama Pelin mau pantun. Coba siapa yang mau pantun, Valin apa Pelin?
Kita berdua dong.
Oke,
kita saling melengkapi.
Saling melengkapi. Oke, silakan pantunnya. Cakep.
Belum.
Belum,
sabar.
Soalnya udah cakep Valin sama Pelin.
Malu deh.
Langsung aja.
Speechless ya Kak. Oke. Hari Sabtu pergi ke MPL Arena.
Cakep.
Ada EVOS versus Dewa United Esports. Lanjut Lin.
Lanjut.
Tas-tasin musuh di Land of Down.
Cakep.
Pakai recall effect dari Dewa United Esports.
Pakai recall effect dari Dewa United Esports. Pokoknya dicatat 19 September. Langsung gabung Facebook group dan juga WhatsApp channel dari Dewa United. Dan tentunya Valin dan Pelin juga udah berikan pantun. Aduh, jadi makin semangat nih setelah melihat kemenangan dari Dewa United di match pertama. Tentunya bakalan ada 2 match lagi yang tak kalah seru hari ini. Kita bakalan bermalam minggu bareng-bareng di MPL Indonesia Season 14. So, jangan kemana-mana, tetap di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome.
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Teman murah, di aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, Nggak pakai lama, dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood. MPL Arena, balas tepuk tangan. Telah mendapatkan 2 fokus penturen. Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is this? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Teman murah, dia aplikasi GoPay Samurai, dia aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, dia aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan. menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen penturet yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is this? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon Ventura yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, Tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 fokus penturet yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Teman murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebel. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombay basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood. Mendapatkan 2 momen penturet yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Apartemen murah di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kadia. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
MPL Arena, mana suaranya? Wow, selamat datang kembali di MPL Indonesia Season 14, minggu ke-6, hari kedua, dan kali ini kita masuk ke match kedua yang bakalan sangat seru karena akan mempertemukan antara Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam. Yang mana kita tahu ini menjadi pertemuan kedua mereka di season 14 ini. Setelah di leg pertama tentunya kita melihat bagaimana pertandingan begitu sengit antara Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam. Ditambah lagi diwarnai dengan rivalitas antara Baloyski dan juga mantannya ada Nael pada saat itu. Tapi tentunya pada saat itu Nael berhasil mengamankan kemenangan dengan timnya dengan skor 2-1. Jadi ini bakalan jadi ajang balas dendam untuk Geek Fam ataukah sebaliknya nih bakalan diterusin lagi kemenangannya oleh Alter Ego pada leg 1 dan leg 2 ini atas Geek Fam. Jadi ini bakalan sangat seru dan keseruan ini tidak lepas dari seluruh dukungan super fans yang ada di sini. So thank you very much untuk seluruh super fans yang ada dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, kemudian ada official e-wallet GoPay, dan tentunya official destination for gaming and esports Kedia, official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in esports ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga We Drink. Dan tak lupa thank you juga untuk suppliers kita ada Erigo, Klik, Indomaret, Yummy Choice, dan Saturdays. Dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Seperti yang Monica sampaikan, ini bakalan menjadi pertandingan yang begitu panas. Karena sebelum match ini dimulai saja, ini dua player yang rivalitasnya cukup tinggi. Kita lihat di leg pertama Baloyski dan juga Nael sudah saling berbalas pesan. Pesan-pesannya apa ya? Biar kita ingat, kita refresh sedikit. Kita lihat dulu nih pesan-pesannya apa ya. Ada pesan Nael untuk Baloyski dan juga ada pesan dari Baloyski untuk Nael. Kita coba refresh lagi pesan-pesan dari Nael untuk Baloyski. Katanya, wah Geek nih jago banget tapi di in-game sepertinya mereka kurang respect. Baloyski jangan main hero aneh-aneh. Ini nih yang perlu digarisbawahi. Baloyski jangan main hero aneh-aneh. Karena memang kita tahu ya bagaimana reach-nya pool hero dari Baloyski. Dan juga Baloyski ini penuh dengan kejutan. Selalu bikin kita terkejut ngelihat hero-hero yang dimaininnya. Dan tentunya ini menjadi ancaman mungkin ya untuk Nael dan tim. Sehingga Nael ngomong nih, jangan pakai yang aneh-aneh lagi ya Baloyski. Tapi kita bakalan lihat apakah Baloyski hari ini gak bakalan pakai hero aneh-aneh lagi sesuai dengan permintaan Nael. Ataukah mungkin tetap bakalan nunjukin kejutan untuk kita. Itu kalau dari kata-kata dari Nael. Tapi pesan dari Baloyski ada juga dong. Kata Baloyski, ini untuk nanggapi Nael yang ngomong jangan pakai hero aneh-aneh ya. Katanya, Nael kamu jangan pakai assassin, pakai yang lain dong. Jadi yang satu mintain jangan pakai hero aneh-aneh. Yang satu mintain Nael jangan pakai assassin. Karena kalau kita udah tahu nih, kalau udah sering nonton MPL, gimana Nael ini begitu hebat dengan assassinnya, dengan hero-hero assassinnya, mekanik tinggi, dan juga bisa manfaatin power spike dari hero-hero assassinnya Nael ini. Jadi ini jadi tantangan juga mungkin untuk Baloyski dan tim, sehingga Baloyski ngomong nih, jangan pakai assassin Nael, siapa tahu biar Geek lebih gampang nih balas dendamnya di leg 2 kali ini. Tapi kita bakalan lihat ya, apakah bakalan sesuai nih permintaan dari Nael bakalan dipenuhi sama Baloyski. Dan Baloyski bakalan menuhin juga permintaan dari Nael. Kita bakalan lihat apakah Nael bakalan pakai hero assassin. Dan juga apakah Baloyski bakalan nggak pakai hero aneh-aneh. Menurut Geek Fam dan Alter Champs gimana nih? Baloyski bakalan pakai hero aneh-aneh gak sih, Geek Fam? Kalau Alter Champs Nael bakalan pakai assassin gak nih hari ini? Wah, kencang banget nih. Kayaknya tanpa berlama-lama kita bakalan lihat bagaimana dari pesan-pesan dari Niall dan juga Beloyski akan terpenuhi kah ataukah akan sebaliknya pada pertandingan antara Alter Ego dan Geek Fam? Silakan casters.
Securing a ticket to playoffs. This has been the number one motive for all these 9 teams. But as we come into week number 6, day number 2, it looks like both of these teams are trying their hardest to stay in the green zone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the English broadcast here at MPL ID Season 12. Season 12? What? Season 14. We went back into the past, bro.
2 seasons in the past.
With me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as Arashi for our second match of the day.
Ah, I see. You got mixed up by the second match?
I think so.
Went to
Just
season
a little.
12. Just a little. Well, season 12 was also the season Geek Fam made it to M6 with Niall, and that's the matchup we have here. The battle of Beloyski versus Niall, Geek Fam versus Alter Ego. M6, M5. See? We're all getting mixed.
It's fine. It's
numbers,
fine.
bro.
It's fine.
Numbers is hard, man.
It's because of in the land of Dawn, right? The numbers don't matter, right? Teams are just finding
Dawn,
ways to be
RQXP?
crazy. What? No.
Oh.
That's a different season. We're getting mixed up, bro. Getting mixed up.
It is.
Exactly.
But
man.
you know what isn't mixed up is the fact that once again this is a match between Alter Ego and Geek Fam, and in leg number 1 it was Alter Ego winning it a 2-1. So what makes this matchup different?
Geek Fam has, completely changed up since then.
Yeah.
I recall Shevin was here on the desk with me and Mirko, I believe, and he was sorely disappointed, man. He's like, what happened? My Geek Fam, how could this happen? What was the problem? And then immediately in the upcoming weeks, they fixed up. They beat a lot of top-tier teams in the league right now. So now a lot of people really feel like, man, Geek Fam has this in the bag. But in a way, there is a tougher rivalry, something personal here between Beloyski and Niall, former teammates, now rivals in the Land of Dawn. A lot of questions have been thrown out at Beloyski as well. Is the extra emotion getting in the way of the big brain Beloyski? And that is something that a lot of people are waiting to see the conclusion of today.
You can see here that Nino has been abusing, I would say, a lot of the broken heroes in the meta. It's the Phobias, the Hylos, it's either one. You see him on Ruby as well, but really haven't been able to see the old Nino, huh? Season 8, if you remember, it's always the Yutong, the Benedetta. We haven't seen that mechanical side of Nino just yet. I really hope we do get to see that, but knowing that both, Veldora and Nino have picked up Hylos and Phobias most of the times, I think it just might be traded back and forth.
Might just be a contest for the big, beefy, just impactful type of AXP laners. Because once again, sometimes you don't have to do anything too flashy to be having a lot of impact. Phobias and Hylos being a great example of that. I mean, it's just go in, be a nuisance, and just like that, so much more value. And technically, we talked about this, right? The simplicity of the approach can make it very easy for teams that are struggling with execution to clean up their game a bit more. And if you look at the comparison here for Geek Fam, it's almost the opposite. They still have that very elusive, that very confusing big brain Beloyski style. And up to this point in time, I do believe that a lot of the special, quote-unquote, Beloyski heroes are still respected every single time Geek Fam is actually on stage.
The thing is, in leg number 1, I believe this was one of the examples as to when they didn't respect Beloyski, right? Helkert coming in again for Beloyski. And so with the trend now once again being the same, right? I think a lot of teams were experimenting. Like, what if we leave certain heroes that Beloyski is known for out? They always seem to lose those ones. El Patient, wow. El Sabar. El Patient.
The patient one.
For Nino. Interesting title. But back to that point. So with now teams...
Instant translation, by the way, Eterna? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the Galaxy AI at work?
Probably.
Oh, on cue there. Ping test by Samsung Galaxy and IndiHome. But yeah, Eterna, as you were saying, man, a lot of teams are trying to figure it out, see what can be left through in the filter. And yet, I mean, it's so difficult. And even recently, we see that Geek Fam, they just have an extra bit of edge because like no other team can really force a 3 or even 4 ban drafting phase towards the roamer.
Really just been about Beloy, huh? Yeah, game 1, they didn't respect the Helkert pick at all. And that was an 11-minute game for Alter Ego up against Geek Fam. Geek Fam destroyed that new version of Alter Ego, but that was also with Gobs. So Alter Ego haven't faced this new Veldora Chadera lineup.
Say the Veldora lineup for sure. Number 1 damage taken in game in the EXP lane though, that is going to be Veldora. So the stats, number 2 kill per game in the EXP lane as well, and high assist to complete the whole package. So he's kind of performing in a very useful way for the team, and in a way that Beloyski can kind of coordinate with as well, because he can be aggressive, but he knows, or I guess he's instructed to when he has to kind of take a chill pill and wait around for the right opportunity. So as always, the EXP lane for the side of Geek Fam is always just that much more important due to the dynamic between the roamer and the EXP, because Beloyski, sometimes he's not even going for something tanky, right? And that leaves a lot of responsibility on the EXP lane, and Veldora has been performing.
So I think this should be the lineup that we're expecting today. It's not the first mix, it's not the second mix, but it's a mix of both. Because this was the team that was able to finally create a consistent performance for Geek Fam. So I think they should be sticking with it. Do you agree?
I think so. I think this is the strongest lineup that we have seen from Geek Fam, even though I've been a fan of Gob's Masako. We've actually gotten the opposite here, Veldora and Chadera, and it's because Chadera is such a safe gold lane. Masako takes way more risk, and with their playstyle really centering more towards the trio mid, you need someone who can play the weak side instead of someone like Masako who takes the risk, who can try to carry the game, but needs a lot of resources to be placed in his hands.
That's certainly a very important factor right here. But you're talking for a lot of teams, you have to kind of pick and choose exactly who is going to be the one making the plays and who has to kind of support, assist, and let the whole team kind of cruise into a proper setup and a proper position. So for Geek Fam, with Beloyski just being such a central, integral piece for the team's performance, it's almost a default that they're going to play around the mid lane and the jungle as well. Not to mention, the mid laner of Geek Fam, right? A boy has been always insane when he was kind of in a slump in the earlier portions of the league. You can see that Geek Fam immediately loses a lot of steam, a lot of pressure. But the moment he's back on his feet, he's still becoming that reliable mid laner with good mid control, with good damage output. You see immediately Geek Fam is performing better. So it really does seem like everything really centers more around the mid trio. And then the side lanes, it's kind of like a nice bonus if they win in the lane. If they don't, it's still fine as long as they play it safe and they can control their lane opponent before the right moments where the trio mid makes its way to that lane.
And in contrast, if we're talking about Alter Ego, who's their main pillar? Who's the main guy that we should be looking at? Is it just Nile? So it's not even just mid-trio, is it just Nile?
Eterna, you should know who the pillar is. Gani is a big fan of the pillar of Alter Ego. Yeah, Nile, amazing.
The GOAT.
But the GOAT, as Gani would say.
Yes.
Do we have Gani right here? Is this Gani?
It appears so.
Heis is a pillar, according to Gani.
Gani's GOAT.
According to Gani.
But
Gani's
do we
GOAT.
agree?
I disagree. Yeah, I mean, I really think it's
Straight
Nile.
up.
Yeah, it's Nile. It's just Nile right now for me.
And if that's their only winning condition at the moment, I think it's going to be tough for Alter Ego, right? Let's hope that the past week has allowed the rest of the members to step up, because honestly, if they're just relying on Nile, Nile can only do so much.
Especially against Geek Fam. This is a team that, with Beloyski at the helm, is just so good at just identifying your weakness. And if they can immediately tell that your main key to victory is just Nile, then they're going to play with the whole intention of shutting down Nile. We've seen Geek Fam do this multiple times.
And we already know that Beloyski has a thing against Nile,
Exactly.
so it's already a given that Nile is going to be their #1 target.
Yeah, unfortunately though, this is one of the cases where, sure, on paper it may sound easy, right? Okay, you just need to target Nile. But the thing is, when it comes to the jungle matchup, I would take Nile all day up against Vincent in this meta. If we're in the utility jungle meta, I'll take Vincent any of the, like all the days in a week will be Vincent. But we're in the assassin meta, and we have seen the teams have been able to exploit that side of Vincent. No Roger given to him, and he does struggle quite a bit. On the Nolan, on the Julian, he is still good, don't get me wrong, but he's not as good as, say, a Nile, a Favion, a Super Ken, or even a Kyrie.
What was the re part?
That's how we say Kyrie, the god in the jungle.
And on the flip side, Nile is amazing on the Nolan. He's
Exactly.
amazing on the Ling. These assassin performances coming out from this guy is impeccable. But let's see the performance from this team. It's going to be Veldora, Vincent, Aboy, Beloyski, and Chadera. So they are sticking with this main 5, and we should welcome them onto the stage.
Looking for revenge from getting reverse swept by their bitter ex-jungle, Nile. In the first leg, it was Alter Ego who took it. Will the Kingslayers be able to get that juicy revenge? With Vincent in the jungle, has he improved? BBB makes his way with a fellow friend of his in the mid lane. A boy making them the BA boy combo. Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam!
Number 5 on the standings right now, tretching on Disaster, treading on the hills. Only takes one wrong move for them to fall down into the red zone.
Cool guys don't have to put their arms in the sleeves of their jackets.
Sheesh.
As always, Geek Fam, fly with it, walking with the cape as if they're walking into a great performance every single time. But today, up against them, Nino, Nile, Roundel, Owen, and Highs. They're gonna try and take down the big brain. Is it gonna be force? Is it gonna be with patience? Let's take a look at Alter Ego.
The villains of Season 14. The three faces who've been able to bring despair to their opponents with Nile in the jungle. The man once was in Geek Fam helping to strengthen the lineup, helping them to get to M5. Will not try to take that spot away, even from the playoffs from Geek Fam. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the villains, Alter Ego Esports.
It sure is personal this time around, and it even gets more personal as, again, they are one team standings below of Geek Fam right now. Both teams are gonna fight with all it takes. With Nino kind of, let's hope that doesn't affect his performance, by the way. Lights into Nino's eyes.
El Patience, El Sabar, the lights into his eyes. Production's got something against Nino.
He's showing his patience for sure. And walking to the stage right now with our Marshal, Dainang, Coach Aldo, along with Rect, and Bluffsy with Dora DSP, man. Let's see what kind of puzzle we can expect from the Architect, and if Bluffsy can find a way to crack through it along with Beloyski. Saw earlier, by the way, Highs has the hood up. Is this a statement that he's gonna be an assassin?
Oh,
he's looking for the kill against Geek Fam.
Gold lane, Ling Gold lane. What?
I just realized Dora DSP. Where did he get his name from?
Dora the Explorer? The Explorer.
Oh, really? Actually, it's from there?
We have no idea. I think it's Dora SP, but we've been calling him Dora DSP. We're trolls.
We've been
man.
assuming it's Dora the Explorer, but you know, it's nothing for confirmation on that. But the rival showdown right here in the EXP lane. Dora with the #1 teamfight participation for an EXP laner. That certainly is a big surprise. Nino, on the other hand, not too far behind, but already #4 when he's only down about 5%. That's how close the EXP laners are right now. And by all means, it's a Phobia showdown, man. Both teams know to use this Phobia so often. But now, for Geek Fam, they have this extra leverage. Do they want to try and get that Phobias, right? By forcing the side of Alter Ego to ban away Beloyski's heroes? Or do they just want to get something else and use that Phobias, force that Phobias to be banned away by Alter Ego too?
Yeah, that was kind of the point that I wanted to make when we saw the El Patient come out earlier on from Nino. It's the fact that now Alter Ego are forced to ban all of Beloyski's heroes. Will we see the Phobias fall into the hands of Alter Ego or not?
I think it really depends on which side they choose, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. For the most part, Nino has been able to get it when he's first pick, and it's the same for Geek Fam.
Looking at the KDA ratio right there, though, it's very surprising that it's quite equal. Either Alter Ego has been getting a lot of kills, or Geek Fam has just been playing so objectively. At this point, we'll just have to wait and see. As the home team, Alter Ego will be picking the first pick selection, and they have a 60% win rate there. Usually, by getting Nino some kind of aggressive, some impactful hero in that EXP lane, and there are options available as of right now.
So what do they do here? I mean, technically, do Alter Ego want to go first 3 bans to respect Beloyski? Technically, they shouldn't need to. They shouldn't need to ban the chip. But we have the Saber, Natalia, and Helkert.
Don't forget the Gatot Kacha, a new addition.
The Gatot Kacha. You can even consider a Ruby there, but technically it still can be taken for yourself.
And then when all of that gets banned out, he still comes out with the Grok, right? Like against Fnatic Onyx. I think at this point, just ban out the Helkert, right? If you're in first pick, just the Helkert should be fine. Because again, the Natalia, we've only ever seen it just once. the Saber, it was more of a preemptive ban from Yeb, and we haven't seen it since. Don't overthink the draft. Yes, Beloy is scary, but just try to take the game slow in game one at least. Try to read Geek Fam out.
Let's see if Alter Ego listened to you. Let's see, as we enter, ladies and gentlemen, the first game drafts presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. And yes, it does look like the Hellcurt will be banned out here for Alter Ego. And they also banned out the Hylos here. So Geek now go for the Jushin. The Phobius is up for grabs. And what else is up for grabs?
This is the first time Chip has been open, I think, in all of the regions combined. This is 100% banned in every region. Oh man. We get to finally see him.
The Chip, after so long, hidden away in a closet. Now he's back in the hands of Alter Ego. Geek Fam now for sure will take that Phobius, but what else do they want? It's the Nolan. Trying to take away the Nylon combo we've been talking about. Along with that though, they've banned away a bunch of assassins as well. So for Alter Ego, what's the play here? They have a Chip now. Do they want to get some more crowd control, some burst damage? What exactly do they want to use even in the jungle right here? Knowing that there's a chance for this macro play to really turn things in favor of Alter Ego. Especially with the Phobius in the picture. These fights are going to be quite messy if Alter Ego don't get a winning combo.
Here's the thing, like even circling back to Chip itself, has Owen picked up the Chip this season? The Chip is a very interesting hero in that it can be really good for your team, or it can actually backfire.
Exactly. Thing is, no one has picked up the Chip this season. Not a single and maybe it'll be cool if it's like, all right, MPL ID, we haven't seen a Chip. No, MPL ID, PH, MY, KH, we haven't seen a single Chip, I believe. That was a stat that came out.
Do we still think that it works? Does the Chip still work?
If it doesn't work and teams have been respecting it that badly, I feel like that's, it doesn't make any sense. It has to be really, really good. There must be trials on using it or letting it go in the scrims. And look at the second drafting phase, man. Real quick coming in from Geek Fam, the Alpha, the Ling as well. All the options slowly but surely getting chipped away from Nile in the jungle position. We've highlighted his possibilities. At this point though, to wonder what exactly is in his options. I think that at one point he did bring out the Lancelot as well because he was forced on it with all the other assassins banned away. Final one for Alter Ego though is the Faramis.
I just realized how personal the bans are. Wow, okay, that's 4 bans against Nile here. And the last time that he was on the Lancelot, they did not win.
There are also
Ooh, it's unfortunate. Actually, Lo Yi comes in for a boy. This is his first time this season actually picking up the Lo Yi. Usually we see him more on the Zask, even the Eve before we get to see him on the Lo Yi. But I guess in this position, he really wants to get that Lo Yi, wants to try to match the Chip map pressure.
And it's dangerous, man. They have the diversion, they have the speed of destruction too. And technically, we talked about how you need something good to try to go up against the Chip. Well, the Lo Yi, again, unless a big flank happens, outputs a lot of damage. Actually, it adds on a lot of crowd control to your composition as well. So far, it's looking good for Geek Fam, but they don't really have the strongest of front lines. It's a Phobius that it's more divey, more aggressive than the normal frontliners. And for Alter Ego, they rounded up with the Julian and the carry, so even more burst damage to try and help the Chip, elevate the Chip pick to an even higher degree.
Oh? We're hovering over assassins. We just need a Beloy hero. Is this... No, okay, I thought maybe they would have gone for Selena there. More map control too, but hey, you kind of know this when you ban out the Hellcurt, the Grok, Ruby, those are the picks. We are getting the standard BBB. No Gatot Kacha for Mr. Beloy.
And being on the Grok, this means that he can actually survive from a lot of these pick-off tools available from Alter Ego. That's only if he can get the right read on it though. But maybe the threat of a massive Beloyski wall charge will be enough to deter Alter Ego enough that their chip play, that the shortcut plays will be less decisive. So far, I think we're waiting on that early game to see how well this chip can actually have an impact before that mid game where all the teams group up together and that shortcut becomes even more of a dangerous tool. Despite the chip being left open, the lineup rating actually is quite even, only very slightly favoring the side of Geek Fam. That's quite interesting, but look at the damage potential, man. About higher for Geek Fam by about 2 points.
The ticket to playoffs. The road to playoffs for Geek Fam and Alter Ego. They have been in this position plenty of times before, but we love to see it with so much rivalry brewing between both of these teams. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the first game of this best of 3 series.
Welcome to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. A battle of teleports as we finally see the debut of Chip, not only in MPL ID, but internationally. And it will be going up against a familiar foe, usually comboed together with the Chip, the Lo Yi for a boy. All right, man, it's a bit of a throwback right here, but already looking at the aggression coming in from Roundel on the Vexana. Gotta be careful, man. Beloyski, notorious for that Beloyski 7 death buff. Gotta be careful here, because Alter Ego knows how to snowball with it. Emblems here by IndieHome, though, shows the Festival of Blood with the Vitality for Veldora. Wants to be all in right there, getting more healing when he's going in with the Infernal Pursuits. But for the mid laners, it's the Wilderness Blessing for the Lo Yi and the Grok, just roaming around. As for Alter Ego, very clear frontline focus, but look at this. Ooh, getting chunked quite low there, Beloy. Forced to recall early. We saw earlier the firmness for Owen and High, so that combo might be attempting to go in deeper than usual in signature Alter Ego style. Diving in towards the backline can be an answer to try and shut down Chidera and a boy. But as you mentioned just earlier, Mirko, Chidera is one of those safer marksmen, so this Alter Ego style might really come back to haunt them later on.
Oh, it's actually Niall's debut pick on the Julian as well. So is this a hidden strat that they've been saving for themselves, finally being surfaced, brought to light? We'll see how that actually fares. Let's see how Niall performs on this Julian. Meanwhile, for the side of Geek Fam, all these heroes have been played before, and I'm also curious to see how Owen does on this chip once again. I thought maybe perhaps with Beloysi picking up the Grok, it's because they wanted to help the wave clear coming in from the Luo Yi. But wait a second.
Luo going to be forced to flick around Veldora. A little bit of damage. Roundel doesn't have level 4 just yet. No ultimate. Owen's dishing out some damage onto Beloy. That's a win for Geek Fam. They get Roundel so low. So as a regen, it's back to half HP. A boy should be able to get level 4 here, and he does. Will he go for the diversion? He does, just to open it up. Owen still has yet to hit that level 4, so no shortcut for Alter Ego. It's just Veldora moving forward, bullying everyone in sight. The fact that Alter Ego timed the Beloyski Power of Nature attempt to clear the mid lane to try and catch him off guard, that was intelligent play. Now with level 4 available, the wall charge available, what is Geek Fam? Whoa! Nice read from a boy, reading Nino like a children's book full of images. Quite obvious that he wants to go for that play, but look at this now. HP bar quite low for Beloyski as Vincent gets zoned out. That's a shortcut, baited out. Big resource baited out right now. So Niall's gonna be caught. Eternal Guard and Beloyski up, and it's Niall who wins out the red tree battle. Now it's Geek Fam running for the hills. Veldora on the Phobius. You either fight and win or fight and die. He decides, hey, I'm just gonna go in one more time. Vincent, not enough damage to take Niall out.
That was quite poetic. Niall picks up with Turtle. Beloyski gets taken down. Coincidence? I think not. No, sorry, I'm kidding. It's probably a coincidence. But yes, that does give Alter Ego a little bit more room to work with and a little bit more resources for them to work with in the first 3 minutes of the game. As we also take a look at the talent prediction here by GoPay. Okay, Geek Fam. Oh, okay. So it's a 2 for 4 in favor of Geek Fam.
Professor KB joining us with our predictions. Let's see how that shakes out. Now for Geek Fam though, they gotta be careful. They want to be really aware of letting Alter Ego snowball. Like we said, with that shortcut, it's hard to get a grasp on how dangerous this chip can be because we haven't really seen the chip at all this season. But Owen, so far, even in the trading, right, against Beloyski, he's been coming out on top every single time. So the sustain that you get on the chip really is also a big factor in how annoying and oppressive he is. And look at that, immediately just switching over through the portals, trying to make sure that he exerts pressure around, even assisting almost.
Oh, the crowd goes wild for Geek Poodle there. MPL ID X streamer. Looks like she's not aware that she's on stream yet. Let's see the moment. No, not yet. Not yet. Okay, I don't know if she'll ever be aware.
Might take a bit later.
Maybe a bit later?
Maybe a bit later.
Okay.
And honestly, it's weird to see because usually you expect Poodle to be in the audience. That's usually the case every single time, but there we go.
Hi! Yeah, Mirko's such a big fan. Oh yeah, oh my god, me too. I'm a huge fan of Mirko.
Big fan indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam moving out into the mid lane, actually trying to clear out this wave. A boy doing a good job at clearing. Hey, that was an interesting move that they made, by the way. A boy went to XP and Veldora took mid in the first turtle. Interesting, a bit of a switch, but I think it's because Veldora can kind of trade back a bit more, kind of push back the focus, but ooh, Nino, look forward from Nino. El Patient was playing with patience, hey! Almost catching Chidera off guard there. Geek Fam, though, utilizing his poke onto Owen with the crash course and a flicker. He gets bursted down, but he gets a shortcut in. Baloyski gets the wild charge down and secured the neutral objective. Veldora in the midst of it all, now jumping back and forth. The Infernal Pursuit getting one more. But Highs shreds him down. Vincent unable to deal with Nino. Geek Fam with a turtle, Alter Ego with a team fight win. Team fight win and a turret up top as well. Man. Alter Ego though, yeah, they were able to actually equalize with the turret on top side, but Baloysi was the one securing the turtle right there. It's a peculiar move from Geek Fam to kind of just go all in like that. And you can see Veldora almost isolated, taking a lot of damage without any being traded back towards the side of Alter Ego. You gotta come in a bit more decisively right here, but look at this. Diversion just sent Chidera double macro, right, with the Spear of Destruction and the diversion.
But for the most part, it's still Alter Ego that holds on to the control. So despite Geek Fam being able to get that neutral objective, Alter Ego now, oh, okay. Now it's actually, did he steal that camp away?
Yep.
All right, there you go. Game fact now in from GoPay. This marks the debut of Hero Chip in MPL ID Season 14 after being respect banned 107 times during MPL ID Season 14. And Miracle also mentioned that this is also Chip's debut all around town.
All around town and outside of town. All around the world, you would say. But we have to see, my pitbull. Dale duro. Dale duro. But Owen so far, though, we haven't really seen any crazy decisive plays from the Chip just yet. So is Geek Fam just prepared for it? Is Alter Ego just not using it to its full potential? The usual, like, split push kind of Chip playstyle, we haven't seen it so far. Owen has always been in the relative vicinity of his team, and we haven't seen a massive jump of 4 people through the shortcut just yet. Looking at the items though, Radiant Armors for the Phobias and the Grok, man, they know that the damage coming in from Nino, from Roundel as well, and the Julian, right? Everyone does damage, a lot of like instances of damage, and look at Owen though. Yeah, it's getting bullied by Veldora. Shortcut gets placed down. Veldora in the midst of it all. Good neutral objective take Nino with the flicker forward and the onward. Able to get the Earth Shatter down on the Chidera, but now the Eternal God actually connected on the Chidera, was still able to flicker out. Baloyski in the midst of it all, still now Highs. Dashing away, Spear of Destruction not connected with the diversion. Will bring them into Roundel. Veldora with the flanks. With that diversion play, a boy getting the yin-yang reaction, but now it's Niall who continues to chase. A boy taken down. Veldora getting low. Niall still dealing a whole lot of damage with the Curse Blast. Veldora cannot survive. Niall, double kill for him.
A 1-for-2 trade, but it looks like it was Vincent that was able to pick up that turtle.
It was looking kind of equal for both teams. Geek Fam were the one chasing with the diversion. They chased through and Vincent wasn't around. Niall there tries to be pesky, but he knows that backup might be available. So on the bottom side, you can see a bit of a duel here. Owen fearlessly just going up against Vincent.
Did he use his retry?
Yep. Interesting move right there. Not really a chance for a kill or pickoff, but Vincent is showing his aggressive side on that assassin. But for the most part, again, Geek Fam, they've been able to play around the neutral objectives really, really well. But then afterwards, in these fights, they're falling short by just a little bit. And they have to understand that Nino on the Edith can be a secondary damage dealer. Niall on the Julian has a lot more ways to continue doing damage compared to the Nolan that wants to hang off a bit and make sure that he has enough stacks to proc the Fracture and the extra passive too. So they gotta be understanding of how long they need to stay in the fight before piecing out, even if they do have a chance to make a diversion play.
26 seconds left for the next Lord to spawn in. And the thing is, did he retry because he thought that Owen had his portal and he was afraid to be picked off?
That portal is very threatening, right? Even like that's why the Chip is that respected usually in the bans. You just have so much pressure around the map. Even if you show up, enemy team's probably thinking, he probably has ult. There's no way he's going to try to 1v1 me without that ult.
It feels like a mental game though right now because Owen technically hasn't found that groundbreaking moment.
And what's a bit more annoying for Geek Fam is the fact that Highs on the carry, the GOAT Highs, has been farming up and he has a huge GOAT advantage over Chidera. Even though Chidera in theory has been around the map, has had the cross-map pressure.
because there is a chip on the side of Alter Ego, this means that Chidera always has to be extra careful when he's moving around solo, just in case, you know, the hamster shows up out of nowhere. Owen now has some vision, but I think
Owen from the back coming down the shortcut, and the crash course into the back. Vincent and Chidera's able to kite away, but Chidera's going to be very low. Roundel unable to find a terrified Nino. Now the Primal Rat locking the boy down, but he still is able to evade from the Eternal Guard. Nino still able to use the Primal Rat really well, kiting away. Vincent walking forward. Owen still getting the shielding, and now Veldora gets the Infernal Pursuit. Niall, though, will be able to free hit. And with a Julian, that is not going to work for Veldora.
A 1-for-1 trade, but it looks like Alter Ego are going to be picking up the Lord this time around, and that should have been a Lord that Geek could pick up. He was a level ahead of Niall, Arashi.
He was a level ahead, but the rest of the team aren't really on the same level of power. With that fight, you can see the 3 on power spike. Oh, Chidera! Roundel! Well played with the flicker and a Terrify.
Now Beloyski might be chased down. Nino going in, Earth Shatter, knocking a boy up. Niall is looking for the kill. Beloy low, a boy down! Roundel again! Placing a Curse Blast to take him out.
What was that damage?
So much damage output coming out of Highs, man. The GOAT with a 3-item power spike. It was really close to it in the previous fight, and the way these fights are playing out, Veldora and Geek and Vincent, everyone from Geek is kind of spread apart. You're seeing even a boy with his amazing positioning struggle to find safe zones in the fight to really dish out that damage. Alter Ego, on the other hand, have very clear priorities, man. They want to move front to back, and they want to allow Highs as much space as possible. And they can do that with the enhanced chain, with the Eternal Guard, and with the Earth Shatter. The fact that Nino has been able to just move forward and use the Primal Wrath aggressively, and he hasn't really been punished or bursted down for that, really shows you the lack of damage from Geek Fam right here to punish these aggressive moves coming in from Alter Ego.
I mean, it makes sense, right? They're 4K, 5K down of Alter Ego right now, but look, Veldora!
Even with the Vengeance, what does it do? High shreds him down, a boy gonna be caught again by the Onward and the Earth Shatter! Straight into Niall's sight.
Beautifully played by Alter Ego for the first 12 minutes. And look at how the towers, the outer towers, are falling down like flies. It looks like Alter Ego are still looking in for something. And look at the 4K Gold Lord advantage. Oh, conceal play.
First blast coming down in the bottom lane. Vincent in a 1v1 against Niall. The ex-jungle of Geek Fam versus the current jungle of Geek Fam. Niall winning it out, getting that turret in the bottom lane. Shatter combo with the onward. Now in their Eternal Guard and the fadeaway shots from Highs. Vincent not able to dish out any damage really to these frontliners. Geek Fam can only just defend, but they've lost all of their base turrets to the first Lord.
That's an insane snowball performance from Alter Ego, man. All 3 base turrets with the first Lord. We haven't seen that in a long, long time when some of the numbers have been changed up. When a lot of teams have learned how to deal with at least the first Lord without losing not even 1 base turret. Alter Ego were able to get all 3 just through sheer damage, sheer aggression, pushing Geek Fam back with that upfront concealed play. Now just like that, once the play has concluded, Alter Ego once more are in position to immediately go for the Lord. They have a late game carry that has scaled up. They can nuke this down real quick.
Let's see if they do. Look at the Loyski.
They're opening up. Actually, peeks out the ult from Highs. That might be a resource that they can utilize. Veldora on Owen, trying to screen him out, trying to read that shortcut or bait it out. Lord taken, and Geek Fam can only back away. They cannot look for anything else.
This is an 8,000 gold lead from Alter Ego. When was the last time we saw Alter Ego hold on to the reins this much over a team they're not a bottom ranking team. This is Geek Fam, the Geek Fam that has found a lot of success near to the second leg, have found their rhythm, have found their groove, have found their momentum. What happened to Alter Ego? What changed?
So many questions right here. Obviously, the chip pick comes into mind immediately. But even more than that, the way they're playing in these team fights is just so much better. It's almost like Geek Fam saw the chip, and then they overthought the drafting process. They got all of these diversions, the Spear of Destructions. They have ways to go around the map, but Alter Ego aren't playing around that at all. Just going with pure damage.
Conceal coming down, Veldora with the jump into the Infernal Pursuit, but Highs will be able to shred him down even with the Vengeance now. Owen getting very low in the back to Nino with a flicker, finding Vincent, and the Primal Rat with the Curse Blast gets rid of him. Geek Fam stood no chance against the Lord in 2 ways. Alter Ego starting it off quick.
14 minutes, almost 15 minutes. And the argument that we've been talking about regarding alter ego, their lack of discipline, their lack of decision making, the lack of hero pull from Nino. Nino wasn't on a Hylos, he wasn't on a Phobias, he wasn't on an Edith. And yet alter ego were still able to win in such a convincing fashion.
It's crazy, man. You can make an argument again for the chip, but the chip alone should not be able to just swing the game so heavily in favor of a single team. Or maybe it is, which is why it's been banned away so frequently, never let go, and you're seeing even the great Geek Fam with the signature Moskov, with the signature Lo Yi, all these macro tools that allows them to completely outsmart their opponents are just forced to admit that with the portals in play, they're completely helpless. Man, Alter Ego just played with a pace that Geek Fam are not used to, and it was all due to the chip. Leaving the chip open, it just is brutal. You can see even here in the last fight, they just took control of every single position. Veldora couldn't do anything on this Phobius.
I'm still so surprised. I didn't expect that. And you know, if Alter Ego win here, Lim Koto
gonna have a 100% win rate.
We're gonna be wrong 2 times in a row. I did not expect that performance from Alter Ego, but boy do I love to see it. What?
I mean, if that happens, right, and Lim Kocho is correct for 2 matches, the immediate question is, what is your prediction for the last match from me? But before we get there, we have to get done with
Mine
this
is
match.
RRQ, sorry. My prediction for the last match is RRQ. I just want to, you know,
I just wanna
set
let
the
you
mood
know,
in.
Me too. I did not mean it as a curse, though. Okay, well, again, we have to wait and see. I believe you also predicted RRQ, Rashi. You've also been
Is that even
on
a
the
question?
same boat, so... Interesting boat we're on right here.
We're on a bad boat. We're on the Titanic.
It's sinking.
No worries, RRQ can turn it around, man.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
let's hope.
Okay. Moving back to this game for now. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We know the highlighted match is later on, but right now, Alter Ego completely surprising everyone. And you can also give credit to Nile here. The way he's playing this Julian is a lot more low-key. We see a lot of Julians go in aggressively and try their best to gain all the attention, get bursted down. But Nile has been very consistently just going for the objectives, and when he does go in for a big play, a big ultimate, generally it just works out well for him. So the decision making on when to go in and when to get out on the Julian, it's very important, and now has shown how much an impact it can actually have.
Debut pick, by the way.
Yeah, and on top of that, Nino on the Edith, I gotta give a bit of a shout out to him too, because every single time he just goes in aggressively, and somehow, some way, he even goes into the Primal Wrath form, and he's always able to survive with a sliver of HP. It's a group effort, but you know, without Nino just charging through with his patience, right? He's always the patient one, being the #1 guy in the front.
Patient
somehow, but that patience really shows through.
Did you see the last moment when they were attacking the what Nino did? Did you see?
Nino flickered from the other side of the base to this, and then he got the onward.
What is he doing? And it's like, oh, that's what he was doing.
Patience.
Patience.
He doesn't rush to conclusions anymore because he has a teleport. He has a portal from his boy Owen.
The player of the game, presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Owen on the chip. Of all the teams we were expecting to see bring out the chip, we thought maybe Geek Fam would be able to force a team to let it go, but no, Alter Ego are the ones who are able to finally get their hands on the Portal Master. And you're seeing that aside from the portals, even the impact in-game, the fact that in every single trait the chip has been winning, the fact that in these neutral objectives, Owen is leading the charge along with Nino, and he's never really in any real danger unless he really overcommits, showing again that it's not just that macro play. Even when it comes to the solo playmaking tools, it's just so strong, and Owen abused it to its full potential by going for these big flanks.
It's a massive fight all across the board by Alter Ego, and it was always chaotic. And then that's the highlighted point that we can talk about here for Alter Ego. The fact that the fights are always chaotic means that it's actually good for them. Geek Fam needs to rely on a lot of the combos, right? The Fracture together with the Wild Charge, and obviously a boy also getting space. But if it's always isolated members getting picked off and angles that you don't expect like this, Geek Fam can't really utilize this draft fully.
Yeah, it does get really difficult. I wanted to ask you a question, Arashi.
What's up?
Heise's talent choices, is that something that we usually see from a carry?
The firmness? I mean, a lot of carries
Firmness
have...
and tenacity.
Exactly. A lot of gold laners knowing that they're going to be in the midst of things. I mean, look at how Heiser's playing here. He's not just waiting all the way in the back. He knows 100% someone is going to be on him. So he goes for the tenacity and the firmness, and the combination of that is what allows him to keep surviving with such a small sliver of HP. It's extra physical and magical defense, and also less damage when you're under 50% HP.
So it's not a laning thing.
It's
a team fight thing.
It helps in the lane as well, but when it comes into those team fights, especially against a comp like this, with a Nolan, with a low Yi that has a lot of weird AoE tools, it just gives him double benefit. So in fact, it's a really great choice of emblem choice for the GOAT Heise.
Definitely, because even with these talents, we saw that he was able to shred through very quickly, by the way, the frontliners of Geek Fam.
That's because they kept going for those weird trades. Like we said earlier, Geek Fam were still getting some neutral objectives, some kills, but for the most part, Heise on the carry was just farming up a storm. In the mid game, he actually had like a whole, I believe, almost 2,000 gold advantage over Chidera before the game got even more chaotic when the fight really started breaking out. Looking at the item difference right here, he has Chidera beat by 2 items at this point. So it's just way more than enough to deal with a solo Phoveus. Not to mention a Phoveus that is forced to go with the Radiant Armor to deal with the Julian, to deal with the Edith and the Vexana. This means that when Heise just all-ins, uses the ultimate and just shreds Veldora down, he doesn't last very long at all.
It's all about getting space for the carries, I feel, right? For Nile, Roundel, and Heise, they had so much more space compared to a boy, Chidera, especially Chidera was a non-factor this game, man. 0% teamfight participation. This is weird to see on a Moskov, right? Someone that can actually teleport all around the board, someone who can actually utilize the diversion as well. It's crazy how Chidera was taken out of the game so early on because Alter Ego just have so many more ways to actually take different angles of attack, right? Nino flanking with the shortcut. Owen can make any angle possible for Nile.
Even Roundel can start things off with the Eternal Guard. You can see that for inside a Geek Fam, it's just Beloyski, right? Beloyski was trying to find those moments, but all he can do is throw out the barriers. And for the most part, the wild charge, did we even see a single massive impact wild charge? I feel like we saw one when he was able to get the turtle in one of those big fights, but that's about it. There wasn't really a big catch. There wasn't really a lot of deterrent. In fact, it's more likely that he's going to be using that wild charge backwards, away from all that aggression.
Yep.
So they were concerned about the crowd control, but they didn't match it. They went for the immunity, but then they lacked damage to really help out Beloyski, even when he's able to tank some of the crowd control and stay immune to it.
Just reminds me that they had 0 damage to the turrets.
Yeah, 0 damage to turrets.
And you know what's close to 0 on the alphabet?
There's no 0 in the alphabet.
I mean O.
Oh. Oh.
U.
You?
U. BS Gold.
O and U are...
You like that, guys?
It's not...
Was that a really... Yeah, I know, it was super good. I'm so impressed with myself right now.
LMNOPQRSTU.
It's close. It's close is subjective, okay, guys?
So it's relatively close.
Epic Collaboration Limited Series UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 14 is now available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. So you guys want to check this out because with every purchase of the limited edition, you guys can also get a free skin.
It's not close at all.
It's close
like
on your phone.
Is it actually?
Like on the
yeah,
keypad.
Okay, okay, there you go. All right, close in the
Gen
keyboard.
Z.
You
Now
said
we see the
alphabet.
vision. Now we see the
You said
vision.
alphabet.
Yeah. I forgot to
what
mention
is yeah? Don't yeah
the
us.
phone.
The phone alphabet? No, that's a keyboard. That's
Yeah.
a keypad.
Are you aware that there are
something.
different
There.
keyboards for different regions too?
There, guys.
Don't get confused, guys. Go
Don't.
ahead and check out the UBS Gold.
UBS
There's a Mythic
Gold.
Warrior skin you saw earlier. You need to hear better, bro.
Or maybe you need to get a combo, right? You have to hear and see and use Oraimo, right? Because aside from just hearing, you can actually see the LED digital display visualization. LED. Misspoke there. But the display visualization, Eterna, so you can get it right. You know, you can see the information right there on the case in collaboration with MLBB, of course, all with the Airbuds 4. So check out the official Oraimo store. Get yours now to experience the power of Hero Sound.
Amazing.
Hero Sound.
Hero Sound.
Why do you say it like that, man? There's so much emphasis on the R.
Arrival came over me. Hero-san.
Wow, I want to buy AirBuds so much now.
Yeah, AirBuds 4?
AirBuds 4.
AirBuds 4.
AirBuds 4.
What was that?
Sorry, I think I need an ice cream.
You definitely do. You definitely need Campino right now, you know. Oh, close to you in the alphabet, and then you need better connection. I think you're lagging.
I think I'm lagging. And it looks like, ooh, IndyHome has a package called Paket G2. And it's super affordable, right? For only 375,000 rupiah, you guys can get internet with speeds of up to 100 Mbps.
What?
Amazing.
That's
Fast,
what you need.
stable, reliable. All you guys need to do is subscribe now on MyTelkomsel or tcell.id national. See, again, the lag, bro. There's something wrong. I need to check it out, bro.
I mean, since the beginning of match 2, we've been all over the place, man. Something is up with this match.
Someone said season 12. Someone said M6.
You know, like it's the BBB aura.
BB is taking all of our brain cells.
Exactly. He's trying to absorb all the intellect.
A sponge. I hope his name isn't Bob.
The fact that Chip was left open is already an anomaly in itself.
You see? Yeah. Someone said M6. Someone said season 12. And then Chip gets left open. This is not... This is not normal, guys.
It's not.
This is unusual stuff.
Something's wrong.
Someone's messing with the timeline. Someone's messing with the multiverse thingamajiggy thing, you know? The tree, you know, in that movie.
Yeah, in that series.
Once they
the green
change
thing.
something, it just splatters around.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly.
It's God of War, right? Is it not, guys?
I don't think it is. But, you know, there's a bit of that. There's a bit of that theme, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So, is it not?
No.
Well, Trina, you're on your own here, but
Arashi left.
Arashi has left the building.
Come back,
I think
please.
even
Pull back.
Geek Fam have left their room. After that, they have gone back to the stage. They said, enough of the casters talking. Let's get back to business.
Oh, they're still with their jackets there in the seat, man. I thought they took it off because they needed the extra air circulation, but they're standing there.
That's a funny analysis. Just, yo, they need extra air circulation.
Hey,
they got to take off their jacket.
I don't know about you, but when I'm in an intense game, you know, it feels kind of warm because like you're processing so much information. You're in the zone.
Yeah.
But so
that makes sense.
So is the fact that Geek Fam are still on their jackets, does that mean that they're not feeling the pressure at all? It's only a matter of time.
Well, Alter Ego also wearing jackets.
Falter? Wow. It's a mind game here on the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Who wears their jacket or not?
But Chidera isn't wearing it. Oh, doesn't have that mental, Rashi.
Oh, man. I mean, to be fair, he's always been an active dude, so he probably needs that extra circulation.
Oh, what do you mean active, Rashi?
We saw him earlier walking towards the stage and he was dancing. So which is why I was like, man, this guy is just calm, cool, calm, collected.
I'm so lost right now. We're talking about air circulation with no jacket on. Hey, man, let's talk about the first pick selection. That's first pick for Geek Fam, 57.14% now. You have a chance to take the chip if it's left open. But honestly, I don't think Alter Ego will leave the chip open.
After experiencing how good that chip can be, I don't think so either, man. For Alter Ego, though, now that they've pulled off a quick one against Geek Fam by getting that chip, what could be their own solution to be put in the same situation, right? To be put in a position where they have to respect all of Beloyski's hero and still somehow find a way to deny the chip. I do wonder if the Carmilla that we've seen kind of rising in popularity can make a comeback. Especially against the chip that used to be one of the tools a lot of teams use to try and shut down the whole team fight dive strategy that the chip brings to the table.
So you think there's a possibility that chip gets left open by Alter Ego?
No chance.
I don't think
so.
they're going to let that slide.
No, Aldo, he's crazy. He's a mad scientist. He loco. But that's not loco. That's just irresponsible, man.
Mad Scientist?
Yeah.
Isn't that Age's title?
Back in
Oh,
season
it
7, 8,
transferred.
yeah. Then season 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, Vinaldo, I think.
Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Drafting phase for game number 2 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. And there you go. Phoveus left open. Fanny, Hayabusa, Jushin banned out by Geek. Alter Ego go for the Roger, Helkert, and Chip.
All right, now with the Phoveus in the hands of Veldora again, Alter Ego, what do they want to trade it with? That Vexana, we've been pretty vocal about it being a bit of a counter. Now Nino back on the horse.
There we go. Horse sounds. It was banned out earlier by Alter Ego, actually, and Geek Fam. Ooh, the double purple combination still. That's a Phoveus and the Moskov against the Vexana. Vexana, it's just honestly. Oh, they still go for the Nolan. This is the same comp. Just no chip on the enemy team.
Interesting. Do they really feel like the composition is great? It's just that the chip became that big of a problem. We'll just have to wait and see. And I do wonder what is the idea for the mid lane as well. A lot of heroes right now have been bullied into submission by this Vexana with the passive, with the aggression. Now especially against Alter Ego, with potentially a very strong assassin showing up in the jungle. What exactly, right, would be the idea here for Geek Fam to try and come up with this? If we want to talk about outranging, the Yves has been quite popular. We've seen it being quite successful, especially against the highlights as well. More spells, more damage, slows to deter that glorious pathway move in. But immediately, Nile goes for that Julian yet again.
Huh. Wait, most of his heroes are still open, right?
Yeah, but I think
Ling.
that's true. I think it just works better here, the Julian, right, compared to the Ling, even in this situation, because for Nolan, Moskov, and Phoveus, there are ways to outplay the Ling. You want to put him on a comfortable pick, and the Julian honestly just works in most scenarios.
Okay, and we've also seen the Yves work against the Hylos, so that is still an option for them to take. But it looks like in the second phase here, Geek have actually banned out the carry, and Alter Ego have banned out Beloy's Matilda.
That's a bit of a showdown for the Rome as well, because you can see the Matilda is still respected. But in the gold lane, they're learning out of tools available to shred down these beefy members like the Hylas and Phoveus. So EXP and gold lane becomes very critical in this matchup between the two teams.
Oh, Faramis gets respected away from a boy. What is Alter Ego's plan here? Why did they ban out the Faramis?
Well, you already have like a lot of team fighting prowess here, and unfortunately for Alter Ego, they're very reliant on their cycle of skills, right? So once Vexana and Julian have already used that one cycle of skills, they're gonna have to wait for a while for those cooldowns to get back up. That's why getting rid of someone like the Faramis who could basically just bait out that cycle would be great. The Claude gets banned out too, which is, this one is interesting. Because usually you would want to go up against the Claude on a Moskov.
This is really interesting indeed. The Claude really hasn't been that strong either. If they're really concerned about the Blazing Duet just outputting more damage than the Moskov, I feel like it still ties into that whole idea, right? Alter Ego still are relying on a single rotation of ultimates to really get a decisive win. Whereas for Geek Fam, no cooldown on the ultimate of the Phoveus. Moskov, not really reliant on that ultimate, neither is the Nolan, right? Nolan can just stand there and still output a healthy amount of damage. So, it's the idea here. I guess for Alter Ego, they need something more secure, something to really keep Geek Fam in place. If they only rely on the glorious pathway, there are ways for Geek Fam to get out of it. They go for the Lolita.
Geek Fam can go for the Grok again then, right? This is a Lolita, we've seen this. This is Fnatic versus Geek Fam. But yeah, hey, Yves and the Grok, perhaps we will see that again, that combination for Geek Fam. By the way, just realized the carry and Claude, makes sense now. Alter Ego have so much magic damage, they need physical damage okay, Teresa roll. But yeah, Alter Ego need physical damage for the gold. So with Roger already banned out, with the Moskov already picked up, and with Carry and Claude now banned away, it definitely leaves Alter Ego in a tough spot to go for a physical damage hero in the gold lane.
Clint?
Hanabi? That would be scary against this kind of comp.
Ixia?
No,
no way. So much dive potential right here, which is why it's hard to find something.
Hanabi?
Yeah.
I did mention the Hanabi, but it's still quite vulnerable, but at least you have immunity to the crowd control.
Yeah, I like it.
It's Coach Aldo, you know? It also makes sense for the architect himself. Will it come through here in 8 seconds?
Let's wait. You know, let's leave it. There you go.
Oh,
it is Hanabi.
Let's go. The strat is no longer at 100%, if I recall correctly. I think, I don't remember which
0%.
team.
It was Alter Ego who used it.
Oh, so now they're trying to work on that win percentage. Let's see how this plays out, man. The Hanabi immobile against all these dive tools available from this side of Geek Fam. Let's see how defensive, how effective the crowd control immunity can really be with the right composition, with a great front line and crowd control tools to deter the divers as well.
On paper, I feel this is an Alter Ego win, is it not? They have all the tools to really counter this CC, crazy CC from Geek Fam. And Moscov's definitely not having a good time there.
So, what will it be? 2-0?
AE Bren.
AE Bren?
Oh boy.
You too?
I'm liking Alter Ego's draft too, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if it actually works out for them. Will they be able to pull out a 2-0 victory against the King Slayers Geek Fams in game number 2? Or can Geek force a game number 3? Remember, both these teams want to make it to the playoffs, so they need all the points that they can get.
Oh man, Geek Fam are up against a world-level threat. That is AE Bren with the Lolita and the Hanabi.
No holds barred when things are this desperate for Alter Ego. Let's see, man. This is one match that Baloyski does not want to hand over to Alter Ego, so you can expect the full extent of the BBB, especially on the Terizla. At this point, a bit of a signature pick. He's going to be decisive with the engages, but will that be enough? I think a boy right here has more to say, has more to do to really confirm the presence of Geek Fam in that mid lane. But so far, with the aggressive rotations from Alter Ego, they're having the better time with the faster clearing. Looking at the emblems here, tenacity for Chidera on the Moskov. He knows that after game number 1 that he's gonna take some damage regardless, right? The dangers are just all over the place. But along with that, Baloyski with the full tank in the setup, with the tenacity and the firmness. And you can say the same thing for Veldora as well. Going with no agility, but the Festival of Blood and the firmness. So he's trying to roam around and be that, the aggressive roaming threat. But on the side of Alter Ego, that roamer golden combo, both with the bargain hunter. So they're really feeling good about that. They don't feel like they require any extra defense or anything else. They just want to get to scaling as fast as possible.
Can we talk? Wait a second.
Oof. I'm telling you, it's not going to be fun for the Moskov, man. Even on like a Beatrix, the Hanabi is really good, especially with the Lolita. The Moskov, yeah, I'm sorry, Moskov. I'm sorry, Chidera.
The bounce damage just hurts. In like any shape or form, it just really hurts. And that's kind of the topic that I really wanted to bring out. The winning lanes, but I think it has to wait. It looks like both these teams are already on the next turtle.
Look at Nino trying to chase Vincent as he goes back and forth. Again winning on the retreat battle. Vincent losing out completely. Nino with a Revitalize still able to stay alive. Pops in the glorious pathway. Oh, this is looking good for AE Bren.
It looks like they're going to be able to pick up that neutral objective, get them a little bit more of an advantage. Feels like the gold lane also has an advantage, but what about... Oh, look at that damage. No, Owen's coming.
Oh, with the aggression. What was that? He's going in straight at it. Oof.
Yeah, he doesn't get it just yet, though. But back to that EXP lane. Who wins in the Phoveus versus Hylos lane?
The Phoveus Hylos? According to Professor KB, we keep quoting him on this, but the Phoveus should be winning really, really hard. But unless, that's only if if the Hylos wants to engage in those trades. If the Hylos just clears, just waits out, plays passive, he has the glorious pathway to kind of roam faster as well into some of these fights. So as long as Nino doesn't really engage and just waits for Nile, for the rest of the team to come in to punish Veldora, not a lot of things Veldora can do. It's not that you can win so hard that you can dive the Hylos.
So if that's the case, should Geek work on that as their winning lane? Is that the strategy that they should, go with?
I feel that's a fair strategy, but they might have to wait a bit longer because you can see the two revitalizers on the side of Alter Ego. There's double synergy here with Nino and Owen. So for now, without enough items, they can't really do enough damage to really decisively take them out. So they gotta just wait a bit longer, and with a few more items, I do feel that Alter Ego will have to be a bit more careful with how much they push this advantage of the early revitalized cheese.
Man, and Alter Ego, the fact that they got the first turtle, they can just keep on scaling like this. It's going to be real tough for Geek Fam to find an angle to even flank. There's so much peel. On top of the fact that they already have tanky members here. Roundo will always be playing for Hanabi together with Olita. I really wonder how they're gonna tackle this problem, Geek Fam.
Boy now has the glowing wand though, so the regen can be cut down, but look at this.
Oh, penalties on Beloyski going on to Natalia there. A boy getting ran down by the
Oh!
horse. A boy! What is he gonna do? He can only just walk away there, but Nino pops in Glorious Pathway highs, secures the turtle. They're giving him even more shields. Veldora going in with the Infernal Pursuit. That is the fracture to control this position. A real world inflation has locked them down as well, but Owen is still able to survive. Veldora continuously dishing out damage with the Infernal Pursuit. The Spirit of Destruction connecting as well. But Highs is getting the bounce. Roundel picking up the kill and the peel for Highs. Vincent walking up, going in. Vincent might be punished. Highs dodges away. Vincent cannot got the kill. It's the ninja Hanabi who gets the trade in the end.
3 for 1. A turtle in for the goat ties. What was Vincent thinking in that last exchange?
The whole team diving at him, and he's still landing the hits. He's still landing the headshots. That's why he's the GOAT! Highs on the Hanabi, man. Only the corrosion side, and yet, with all the shielding, all the protection, he's just able to stand there and dish out that damage, man. We usually see mobility being the name of the game, but right here, it's just pure tankiness and pure peel. Alter Ego, Geek Fam, they have ways to kind of do damage, but they have to be careful, man. They can't keep overextending like that.
Absolutely not. Those things will be punished by Alter Ego, and they have been for the most part. What's the oh my god for?
Look at that shield. It's half
HP.
HP. That's a half HP shield.
That shouldn't be allowed, bro.
Oh man. Vietnam Blast. A boy stunned up. Look at Niall really hunting. Oh, he got back connects. Oh, a boy in the back gets stuck there. Veldora. He gets pinned down below. He gets a massive penalty zone. But he's the one that gets punished instead. Niall just chasing Vincent away. And that is a first Tier 1 turret down in the mid lane for free.
Their team fight is kind of disgusting, right? Alter Ego.
Kind of?
Okay, extremely disgusting. Numnon Blast, you have the ult coming in from Highs as well. Roundel is able to top it off. And not to even mention the slows coming in from Nino and even his single target CC. And Niall. Literally all 5 members have tools to incapacitate Geek when they go in for a full 5v5 team fight.
At this point, he just has to go for some kind of dive to just get to Highs. But when he's 2-0 and 4 with the ages available, might not even be feasible. Vincent on the Nolan. In theory, this assassin can take advantage of the immobility of the Hanabi, but he's falling further and further behind. As a whole team effort, Alter Ego are taking the game and running.
Yeah, it looks like, I don't know, Alter Ego, they need to think about, no, Geek need to think about this a little bit more. And it looks like Vincent is looking for that cross-map play. They know that Alter Ego understand that they have the better 5v5, so they're trying to split things up now. Let's see if it works.
Charged up again. Owen finding 2 on the board. Veldora gonna be caught in the midst of it all. Pops into Vengeance to try to escape. The real world manipulation is there, but Nino just heals back up. They are not dealing any damage to Nino. Veldora gets baited by the low HP bar of Nino. El Patient El Sabar.
Man, I think all they needed to do was not lose anyone, buy enough time for Vincent to pick up that second-tier turret.
And this is great decision-making from Alter Ego. They do know that there is a split push play happening. Attempted. Nino, okay, won't be able to find the chase and won't be able to save the turret either. But you can see for Alter Ego, the moment they see that Geek Fam are stalling, the moment they see that someone else is making a push, whether that's Chidera or Vincent, immediately the Numenon Blast gets used up, the Eternal Guard as well. Let's take a look at that replay, man. They're trying to defend right here as Nino just cuts them off completely. Numenon Blast sets everything up. And you can see that even with the real world manipulation raining down on him, Nino just survives for way too long, man. What the heck is that even about? Just like that, Alter Ego just keep outputting the damage. They have a Hanabi. They can hit multiple people at the same time. Already scaling up, almost at that third item.
Look at this dude.
DHS.
Look at this dude.
What is that?
You created this monster.
Wait, was Aldo from Bigatron? He was, right?
Yeah, he was. So Mirko is...
That's not the point I was making, by the way.
Why? What was the point you're making?
Did you see the Smirko coming out?
Of course.
Smirko.
Owen coming down. The Fracture dealing some damage there, but the Revitalize is still there. No damage. Owen, falling down with the hash chain. Catches 2 Highs. Free hitting in the back. The real world manipulation. Can't get Nino down. Not even close, baby.
But look at that. That engage was kind of messy from Alter Ego. And you can see that Geek Fam, has a bit of a better time there, actually trading 1 for 1 instead of for 0. So Alter Ego gotta be careful. They're only at a 3k gold lead, and by all means, they have great scaling into that late game. But if they have the advantage now, there's no need for them to keep trading evenly with GeekFam and give them a better chance of finding a single miracle play to try and make things happen. Because you can see, Chidera immediately goes for the split push play. This is options that GeekFam can use to try and confuse Alter Ego.
Let's see if it works. Oh, there you
Flutter's
go.
pathway, actually. Vincent, is he spotted that bush? Doesn't look like it. High, he's gonna be engaged on. Ooh, the shield coming in with the Aegis. Oh my lord, that shielding is ridiculous. CC immune for a long time. The Minon Blast coming down. A boy, still with the real manipulation, and it's a boy who gets the Lord Alter Ego. Made a mistake, but still, Veldora will fall. Nile low, going in, enhanced chain not connecting. Nino, unable to force a re-engage. 2 for 1, GeekFam. Signs of life, Vincent. Not enough damage to take Nino.
Oh man, that was close, but GeekFam, they've got the Lord, and now with the superior mobility, with the Spear of Destruction, they can use this Lord a lot more efficiently than Alter Ego can. Alter Ego has been able to stop GeekFam from doing this by forcing fights again and again. But now that the waves are going to be empowered, they're going to be pushing by default, Alter Ego, you got to be a bit more careful in how they want to move around, and look at that damage coming in from a boy on the Yve, man. That's how he was able to get that Lord in the midst of that fight. Only with a glowing one and enchanted talisman, he's just itemizing completely to be able to spam out as much as possible. He knows it's a front-to-back kind of game, so we've seen this before. Use the Yve and the real-world manipulation to really zone out your opponent's marksmen, and for now, our boy is not there just yet, but with another 1 or 2 items, this can be a real problem for Alter Ego.
Absolutely, and it looks like Chidera is going to be a problem now for Alter Ego. Holy Trinity secured in, Narashi.
It's gonna be a lot of damage, and even though there is a bulwark, Owen will be forced to kind of calculate which skill, which person he wants to wait on that bulwark for. Not to mention, technically, the Moskov can hit everyone in the team fight the same way like the Hanabi, just differently, you know, with the pierce through as well. So the positioning of Alter Ego, even though you're playing a pure peel for highs front-to-back composition, they have to be spread out a bit more if they don't want to give Chidera extra value from the 3-item power spike.
Man, Alter Ego struggling to utilize that mid-game power spike of theirs. In a messy team fight, GeekFam can actually still get the dub, and like you said, Arashi, it's because a boy and Chidera have hit their power spikes. A boy always free in the back. Oh, Vincent going for the steal. He is able to take it away from Nile.
You can see the issue right here. Alter Ego not there to actually open up the map. Even there, Beloyski standing there for so long. Might be caught off, actually. He's too slow.
Glorious Pathway coming down as well. The Minon Blast charged up Nile. So able to get the sight down onto Veldora. Oh, Eternal Guard, and the terrified Veldora cannot survive. Beloyski can only just go in, sacrificing his life. Pure Destruction, Chidera, Spirit of Misery. Nile trying to run away, gets out with the enhanced sword. Chidera almost pinning him down. Alter Ego get the win. Vincent up top going for the base turret. Will be able to take that base turret down. A win for GeekFam.
It is a win, but what happened, right?
They saw Beloyski, they knew that Terizla has no mobility tools, jumps on him immediately, but they were forced to chase down so far down into the jungle of GeekFam, and while that's all happening, I guess GeekFam has made the call. We can't really win out in the team fight.
Yeah.
Vincent can't really find the highs without getting denied completely. Might as well just send him to split push. And they got the base turret, but the saving grace for Alter Ego is the fact that that base turret is on the same side as the Lord, and they have an insane amount of wave clear, and they're already on the Lord, trying to force the hand of GeekFam, force them to overreact, and maybe use some spells.
Vincent again occupying that bush. Owen still standing. Vincent walking up, winning after retreat battle. Nile shut down by Veldora. Beloyski will be slain. Good internal guards in the back to actually peel. High still with a bit of nature. They're cutting back again with the Higan Bana, but the damage is going to be too much. Vincent going across the board, getting terrified. Roundel getting the course blast, but it is the Cage Slayers who walk out on top in this team fight. A wipeout against all odds. AE Bren stand no chance.
What? What's GeekFam? The Kingslayers come back, ladies and gentlemen, in game number 2, forcing a game number 3 against Alter Ego's Intelligence. The BBB, the brains in the team, not just on Beloyski, really propelled them forward. What?
2 games.
You blink and you miss it.
2 games on the Hanabi Lolita. 2 losses for Alter Ego. It was looking so good until it wasn't, and you can see Beloyski there, decisive as ever. Even though it looked over, it looked like they were gonna scale too far and Alter Ego were gonna get the clean sweep. Geek Fam has done it. They have equalized, and you can see the instructions, the notes from Beloyski. It's personal. He needs this win. It's not about the results, it's not about the numbers, it's about that pride. Man, it looked so good all the way from the start to the mid, but every time they go for the Lord dances, I don't think they realize this, but the Lord is the one taking away the shields from the Hanabi. So, in the end, they were fighting with no shields, no CC immune. Geek Fam could just do whatever they want. They were just tunneled on the fact that they have to try and make the play happen, force Geek Fam to stop split pushing, but in doing so, they kind of force their own hand. And when they're clumping up like this, we talked about the positioning. The Moskov does all the damage. Veldora on the Phobias does all the damage. And eventually, when everything is said and done, Vincent comes in and seals the deal. On top of the retributions, man, the guy who was said to be unable to perform on the Assassins shows everyone that people change. They perform on the retri.
Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. If Vincent was unable to secure those retributions, I think it would have been a lot quicker for Alter Ego to seal the deal. But like Vincent's like, no. And of course it had to be Vincent that was super, shiny there.
Shiny?
Because Niall, Vincent.
Oh, so the X battle here. The current Jungler Geek Fam versus the X Jungler Geek Fam, just in Season 12. And yeah, man, for Vincent, he really makes up for the lack of that prowess on the Assassins with those retributions. Getting that final Lord, also the macro play to constantly just be in the side lane to push, getting that base turret, made it worth for the 2 members, Beloy and Veldora, getting picked off. It made it worth the base turret for those 2 members, front lines. It is just so good, the decisions, right? And the adaptation. Because again, he probably made the call because he saw, I've been trying to get to the back line, and there's just no way, man. There's just way too many crowd control tools flying around. I'm gonna get split push. Right, and Nolan can also farm up a Storm so he can keep up in the levels in the EXP by farming, by split pushing. And that way, with these messy trades that Alter Ego really like, it's almost like, again, they just give Geek Fam a chance, an opportunity. Right here is that moment you're talking about, Mirko. It's Alter Ego punishing Beloyski, but then tunneling so much on the fight. They really could have stopped right here, but then they figured, we want some more. Even though we can see clearly that Vincent has been pushing, it wasn't that the wave wasn't controlled and he showed up out of nowhere. We saw Vincent push up slowly but surely, but we've always known that Geek Fam, it's all about that macro, right? That macro is one of the massive weapons they're able to use to kind of swing things in their favor. The player of the game that was able to use that macro is going to be Vincent, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. 3, 2, and 6. Not snowballing, not hard carrying by all means, but that retribution, man, almost makes the whole thing worth it.
100% TP as well.
Whew.
Right? So, but I'm of a little bit of a different opinion here, Arashi. I think in this game, I think it was Geek Fam that wanted things to be messy. Because when it was orderly, when it was systematic, these 5v5 team fights, that's when Alter Ego were able to win it. But when things got messy, when a boy was able to, dish things out. Veldora goes into the back line. There's a little bit of a desynchronization in how the Alter Ego members utilize their resources. That's when they usually win the team fights.
I mean, look at that. Both revitalizers were used at the same time. In theory, right, you want to kind of cycle them. Use them in order to really maximize the full value of it. And you can see that maybe because of that, you can see that the front line really wasn't available. Everyone from the side of Alter Ego, the moment the front line isn't available, the moment Nino isn't holding anyone back, it's just so difficult. And you can see Vincent even here finding ways to get his hands onto highs, even though we said in theory it's almost impossible. But a boy was able to find the Lord here as well. And despite that, you can see that for Alter Ego, we talked about this. They have all the right front-to-back tools, but do they have the right catch? Do they have the right ways to force Geek Fam into a fight when they're trying to escape and run away? And really, I think the answer is no. Because they use everything from Nino right here before the Lord even begins. And as the game goes on, the more difficult it is to abuse the Hylos. And Alter Ego, they just did not last long enough. And they really, I would say, misplayed this fight too, with all the clumping up together, with all the AoE that was taken by all the members. Looks so good. The start, and then Chidera said, nah, a boy as well. Well played, man. To alter ego at the start of the game, but even more well played to Geek Fam, who were able to adapt. This is a 9-15 game. Geek Fam won without kills, technically, right? Without as many kills.
And look at that though, no turtles, but all the lords. You hate to see it, man.
Quality over quantity.
You hate to see it. Alter Ego, despite having all the advantages, having all that pressure in the early game, it's almost like they weren't really able to really force anything. They were winning and they were grouping up, but they were still chasing down people in lanes. When if you think about it, they could have gone for the buffs. Look at the amount of buffs, purple buffs taken by Geek Fam. He really wasn't shut down, Vincent, in this game. And it seems like Alter Ego were just grouping around, clearing waves, and then they're banking on that Lord fight. But they must have forgot that for Geek Fam, right, this is a team that makes miracles happen in the Lord fights predominantly.
Miracle workers. BBB. He even ulted Natalia once in this game.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Teori ancaman.
What does that mean in English? What does that translate to in English?
What is ancaman in English?
Threat.
The threat. The
threat
deterrent
theory.
The threat
Deterrent theory.
He wasn't.
That's why MATT is the best at the threat theory, because he has
Threat
the
theory.
TT in the name.
Because threat theory. Okay. Anyway.
Yes.
Anyway.
I mean, look at the cards.
Anyway, Rashi help.
Look at the cards. Alter Ego got everything except for the
Nino,
rich
chill,
guy.
man. Chill, Nino, chill.
It's so sad. See, the most patient guy, the sandbag.
I don't think that's the sound he's
What was
making.
that? That is Nino right there.
So, please. Imagine that becomes an emote in game. Oh, look at that though. Man, the gold difference over time.
So you're telling me this is a Geek Fam win? And if you take a look at the gold graph, you show it to someone, right? Who won the game? Most people will be like, oh, Alter Ego have most
Alter Ego won
skills?
this? No.
Have the gold lead by the end as well? Huh.
Only takes one moment. This is the old Geek Fam though. The Geek Fam that would struggle the whole time. And then suddenly Beloyski makes a play and then everything turns around. Now maybe it's a bit more rounded. Beloyski doesn't have to be the main person to make the play happen. It's just as a team. They wait for that one opportunity in the late game. It's not even that late into the game, 13 minutes and 38 seconds. But that one moment where everyone gets wiped out, the million waves were available, they just go straight for the end.
He used to be an infantryman together. He used to be playing with the front lines, but now he's a general. He just commands. And the people, or his army, does whatever he commands.
He commands, but he still goes and ults Natalia in the front.
That's why he just ults Natalia, right? Just Natalia, his own hero.
It's for show.
It's Teori Ancaman.
Threat theory.
The threat theory.
But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Geek Fam have officially forced us to a game number 3. So there is still a chance for us to not suck at predictions.
Lim, get
Got
ready for a
this.
loss, nerd.
Yeah, it's okay. L is
Okay,
for
Lim.
learn.
L is
you.
for Lim. His name is Lim.
That's also true.
Shout outs to Lim Kochel on the Indo desk.
Annabelle Senior.
Annabelle Senior. He looks like Annabelle, guys. He plays like Annabelle.
He really
too.
does.
Like a more seasoned version of Annabelle.
It's like an older Annabelle. That's why we call him
Exactly.
Annabelle Senior. And we call Annabelle Lim Jr.
You look like CW.
That I don't
am.
But
know about
before,
that.
from before.
From before.
From before.
So CW looks older.
No. I mean, like, you looked like before CW.
What?
CW from before. Before CW. That doesn't make sense.
What does that mean?
What
It makes
was
sense
before
in my head for
CW?
some reason. When he still had
Before-
hair.
Oh, you could have just said with hair.
Oh.
What was before?
You should have said like Baldwin before.
Yeah.
That would make sense. But CW before? Who was
I
it
don't
before
know.
CW?
It made sense in my brain.
What was his previous
And then I
IGN?
realized it didn't.
I don't know, man. Everybody just says I look like everyone with glasses on.
No, but in particular CW.
CW. See, I mean, CW is my bro. You know, we're
Gani
both-
looks like face hugger.
That's true.
That is quite
Or
uncanny.
high.
And you look like Marky.
Exactly.
Your twin.
Who's
Arashi.
his twin?
Arashi. Who does Arashi
Guys,
look like?
we need to find Arashi's twin. Can you please help us?
I'm not sure.
Dr. MLBB.
He's not a player.
We already have a twin.
He's not a player. He's not a
though.
player.
That
He's not a
doesn't
player.
count. He needs
Calm
to
down,
be...
calm down, calm down.
Clock? No.
Clock.
Clockun. Clockun. What?
Everybody calm down.
Super different. Okay.
Calm down. Calm down. We still have one more match.
One more match.
I mean, one more game in this
One more
match.
game.
We have one more match today
Okay.
as well, though.
Yeah. That's a Royal
That
Derby.
too. Ah, they saved us. Let's take Tomoko, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the third game in this best of 3 series.
Waduh Pak Pulung, Monica nggak tahu jawabannya. Yang pasti tapi Monica ini deg-degan banget ngelihat tadi gimana game 2 berlangsung. Wah itu deg banget. Tapi ternyata bukan cuma Monica yang deg-degan. Karena ini dari tadi Monica ngelihat juga ada yang lagi main apa nih nembak-nembak target. Ada Cila di sini. Hai Cila. Cila sebentar ya. Aku ganggu, Monica ganggu dulu nih, kamu lagi main. Berhenti dulu karena tadi Monica ngelihat kamu deg-degan juga nih ngelihat game kedua antara Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam. Bener gak sih?
Deg-degan banget, ini aja masih kerasa nih deg-degannya, masih grogi.
Aduh, masih kerasa kedengeran sampai sini deg-degnya. Tapi gimana nih setelah kamu ngelihat performance dari Alter Ego, ini kan udah kedua kalinya ya ketemu dengan Geek Fam. Dibanding dengan leg 1 dan yang sekarang seperti apa sih? Apalagi kalau di leg 1 kan Alter Ego menang tuh lawan Geek. Kira-kira sekarang bakalan kayak gimana?
Jujur pas leg pertama aku senang banget sih karena kan Alter Ego baru main dengan roster yang baru juga dan mereka udah galak banget. Dan sebenarnya tadi di match pertama juga kita masih galak banget, cuma ya mungkin game kedua kurang beruntung aja.
Wow, game pertama udah begitu galak, game kedua berdarah-darah, kurang beruntung, game ketiga bakalan kayak gimana?
Menang lah. Jadi mengulang kejadian di leg 1 ya. Iya,
nah sekarang kan kalau misalnya menang lawan Geek, ini sudah sesuai gak sih dengan target dari Alter Ego selama MPL season 14? Apalagi sekarang kan di klasemen sementara tuh Alter Ego di posisi peringkat 6 nih. Agak-agak di ambang batas ya antara bisa turun ke zona merah atau bisa naik lagi nih ke zona lebih aman.
Kalau dari aku sih support apapun yang udah dilakuin sama Alter Ego, karena menurut aku apapun yang dilakuin sama mereka, apapun prosesnya sama strateginya itu pasti udah keputusan yang terbaik lah bagi mereka lah, dan apapun itu hasilnya juga. Jadi kita support mereka terus aja.
Support aja terus menuju target yang paling penting ya. Tapi ngomongin target, tadi kan Monica lagi ngeliat Cila deg-degan, kayaknya sambil deg-degan sambil main sesuatu. Itu main apa? Coba ditunjukin dulu Cil.
Nih jadi dari minggu kemarin tuh Alter Merge adain mini games baru, ini games dart. Jadi kita ini dilempar, nih.
Oh bisa dilempar-lempar terus?
Iya dilempar dan ini tuh kalau misalkan kita nganain ke tengah targetnya kita bisa dapat premium merch dari Alter Merge.
Wait. Ini berarti kita tinggal main kena target tengahnya dapat premium merch. Ini gratis?
Gratis.
Wah pantasan dari tadi tuh Monica ngeliat kok ini buat Alter Merge rame banget. Banyak yang main, kerumunin. Terus pas nyamperin Cila juga, ngapain nih Cila sambil deg-degan sambil main nembak-nembak target dart ini ternyata kalau bisa ngenain targetnya bisa dapat Alter Merge yang premium.
Jadi ini tuh udah gak ngandelin hoki lagi, tapi ini tuh ngandelin skill. Jadi buat kalian yang jago ngebidik, jangan lupa mampir ya guys ke buat Alter Ego.
Jangan lupa mampir. Dan tentunya sebelum kita lihat bagaimana game penentuan game ketiga antara Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam, Cila ada yang ingin disampaikan kah kepada teman-teman Alter Ego untuk game ketiga?
Semangat guys, dukung Alter Ego terus. Kita semua deg-degan kok di sini. Yang nonton kita semua grogi guys, pasti. Apalagi tadi setelah match kedua.
Masih grogi.
Dukung terus Alter Ego.
Tapi dukung terus Alter Ego. Tapi anyway sebelum kita lempar ke caster, Monica mau coba cek hoki dulu nih. Kalau hoki bener nggak nih bisa bawa pulang Alter Merge Premium. Coba ya. Ini langsung ke target yang merah ya Cila ya. Aduh kurang hoki nih. Tapi nggak apa-apa karena kita bakalan melihat Cila langsung aja kita bakalan melihat apakah ada jawaban dari pertanyaan Pak Pulung tadi. Kita akan langsung lihat ke game ketiga antara Alter Ego dan juga Geek Fam. Silakan casters.
Nice try Moko, it's okay. There'll be more chances in the future.
Skill issue. That definitely is a skill issue, Moko, but it's okay.
She said it herself, right? It's not about luck now, it's about skill. And Moko did not land.
It's okay.
You reap what you sow, man.
It's okay, it's okay.
So what you reap.
But it's also not luck being the factor in this best of 3.
Oh yeah, for sure. No. If it was up to luck, then it would just be the interviews. they always say Hockey Bude, which means we got lucky, Bude.
We got lucky.
Except TLID. TLID are the only real team that can actually,
What's the counter?
answer questions.
What's the Hockey Bude counter at this point? It's just 3?
They shouldn't be pro players. They got lucky to be there, right? Technically, right? Is that? No, that's why you don't say lucky. We got lucky. You're a world-class player because you put in the work, man. Don't leave it up to luck. What is this?
It's being humble.
Oh, being lucky is humble now. Okay.
You gotta be realistic here, Trina. You gotta lay it out the way it is. And the way it is that game number 2 was looking so good for Alter Ego, but they were unable to close it out. Now, this is a critique we hear a lot about Alter Ego as well. And you have to say, looking at how that game was going, right? How it looked like it was gonna end, you can see that there's a bit of truth in there, right? From the positioning, because, they were fighting backing away towards the top side of the map when it's not exactly a safe zone. Decisions like that, it can be pre-planned. And the fact that they were going at it, it seems like they were kind of improvising when they are the ones that wanted to keep things more neat, right?
Yeah.
More in form. I feel like that's a dangerous habit to be in, especially against a team like GeekFam, right? They're the ones who would spot out like, hey, why is this team leaving opportunities available?
Honestly, I felt like that was a forced error by Veldora on the Phobias. Because otherwise, I don't think they would have retreated that way.
I think there were just so many miscoms for Alter Ego. A lot of times, especially like after the third turtle, Heiss would want to farm. He would move back way further than the rest, and the rest of the team would want to continue fighting. So in that fight, multiple times, Hanabi wasn't in there.
Right.
And whenever he did join, he joined very, very late. He became an assassin on the Hanabi, which makes sense because Hanabi is a ninja. But I don't think you want to play the ninja that way because this is not Hayabusa ninja. This is more of a Hanabi, a marksman. You play from the back and you deal damage in the whole fight, not the last few moments,
Exactly. That's
So,
where
different
Hanabi is
ninja.
strongest, when there's a lot of people right next to each other as well, right?
Yes.
The bounces, man.
He likes it.
Exactly. So I feel like they could kind of craft more ideal circumstances for their composition, because we have seen that when they were given the right circumstances, when GeekFam were trying to crash at them face first, right, from the front, they get wiped out. So Alter Ego can do well when they get in the right position. Now the question is for Coach Aldo and Coach Rex, what they have to do and get into the heads of their team is how to get into that position, right? The setups, the wave manipulation, the timing on the rotations, the decision to go and farm or stick with your team. You can argue that they were doing so well right there. Heiss did not need to just keep walking off to farm. They can just walk in the front and farm up the jungle that they're going to invade anyways. And that way, it's 2 birds with 1 stone. They get more farm, they get snowball, and they're denying Vincent.
There you go. Denying Vincent is definitely an interesting move. I think they should be able to do as well, because that was what they did in game 1. Honestly, that's what they did the entirety of the mid game, early to mid in game 2, Arashi. But mid to late, Vincent made the adaptation. He said, okay, I'm struggling in these fights. They're holding me hostage every single fight with Nino always just on me. I'm just going to make my own space. I'll go and split push. So how do they deal with that? In that game, should they have sent someone to deal with to deal with Vincent in the side? And if so, who? Because their comp is really reliant on them being together. They need to be, as Gideon likes to say, very together.
Very together. I mean, that's fair. I really feel like if there's any realistic option there, especially against an assassin like the Nolan that's not very, very ulti-centric, I think the best bet might be the Julian. Maybe the Julian or maybe the Hylos. The thing is, they're so reliant on every single member of the team being available in that fight, because without the Lolita, no shielding. Without the Hylos, no front line and no zoning. So everyone is required as well. And maybe that's where the rigidity of that composition kind of fails on Alter Ego when GeekFam are able to identify that they can be spread apart.
They did it again!
Yeah, the exact same thing from game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the drafting phase.
Yikes.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Again, the exact same bands come through, and the exact same first pick comes through for Alter Ego. The chip once again let go. This time Alter Ego are fighting from their favorable side. But GeekFam, let's see. Is it gonna be a Nolan? It's Nolan and Phobius. It's the exact same draft.
What is going on here? Both teams wanting a rematch. Alter Ego will happily take it, but now Geek Fam, what's the idea here? Knowing Geek Fam, it's never just, let's try again. There's always something in their minds, right? Something to change, something to improve on. And for now, with Alter Ego picking up the Edith as well, are they gonna go for the Vexana too? I mean, it's a great counter for the Phobias, and we've seen that that is exactly what they went for in game number 1.
Usually when we see the chip, it's always countered by these big CC heroes, like even the Carmilla, right? And the Carmilla has actually been working a whole lot in this season, especially the last few weeks, so maybe Geek Fam will change that in the draft. Game 1, after the Phobias Nolan, they went for the Moskov. It is going to be that Vexana, so it's the exact same draft for Alter Ego. Geek Fam, do they go Carmilla? They go Moskov.
No, Paramis.
They go Paramis. There you go. Okay, that's the change.
Interesting. This can work, man. Especially with the whole crash playstyle of the chip. This can really work out. It depends on how Alter Ego wants to play this out too, though. No chance for them to kind of copy the Netherrealm with the Valentina either. And immediately, man, both teams are just raring to go at it to get into the Land of Dawn. It's so ironic that we were talking earlier about the possibility of the chip being left open, and we're like, nah, not gonna happen. Well, turns out, it's open, but not for Geek Fam, it's for Alter Ego.
Game 1, they banned the Alpha and the Ling. I honestly feel like this is the better way to go. You ban out the Julian. The Ling doesn't really have that much synergy, in my opinion, with the chip, right? Because obviously when you enter from the shortcut, you can obviously just go for the Finch Poise. Usually you want to utilize that Finch Poise to get more creative angles of attack. So that's why the Julian was what was picked as well in the composition for Alter Ego. I think they were fine with the Ling ban. Now that the Julian is taken away, no Roger, no Nolan, these are usually the picks that you would want to get in the jungle, and even the Alpha, when you have a chip. What are they going to replace the Julian with, Alter Ego?
Well, for now, the ban will be the Moskov. They had enough of that whole macro thing that Geek Fam was doing in game number 2. Now, with the options for Assassins dwindling down right here, and with everyone still just so mobile on the side of Geek Fam, yeah, Nile. If it's not the Julian, I feel like something with crowd control is almost necessary right here. I mean, that's why the Julian was so valued. You can do damage, but you can also do a lot of crowd control, especially against a team like this. So, I feel like something, if it's an assassin, it has to be an assassin with some kind of AoE, would be my assumption.
Which is what? Right? Nolan is picked up by Geek.
Lancelot? Nah, no way.
Do they really want to go Lancelot
but the
here?
Ruby picked up as well. It's so difficult.
It's so risky.
It is, but there's no real Joy. There's no other choice. I would rather just Lancelot over Joy, honestly, against this comp as well. Very vulnerable.
Is export bad?
Bane? Then go Bane.
There you go.
All right. Bane chip. Thing is, Niall's on a 0% win rate when he's not on these flashy assassins, so we didn't think about it. The Herith comes through, and we know Chidera can play the Lunox, man. We know Chidera can play the Lunox. They already have enough physical damage, too. They can do it.
Do it.
With the Nolan.
Do it.
Supplementing the physical damage. Oh man, is it gonna come through? Is it gonna work? It's gonna be a great option as well against the chip, right? The Brilliance Ogre for the outplay.
Yeah, and remember that Bane is so good at disengaging, right? I mean, it does work against the composition that Geek Fam have. There is potential there, right? The Faramis wants to group everyone up. Let's say the Nolan wants to go in and dive.
Join me in my dream.
Boom.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, winning lanes for Alter Ego now.
Winning lanes for Alter Ego? Oh boy. I guess the mid lane can still be favoring Alter Ego. Technically, the chip, again, it's just so useful. Portals aside, when it comes to the trading, when it comes to the crowd control. So, the chip Vexana can be strong enough to really bully around the trio mid. But afterwards, all they're doing is buying space for the Bane. Right? The Bane can't really benefit from the aggression of the mid lane the same way like another flashy, aggressive assassin can.
All right, it all boils down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, number 5 and number 6 on the standings. Let's see if anything changes by the end of this series. Geek Fam already looking in for a reverse sweep against Alter Ego. So can Alter Ego finish what they started? Let's get into the Land of Dawn for game number 3 between Alter Ego and Geek Fam.
When they met in the first half of the season, it was Alter Ego who lost game one, but then continued to reverse sweep Geek Fam. Now Geek Fam have the chance to do exactly what Alter Ego did to them. It's revenge for Geek Fam, perhaps with a win in game two.
That'll be the most poetic way to really get back at Alter Ego. But let's see, man, what can Niall do on the Bane? I've always talked highly about his assassins with his mechanics, but on the Bane, it's a whole different story, and you have to wonder what will the rest of the team do as well. You can see already some invasions happening. Beloyski trying to be a nuisance, knowing that one of the big strengths of this Bane is the farming speed. You've seen the Season Hunter with the Thrill, wants to clear as fast as possible. Inspire on the Harriet for more output potential with the Tenacity too, but that's where the weapon mastery is taken by Chidera. He wants to scale over towards that late game, and with Beloyski going with the pull yourself together, he's looking to be the main playmaking tool the same way that he was doing in game number 2.
By the way, that's a boy on Lethal Ignition. Faramis.
Triple Lethal Ignition.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to be lethal right here to just really get that burst damage off. But a boy with the Lethal Ignition, it works because you can kind of proc it with the Ghost Bursters, with multiple bounces as well. But if you add that, add the dash, you know, the Stampede into that, you can actually proc it quite easily. But it is a risky preposition too. It all depends on the execution though. But we know that a boy is just solid on the Faramis. The 2 wins and 0 losses so far.
Yeah, it is one of his power heroes from way back when. Meanwhile, Chidera.
Ooh. Oh. Chidera actually very brave there.
Yeah. Could have been bad for him if Highs committed further up. There's no real ultimates ready yet. But if he's trying to freeze, Highs can't do it. It's going to push towards Chidera. So now for the rest of the team, it's the race to level 4.
Let's see, Niall on it already. Vincent, 1 level ahead. Oh, gets it! Retreat battle, Niall! With an early retreat, now Veldora trying to punish Niall. And a shadow from Nino to get 2 members up. There's no follow-up. Nino gets brought back by the Stampede. Beloyski able to escape and sustain back up for Veldora to get first blood. It's an all-out win for Geek Fam. A boy with a Stampede to get into the lethal, or rather the Infernal Pursuit. Geek Fam bait out a flicker from Roundel too.
That's a big win, a 2-0, baiting that from Roundel as well. And meanwhile, what can Alter Ego do at this point? How do they come back from the lack of control in the early game?
They'll read into the intentions of Geek Fam with better right here. Oh, Portal.
Shortcut coming down, Beloyski. No real Wolfing. I'm offended. Not there for him, unfortunately. Chidera, just back away.
I guess that's the answer.
Well, they can play around the shortcut like that, but they gotta read into the intentions again for the side of Geek Fam. Because earlier, they were going to go for the neutral objective, and when it doesn't work out, they kind of forced to go for the dive. Ooh, Chidera, 1v3.
He has the Brilliance, able to escape from the crash course. Well timed, Vincent. Waiting there, not going on to Niall. Will be able to pick up the assassination. Baited by Chidera, cleaned up by the janitor. Vincent.
As Cole Lewis joins us here with the MPL IDX streamer program. You just saw how that happens, man. Niall, with all the mobility that he's used to on this lumbering hero like the Bane, it really is looking quite uncomfortable. Oh, good read by Owen there to flicker out of the ammo fended. But now Roundel tries to help out. And you're seeing Roundel really struggle with all the pressure here. In the previous fight, I mean, he missed like 1 or 2 spells, and that usually isn't that big of a problem. But when you're playing the Vexana with the long cooldowns, a single missed like Terrifying Grasp or a Cursed Blast can really turn the favor in your opponent's favor.
Look at this. Jump. Air Veldora.
Eldora. Is it gonna?
Wait, Nino decided to go with Primal Wrath. Veldora is baited out. The shortcut comes down. Nino's not going to take it, right? Veldora goes in. Oh, it might be the outplay. Nino solo kill. No! Oh, Nino's able to flicker out in time from the Infernal Pursuit, but the shortcut, no one takes the shortcut because of that. Beloyski walking up. The Deadly Cat's going to be used up. Vincent going in. Retreat battle once again. It's Vincent who wins it out. 50-50. It's always 100-0 for Mr. Vince. A boy taken out. Chidera going in with the Chaos. High's getting punished a bit. It is a trade in the end. A boy who respawns instantly for that turtle.
Yeah, the fact that Alter Ego, Niall here, had to be forced on something like the Bane, 2 levels behind of Vincent, by the way, 3 levels earlier on. It's going to be a wonder how they're going to win out in these Retribution battles. I mean, when they were at the same level, oh, wait a second.
Verify, good Brilliance out. Chidera still has the flicker, and Beloy's right there.
Yeah, even when both of the junglers were at the same level, it seems like Vincent has had the better time when it came down to the Retribution. Now, give Vincent a 2-level lead, this is kind of what we get.
Like Alter Ego, they gotta stop going for these 50-50s, man. They already know that they have an opponent that's really good with those Retributions, so why risk it? Why not go for the team fight where they have secured the tools like this Bane? You know, the Bane isn't picked to really try and contest Lords. It's picked to try and go for those big AoE fights. Look at Owen, though. Owen crash course to the minions. Veldora against the world, pops in the vent, just jumps all around. Wait, he's baiting so much time for the team. All 5 of Alter Ego's members are there. A boy's gonna cancel some of those recalls, it seems. Purple buff. Wait, did Vincent take the shortcut?
I think so, yeah.
He did. He took it last minute. He stole the purple buff from Nile. Wow. All right, so GateFam still finding ways to stay relevant, but even in this gold lane, you can see that Highs, the GOAT, is struggling to really find something. And once again, despite the chip difference, GateFam is just winning out when it comes to the neutral, to the macro objectives. Deadly catch, already used up. There's a flicker forward from Beloy. Good peel from the rest of the team. Now another round coming down. Owen, good stampede over to Highs, who's gonna be caught in the midst of it all. Stunned up by Beloy, with the Thorn Wolf King. Oh, Beloy lived for the sliver of HP. Chidera with a flicker! Chasing Owen, getting him down. Vincent with the wave clear, and now it should be a free turtle.
Yeah, 5 members up. It looks like it's a 5v3 at this moment. Even a boy himself is going to be able to just hold on to their territory at this point, right? Really good zoning coming in from just the Faramis alone. And Alter Ego, they understand that they are falling behind. They can't go in for the contest and the objectives. They need to look for a different plan. It's kind of a similar situation as GeekFam was in game number 2, and now it's putting Alter Ego to the ultimate test. How do you adjust? How can you come back from this?
Alter Ego isn't notorious for being the most adjustable of teams. GeekFam are the ones with that reputation, and look at this, Beloyski! Oh, the pull back from Veldora to BBB. It is so good, that combo. Owen didn't even want to go in after seeing that. What can he do afterwards? You saw that even if Rondo, he has a lot of damage, and if he lands it on the right time, it can be devastating. But they're falling further and further behind. The fact that GeekFam are willing to fight in the jungle and risk getting comboed by the Earth Shatter, by the Curse Blast and Eternal Guard, just shows how much more confident they are in this execution. Especially with a boy on the signature Faramis, it just allows them to play so much more aggressively in ways that they were unable to do so without. Now Nile trying to farm up, trying to play catch-up against Vincent, and look at the difference, man. 4 levels as Vincent pulls further and further away. He might even go for his orange buff right here.
Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, Vincent, what?
Oh, he is angry. He doesn't like Nile.
At all. Is that, oh, are we gonna do the personal thing? Okay, let's stop. Maybe there's nothing going on, right?
We'll see later if Vincent decides, or if Nile decides to fist bump Vincent, right?
That's true.
Conceal? Beloy? That's a Ruby, not a Natalia, but he is invisible. Owen, the Rumble King brought back by the Stampede. Nino in the midst of it all coming down. Good Netherrealm from a boy. Beloy team will lose the Netherrealm HP, but will still be able to flicker out the safety. Good Purify coming down in the Stampede to bring Nino into Beloy again. Now Shadera in under that turret. Vincent with the cleanup. Nile trapped and now taken down by Vincent. Triple kill for Vincent.
Wow, 4 members taken out, ladies and gentlemen. That was such a beautiful team fight being played out, being laid out by GeekFam. Beloyski securing the initiation, was able to still flicker out to re-engage. It's been beautiful. And to top it all off, to make things even better for Geek, they are going to be able to secure that kill over to Owen and this neutral objective. Well done, Geek.
What can they do right here? 8k gold ahead is GeekFam, and they're scaling absolutely hard into the late game. They have the Faramis, they have the Lunox with the weapon mastery as well. Chidera is just melting anyone who stays in the front. Despite farming being one of the main strong suits of the Bane, Nile is just looking completely useless. Even the deadly catch, it's being completely ignored in the middle of these fights. Everyone just walks straight through it. Looking at the item power spikes right here, only 700 gold ahead actually. Chidera, despite having 2 kills, I guess Highs has been farming up still quite a storm, but he's so far away from the next aggressive option. He might be forced to go for more defensive tools as well as the conceal comes through. Beloyski. Again, good Terrify though to cancel it out, but this is going to be a free turret in the mid lane and in the bottom lane. Right, both teams trying to clear as much as possible. The passive of the base tower, though, has been expended. First Lord walking up, Geek Fam with the Netherrealm have a chance to go at it. Make this a risky dive, but without Vincent, do they want to go for it? Stop Lord, the deadly catch already baited out. Voloisky baiting Owen to use a crash course. Now Owen is caught in the midst of it all. The fracture from Vincent. And the burst from Avoy is enough. The shortcut gets placed down, but I think that's a suicide shortcut. No one should take it. Geek Fam looking for the siege. Valoy again inside of the base. Dashing back and forth. Vincent utilizing that fracture really well. Now going on to Nino, who's going to soak in a bit of damage. 10,000 gold lead for the Geeks.
Wow, a 10k gold lead. We haven't seen a lead this far today.
4-level lead, by the way, for Vincent versus Nile.
Lead. What's the level lead?
4 levels.
4.
Oh, man.
Oh, they're falling behind. That's an understatement, right? They're getting dismantled at this point. And unfortunately, even if Heist does get that power spike, Aboy already had the glowing wand, right? So the shielding is not going to be as tough as it should have been. What's the plan now for Alter Ego?
Either they make a big play with the chip, which has been dismantled already, or they wait for... Oh, man, no. Ooh. Okay, Owen cannot use the shortcut there. Chidera can just take him out like that. If anyone takes that shortcut, even if he places it down, they're all dead. You're supposed to snowball with the shortcut so that when you do arrive, you are the danger. But now for anyone going through the shortcut, Geek Fam are the ones just waiting there like it's a meat grinder. And now they go for the base. Oh man, the Ghost Burster is coming down! Baloisky! Getting the I'm offended to set up for Vincent and the assassination. Chidera is recalling in front of Roundel. Inside of the base, Owen respawns, but what can he do against the might of Geek Fam? It is Vincent again who walks up. Eldora gets the kill. A terrified down Vincent with a fracture. Roundel taking down the shortcut from the base to the base. Geek Fam, 14,500 gold lead. Revenge against Alter Ego.
They did it. They did it. Alter Ego, leg number 1, was able to go for a reverse sweep against Geek, but here they come with a different light, with a different game plan, and they are able to do the exact same thing back. Beautiful gameplay coming in from Geek. Sweet, sweet revenge coming in from Geek. And of course, the irony, the bitterness for Nile to swallow is that, you know, there you go.
That's not
That's
just
Beloy.
BBB. That's BBB. That's Big Villain Beloy. He's in his bad boy era.
Like you?
Well, he certainly has strong feelings about this matchup. And people are saying, man, Beloisky, he's heated. He's losing his cool. He's gonna make a mistake. Geek Fam are gonna fail, especially after the first game. But it turns out that you can never doubt the general. Under his leadership, Geek Fam has got it done. No chip. Against the chip, no problem. This is probably the first chip loss internationally as well. Alter Ego, unfortunate stuff, losing on the Lolita Hanabi, and in Game 3, losing on the chip. Even more of a mental beatdown here, as also Nile lost. Oh, he finally fist bumped! They fist bumped!
They fist bumped?
It only just took a win, a revenge match for Beloy to finally fist bump Nile here. I love to see the sportsmanship here. I can't wait to hear the answers from some of the questions that Monica wants to ask Beloy after that matchup.
But you saw that smirk that he made after the fist bump, right?
Oh yeah.
Hey, boy.
Like, gotcha. I mean, it was a great moment of vindication for him, man. You know, we played it up, but there definitely is that competitive feeling between them. Like, oh, I can't lose to this guy, you know? I gotta get it done. And get it done, they did. And despite all the doubters, did see that Vincent was just playing out of his mind this game.
He truly was. Let's see what he has to say, ladies and gentlemen, after that win 2-1 against Alter Ego.
Misi balas dendam dari Geek Fam akhirnya berhasil. Wow, sekali lagi dong Geek Fam Unity, pada sore untuk Geek Fam. Begitu luar biasa kita melihat bagaimana Geek Fam bisa beradaptasi dari game 1 kita lihat kalah dengan Chip, tapi game 3 langsung loh bisa menang lawan Chip. Ini Baloy, gimana kalian bisa secepat itu beradaptasi langsung game 1, game 3 langsung lawan Chip menang nih?
Emang kurang eksekusi aja kata game 1. Banyak miscom lah di objektif. Tapi emang kita udah biasa melawan chip lah.
Jadi ternyata cuma masalah sedikit miskom di game 1. Tapi kalau ngomongin leg 1 dan leg 2 kalian berhasil nih balas dendam dengan poin yang sama juga. Kalau di leg 1 kalahnya 2-1, kali ini kalian juga berhasil nih 2-1 juga ngelawan Alter Ego. Mungkin apa yang kalian lihat berbeda nih dengan Alter Ego di leg 1 dan Alter Ego di leg 2?
Berbedanya kita bana semua assassin Nile.
Jadi apakah ini sudah menjawab pesan-pesan dari Baloyski untuk Nile? Nile udah menjawab?
Ya karena gue pesan sama dia kan jangan pakai assassin. Terus dia masih mau assassin ban aja. Jadi ban aja.
Jadi ban aja. Tapi akhirnya tadi 3 game kayaknya nggak ada assassin ya?
Ada di game 1, game 2. Nolan, apa?
Julian. Tapi Julian kalau in game kan fighter, ya. Tapi agak-agak berarti masih kurang menjawab nih.
Itu sih yang jawabannya menurut gue karena emang dia yang perform.
Oke, tapi kalau dibalikin lagi, seorang Baloyski menjawab nggak pertanyaan dari pesan-pesan dari Nile nih? Jangan pakai hero aneh-aneh gitu.
Gue juga gak mau main hero aneh karena nanti di derang banyak yang make. Takut.
Takut. Tapi akhirnya udah kita nggak main aneh-aneh. Yang penting menang ya. Karena ketemu mantan lagi nih, ketemu Nile. Tapi ada Cadera. Di samanya, udah pegang mic, dikasih mic lagi nih. Cadera mau 2 mic nih. Cadera. Tadi ada yang menarik ya, kita di game kedua ngelihat ada combo Hanabi Lolita. Cadera dan tim harus berhadapan dengan combo Hanabi Lolita yang combo lobby nih. Yang sebelumnya juga udah pernah dipakai nih sama Alter Ego tapi kurang berhasil ngelawan RRQ. Dan sekarang kurang berhasil juga ngelawan kalian. Menurut mungkin Cadera emang combo Hanabi Lolita ini belum cocok buat MPL Indonesia nggak sih?
Sebenarnya cocok-cocok aja sih. Udah expect juga mereka tim manapun bakal pakai combo itu.
Jadi emang udah persiapan ya?
Ya udah persiapan lah.
Makanya bisa berhasil ngenaklukin combo lobby ini.
Ya alhamdulillah.
Oke, tapi Cadera gimana rasanya bisa akhirnya balas dendam dengan Alter Ego? Terutama ada mantan, ada Nile.
Seneng sih. Terus juga senangnya lebih lagi karena di leg 1 pernah dengar rumor kita diteriakin pas kalah. Jadi seneng banget lah.
Tapi siapa tahu itu teriakan untuk memberi semangat. Dan hasilnya teriakan itu membawa kemenangan untuk Geek Fam, bukan?
Ya benar.
Oke, tapi tentunya ini kita lihat ada yang pakai satu hero sama nih. Di 3 game 1, game 2, game 3. Ada yang pakai Poveus nih. Coba mana Veldora? Ini bentar. Ini kamu dengan secara sengajakah memang mau pick Pove di game 1, 2, 3 biar ini apakah strategi biar Nino jangan sampai Nino pakai Pove nih?
Enggak, mau push MMR biar global.
Tapi ini seorang Veldora gugup nggak sih pakai Pove di depan Nino?
Enggak sih, biasa aja.
Biasa aja?
Ya.
Jadi kalau menurut kamu gimana Pove kamu?
Oke doang, oke.
Oke doang, yang penting membawa kemenangan ya Veldora. Dan tentunya ada Vincent yang wow, kayaknya di leg 2 ini makin garang. Setuju nggak Geek Fam? Geek Family? Vincent, ada apa dengan kamu di leg 2? Dibandingkan dengan leg 1 kayaknya leg 2 ini makin garang. Adu retrinya makin garang juga.
Iya, leg 1 tes ombak. Ya.
Oke, leg 1 tes ombak. Leg 2 apa dong?
Leg 2 mau ngalahin retri semua jungle lah.
Ngalahin retri semua jungle. Dan kali ini mau ngalahin retrinya seorang Nile. Tapi gimana setelah 2 kali match up dengan Nile di leg 1, leg 2. Leg 2 kamu berhasil balas dendam nih.
Ya, apa tadi?
Gimana setelah ketemu Nile di leg 1, sekarang leg 2 kamu balas dendam?
Sesuai ekspektasi sih, kita bakal menang lawan AE di leg 2.
Sesuai ekspektasi? Kenapa kalian udah berekspektasi bakalan menang lawan AE?
Karena ya dari segi persiapan juga kita siap banget sih.
Persiapannya siap banget. Iya sih kelihatan nih dari Cadera yang kayaknya hari ini pede banget ya, semangat banget nih. Tapi ada Aboy yang luar biasa juga dalam match kali ini. Aboy, wah ini kalau kata Nael kan persiapannya udah begitu luar biasa. Emang persiapan kalian apa sih, bisa dibocorin, yang bisa dibocorin dikit-dikit apa tuh?
Apa ya, kita tetap kayak biasa aja sih, main fokus sama tim kita aja, siapapun musuhnya.
Fokus dengan tim siapa aja. Karena tentunya next week Geek Fam harus fokus juga karena bakalan ngelawan RRQ. Yang mana kalau di leg 1 RRQ berhasil menang nih 2-1 ngelawan Geek Fam. Setelah sebelumnya kalau Aboy ini rekornya belum pernah kalah nih sama RRQ, tapi di leg 1 harus kalah. Dan sekarang di leg 2 bakalan ketemu lagi. Kira-kira bakalan kayak gimana nih Boy?
Yang pasti kita mau menang sih, mau yang kita kalah di leg 1 kita mau menang semua sih. Baru AE doang down.
AE udah down, selanjutnya RRQ juga. Ada pesan-pesankah untuk siapa nih? Mungkin pas mau ngelawan RRQ nih persiapannya, pesan-pesan?
Gak ada sih, udah main aja.
Gak ada. Ada pesan-pesan untuk nextnya kan ketemu RRQ. Nah, Baloy mau
Pak Ape.
Oh, Pak Ape. Mau pesan-pesan buat Pak Ape. Tuh kata Baloy mau pesan-pesan buat Pak Ape.
Bisa, pesan
Apa
buat
tuh?
Pak Ape ya, jangan lupa.
Apa tuh pesannya?
Apa ya?
Pilihkan saya.
Enggak ada, jangan.
Siapa tahu minta
Good luck,
beliin
have fun.
apa gitu, beliin apa.
Enggak. Good luck, have fun.
Oke, kata Baloy good luck, have fun. Dan seperti yang disampaikan kalau sekarang Aedon, kita bakalan ngelihat bagaimana Geek Fam di next match-nya. Minggu depan bakalan ketemu dengan RRQ dan masih ada juga perjalanannya sampai nanti ke babak playoff. Dan sekali lagi, Geek Family, mana suaranya untuk Geek Fam? Congratulations sekali lagi untuk Geek Fam dan tentu saja sudah siap broadcasters untuk mengupas lebih tuntas gimana kemenangan dari Geek Fam hari ini melawan Alter Ego. Silakan casters.
Thank you so much, Moko, and of course, congratulations once again to Geek Fam. Beautiful.
As
It was great.
expected.
As expected.
He wants to
Very
out-retry
confident.
everyone now. Vincent makes up for that. Assassin game with the retry game.
What he said.
What he said. And honestly, his assassins are looking sharper and sharper, man. You have to wonder what kind of preparations he's been doing towards the end of the season. And honestly, to be fair, Nolan is one of those weird assassins that can kind of function as a fighter, sort of. But still, though, the fact that he can kind of increase his hero pool is a big statement because a lot of teams, they've been saying, against Geek Fam, just make sure that, you force Vincent to assassin and generally you're going to have a good time.
I think it worked in game 1, right? We get to see it again here in game 3. And it was also them forcing Niall on a non-assassin. It's the opposite for Niall, right? You want to force Vincent on assassins, you want to force Niall on non-assassins.
And Chidera, we talked about how safe he was, but in a game like this, where he knows that there's backup, he knows that there's going to be enabling tools, the Netherrealm, the I'm Offended, you can see that his playstyle is absolutely insane. Just staying in the front, outputting that damage. And bro, the decision on when to really go in with the brilliance, with the chaos, that was just so difficult to try and deal with, man.
Oh, I love that moment. Vincent coming in from the back, the flanks, being able to make that, sandwich play. But let's take a look at the MVP, the player of the match, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Vincent. All right, 804 KDA, 967 GPM, by the way, on a Nolan. That's quite impressive, Arashi.
Just keeps on farming again and again. Vincent, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Coming in with that Nolan. Was he playing Nolan all 3 games?
Yep, all 3 games.
All
and
3 games.
All their games last week too. Against Fnatic Onyx, it was all Nolan.
And that's crazy. The fact that he was able to get a hero that works for him again and again. And for Alter Ego, they didn't respect it. They figured that, okay, we can give him an assassin. We can make sure that Niall can outclass him in the assassin game. But now we see the answer on what happens when Niall himself doesn't get an assassin of his own choice. And now you can see with Voloisky on the Ruby, you already know the playmaking style just suits him so well. The ammo fenders were on point. The calculations to survive with a sliver of HP is really good as well. It's like Voloisky on the Ruby, a boy on the Faramis, everything just really clicks for this team. And you can see that when they do have a lead, what they were able to do with it is insane. The cash potential, the deny onto the buffs. Even here, Voloisky solo, buying some time, forcing Owen to overextend and get picked off and punished, well, almost at least, and then just making sure that any kind of counter engage will get countered by a boy. It just really sets up the team for full success. Even before Chidera and Vincent arrive at the scene, you can see how many spells, how many ultimates have been burned already just by the pure pressure coming in from a boy and Voloisky.
Oh, this is a big Voloisky play, right?
Yep. Boom. Over the wall. Doesn't even matter, man. Vincent, godlike. And even if he gets taken down, Chidera also is relatively untouched. He was the one diving in towards the fountain right here, just making sure that Roundel can't get out.
With so much spice coming onto the interview, I wonder what the mic checks were like. So let's take a look at the UVS golden moment.
Sabar.
Buka barang guys.
Dia mau ras ya 30.000.
Di L1 dulu.
Los dulu ya.
Enggak, udah lo guys. Lord.
Adu aja, adu retri aja, adu retri.
Gua ulti naik. Mati naik. Balik dulu. Hilos ya.
Gua salah.
Hilos ini kata.
Gua kuat guys.
Lolita. Nice.
Bisa. En atas. En ya, jangan mati, nice en.
Atas guys.
Lihat kah? Nih.
Ini gol.
Bisa.
Gua retri dah. Awas teleportif bisa bawa 10 orang ya.
Awas teleportif.
Awas teleportif bisa bawa 10 orang.
Kemana Pocket? Woi, teriak lagi gak sih? Woi! Teriak lagi gak sih? Woi!
Lebih sabar. Fokus.
Wow. Okay. So that kind of made sense, right? Because during the interview, Chidera was like, hey, yeah, it feels really good that we got our revenge this time around because we've been hearing rumors that last time when they won against us, they were yelling at us.
Oh man,
and I guess Chidera was yelling on his own today.
Oh, he's angry, man. I've never seen Chidera angry. Have you ever seen a Chidera that aggressive, man?
No, he's usually very sweet.
Guy. Exactly.
Damn.
The soft-spoken, nice guy, but
emotional, like he cries when he wins.
Exactly. You wouldn't like him when he's angry, though.
Oh, scary boy.
It's like Bruce Banner firsthand. Literally, man. Wow. He just demolished them, and I was surprised to see that Veldora actually was making a lot of informative calls. I don't know if he was the main shot caller, but he was the one saying, "Oh, we can end. Oh, we can do this. Oh, just force the retry. Go for the retry battle, right? Go to the 50-50, and we can win out." So Veldora actually doing a lot of the shot calling as well, together with Voloisky, and maybe that frees up the processing power for Voloisky to think more about the positioning, about the playmaking tools as well. You can see earlier, man, the items for Vincent. I feel like at that point, any kind of squishy backliner can be deleted, and it's very much in what we talked about earlier about the Nolan. When he gets snowballing, even the frontliners aren't really safe. Dino and Owen, they can get chunked down to half HP in a single full combo from Vincent. So at that point, it's just so difficult, especially when they don't have a lot of tools available to save up and just wait for Vincent to try and punish him.
But, you know, Mr. Goldman has 100% TP,
Absolutely.
so it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Especially for Gani. He'll still have a way to say that the GOAT did his job properly. And
he got one turret.
He got one turret
there
too.
He's
an objective player and a team player.
Wow.
Damn, crazy.
All around.
Vincent though, full neutral objective control. 3 turtles, 1 lord. Vincent on the retry. You can't really doubt Vincent on the retry. You can't doubt him on the assassins. And here, I would say, he has improved.
Just flatly has improved.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree about that, man. I thought you were going to add something else.
Yeah, me too. We were waiting.
When it comes to the flexibility, the mechanics. But no, he just improved.
He has improved.
Full stop. So that's how decisive that statement was from Mirko.
Just like his retry. Decisive.
Man, 967 GPM on Vincent.
A farmer, a retrier.
But the GOAT got 100% TP.
And a turret.
And a turret.
And a turret.
And
you gotta send this message out for Gani.
Me too.
Gani would, if he was here, he would just be talking about, oh, Gani! Oh, no, Mr. Reza,
Unfortunately.
close enough.
Mr. Reza, after being reverse swept in the match against Geek, how can Alter Ego rebound in the next match? Let's see what he has to say. Alter Ego needs to improve their communication, as it may be causing poor execution and making them seem rushed. Improving communication should also help Alter Ego execute their chaos gameplay more effectively.
I would say I would agree with that, because with the chaos only really favors you when you're able to control it, right? To use it to your advantage. If your idea of playing in the chaos is just everything literally chaotic, at that point, then a team that's a bit more calculative can maybe find openings in that chaos. Exactly. So I feel like they can improve the communication to ensure that there is what we used to say about aura back then, you know, the controlled chaos, right? Chaos, but still all in line with the game plan.
Yeah, I think that still fits the Liquid that we have now. That's what they do. Like, they are just, I would say they're the better Alter Ego. They play the same way that Alter Ego played, but they're just doing it better.
Yeah, they are.
Well, it's like GoPay. You can do everything you want, like, you know, make transactions.
Just
buy,
better.
Whatever you want online, or even top up with GoPay. Make your life better. What are you doing if you're not using GoPay?
And what are you doing if you're not voting for the winner of each MPL ID Season 14 match?
Do you get GoPay coins when you get those votes?
Yeah.
When you win?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. Do you get tokens?
Yep. You get a token with every vote. Yep.
GoPay coins?
Choose
Gaming
these.
smartphones?
Yes.
No. Not. There's no way electric motorcycles. There's no way you can get electric motorcycles.
Yeah, you do.
That as well.
I've been missing out, man.
Yeah, you're using on the value, the transport value, man. GoPay is giving us everything you would need when it comes to transport.
Out, man.
So don't just, vote for your champions in the live chat. Do that too, so Miracle can, translate things for you. But also, please do vote on GoPay because you get a little bit more value, a lot more value actually, with those electric motorcycles that are up for grabs. But also buy the latest skins to look cooler while playing. And you can top up your diamonds with the GoPay app to get a 20,000 GoPay coin cashback that you can also utilize to purchase something else.
Something else. What is something else?
A lot. There's so much.
You gotta be specific. Remember what I said? Look at this. Look at what? So you, what 20,000? What are you gonna use that GoPay coin for?
So much.
You have to be specific. You have to be specific.
I don't want to tell you because I want you guys to figure it out yourselves. Open. Don't forget to download the app. Okay?
That's just lazy writing.
Check it out. Because, what's essential for gamers is also your credit, right? So you can keep playing smoothly. And in the GoPay app, you can buy phone credit at the lowest of prices.
Really?
Make 100 transfers per month to anywhere without any admin fees. And you can also split bills with your friends. Assuming that you guys have friends is easier and faster because it's all in the GoPay app.
What was that shade? Why? You're catching strays here,
sorry,
man.
I don't know what happened to me.
Well, remember, if you have friends,
some exorcism thing at the end.
If you don't have friends, this ain't for you then.
Well, I mean, technically, it could still be for you, right?
You could buy. No, I mean, you can't buy friends.
Yeah, the split bill.
The split bill, you can't use it solo.
No, you can.
To do what?
Yeah, you can see exactly what you ordered, how much tax has been taxed from each order, and you can split it for yourself. You're like, okay, I ordered water, I ordered chicken.
For budgeting purposes.
Yeah, for budgeting purposes.
You guys could potentially find friends if you attend the MPL Arena. And while you're at that, you guys can actually join the activity, play a brawl match with a pro player. It's super easy.
With a pro player?
With a pro player.
Who's
All
a pro
you need to do is just download and so many. And register the GoPay app on your phone. Then you guys can head straight into the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena. Participate in a lucky draw for a chance to win the golden ticket that you use to exchange for the brawl match with a pro player. Earlier on, we saw Audi CS. We saw Godiva. We can see Yawi. We can see Skylar, Sanford.
These are lies, ladies and gentlemen. Sanford is not here.
What? Chaknu?
I'm just naming my idols, bro.
Yawi is here, yes, but I haven't even seen him play the brawl. I've seen Kyrie play the brawl.
Wait, have you not seen Yawi do it once? I don't think so, huh? But something else someone else who looks like him.
He's busy, okay?
He's busy with We Drink because Lord has been taken and now it's full cup. I love that tagline.
The legendary collaboration, man. We Drink X MPL ID Season 14. And my personal favorite, the grape juice.
Oh, grape.
The grape drink from We Drink.
Look at that. You can see it
on the right.
Oh, grape.
It's delicious, man.
Truly is.
What can I say?
Actually brings me back to the old like M3 days when Grape was a meme.
Wow,
and LaFell would just
Grape.
be spamming the helicopter emote.
Oh, what a
and the
throwback.
whole chat would just go helicopter.
But let's take a look at the upcoming match for Alter Ego. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like next up they're going to go ahead against Evos. And then it will be against Dewa United. By the way, that match is sold out, but you guys can still purchase tickets for their
Dewa
match against Dewa. But it's selling fast.
Selling fast, Ran. Yeah,
Fast
available right now. Selling quick, fast.
Super
Usain Bolt.
flash quick.
Flash
Fast.
quick. Selling like hotcakes. You know how
Blink and you
hotcakes
miss
get
it.
sold really quick.
I would like some hotcakes right now. Honestly.
Would you?
Like, imagine having hotcakes and putting a Campina ice cream on top of it. Oh,
That'll be cool.
that's lit.
The other thing selling
And
like
you
hotcakes.
say losing weight is tough. No wonder.
It's lit, bro.
No wonder.
I mean, it is lit though. She's not saying that it's good
everything
for weight
on
loss.
top of everything,
Am I
man.
eating it right now, Mirko?
I can't.
I'm not.
Specific.
I'm
Hold
just
it back.
saying it
She
would
holding
taste
back.
good.
Holding back.
All right.
But can you hold back from RRQ gig though? Because it's sold out immediately.
Oh,
That
man,
is-
that's
I guess
that is
they-
a very
I guess they
interesting
couldn't
match.
hold back.
They couldn't hold
They
back.
couldn't hold back.
No,
No,
they saw the Campina ice cream and they couldn't hold back. They just took it.
Eterna can't relate. She holds back.
I hold back. But I don't hold back when I'm buying tickets.
Oh.
Like you guys shouldn't as well.
So do you have tickets to all the MPL matches?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, what's the match next then?
The next match,
Yeah.
it's the Royal Derby.
Oh.
What in the world, bro?
I just gotta test you real quick, you know?
Anyway, you guys can actually go ahead onto the MPL ID website. And don't
Okay.
forget to buy it with GoPay because you guys can actually
Why?
get a 10% discount
Oh.
and 10K GoPay coins cashback.
Really? Wow.
Mhm. Tickets start from 85K, super affordable. It gets even cheaper than
crazy.
that if you use
Carlito.
GoPay, so don't forget GoPay, you know? Just keep it in your mind forever, always.
Keep it in your mind, man. Always. That's a
No, Eterna says
a
local.
Tarzan
Local
song.
is like this. You know?
Look, loco.
Loco.
That's not loco. That's more goofy and zany,
kinda
man.
goofy.
What
and
loco
zany.
is, we're gonna finally get the Royal Derby next up, ladies and gentlemen. But we are gonna go on a short break before we get into
Sky
it.
Kings.
RRQ versus Onyx.
Sky Kings.
Who you got? Let's see after this. Bye bye.
I got her. Yes.
Rince ya, belum apapun yang terjadi, deliver damage dia besar banget. Itu kita lihat Rince yang zoning out sampai di area mid lane.
Mage kan nggak harus selalu di backline gitu. Kayak ya kalau kita lihat main Rins kan, ya dia selalu maju-maju ke depan. Ya itu sebenarnya nggak diajarkan dari gue, dari dia mau dan gue push the limit terus gitu.
Kalau menurut aku pribadi, bukan penurunan performance, tapi lebih gimana orang-orang udah catch up pergerakan dari Suns.
Kalau dibilang rapian ya pasti rapian Rin. Kalau si Suns kan kebanyakan nge-trigger kan.
Kalau dari performa cuman dilihat dari individualnya, gue masih megang Suns.
Gue pasti gue bahas sendam lah. Yang pasti mereka tetap di top performance mereka lah. Biar pas kita kalahin nggak ada alasan. Terus di game terbaik sih pokoknya.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome.
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut Aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen benturan yang
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is this? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Rinsya, mau apapun yang terjadi, deliver damage dia besar banget. Itu kita lihat Rinsya nge-zoning out sampai di mid lane.
Mage kan nggak harus selalu di backline gitu. Kayak ya kalau kita lihat main Rins kan, ya dia selalu maju-maju ke depan. Ya itu sebenarnya nggak diajarkan dari gue, dari dia mau dan gue push the limit terus gitu.
Kalau menurut aku pribadi, bukan penurunan performance, tapi lebih gimana orang-orang udah catch up pergerakan dari Suns.
Kalau dibilang rapian ya pasti rapian Rin. Kalau si Suns kan kebanyakan nge-trigger kan.
Kalau dari performa cuman dilihat dari individualnya, gue masih megang Suns.
Gue akan bawa senang lah. Yang pasti mereka tetap di top performance mereka lah. Biar pas kita kalahin nggak ada alasan. Kasih game terbaik sih pokoknya.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
Double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later. Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen spektakuler.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is this? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Rinsya, mau apapun yang terjadi, deliver damage dia besar banget. Itu kita lihat Rinsya nge-zoning out sampai di mid lane.
Mage kan nggak harus selalu di backline gitu. Kayak ya kalau kita lihat main Rins kan, ya dia selalu maju-maju ke depan. Ya itu sebenarnya nggak diajarkan dari gue, dari dia mau dan gue push the limit terus gitu.
Kalau menurut aku pribadi, bukan penurunan performance, tapi lebih gimana orang-orang udah catch up pergerakan dari Suns.
Kalau dibilang rapian ya pasti rapian Rin. Kalau si Suns kan kebanyakan nge-trigger kan.
Kalau dari performa cuman dilihat dari individualnya, gue masih megang Suns.
Gue pasti gue akan gue balas dendam lah. Yang pasti mereka tetap di top performance mereka lah. Biar pas kita kalahin nggak ada alasan. Kasih jam terbaik sih pokoknya.
Galaxy A55 35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Teman murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tobe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
range ya, mau apapun yang terjadi, deliver damage dia besar banget. Itu kita lihat range yang zoning out sampai di area mid lane.
Mage kan nggak harus selalu di backline gitu. Kayak ya kalau kita lihat main range kan, ya dia selalu maju ke depan. Ya itu sebenarnya nggak diajarkan dari gue, dari dia mau dan gue push the limit terus gitu.
Kalau menurut aku pribadi, bukan penurunan performance, tapi lebih gimana orang-orang udah catch up pergerakan dari Sans.
Kalau dibilang rapian ya pasti rapian Trin. Kalau si Sans kan kebanyakan nge-trigger kan. Kalau dari performa cuman dilihat dari individualnya, gue masih megang Sans.
Gue akan balas dendam lah. Yang pasti mereka tetap di top performance mereka lah. Biar pas kita kalahin nggak ada alasan, kasih jam terbaik sih pokoknya.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this. The Royal Derby Volume 2 is set to kick off with the arrival of the Sky Kings at the MPL Arena. After losing the first leg, will Riz up his opponents in the second encounter? Will he be the answer for Fnatic Onyx to face the Kings of Kings? Meanwhile, seniors Keyboy, Suns, and CW are ready for the Royal Derby, with more preparation this time round for the second clash. The question remains for the Sky Kings. On the jungle side, will it be Albarabab, the baby alien? Will he be able to force RRQ to a loss this time around to get revenge? Or will the god in the jungle, Kyrie, become a strong matchup for Sutsujin in leg 2? Meanwhile, for the Kings of Kings, staying strong as always with their main lineup, now on a mission to reclaim the top spot that has been robbed by Bigatron Alpha just yesterday with a win. The regular season standings during the Royal Derby Volume 2 will be a big question. Fnatic Onyx have a chance to take that third place back from Liquid, and RRQ doing the same to Bigatron. Idok and Rins, the two new pillars of RRQ, will face off against two internationally accomplished players, Keyboy and Sans. Additionally, the inclusion of Keskute and NMM adds another layer of intrigue to RRQ's diverse drafts. Who will take Volume 2 of the Royal Derby? Will it be Fnatic Onyx or RRQ Hoshi?
Tapi kondisinya di sini yang pasif karena kurang perform untuk beberapa belakangan, Profesor.
Mid bisa mandiri dan bisa bikin move, itu top tier semua gitu. Kalau midnya yang cuma pasif itu susah sekarang.
RRQ, Rinsya, mau apapun yang terjadi, deliver damage dia besar banget. Itu kita lihat Rinsya nge-zoning out sampai di area mid lane.
Untuk mid laner ya, kayaknya sekarang harus ngerti matchup laning sih. Jadi kita harus tahu kapan kita yang ngalah dan kapan kita yang harus berani nge-zoning gitu. Minion equilibrium gitu, ada istilahnya. Harus bener gitu, kalau lane-nya udah rusak, bisa-bisa kalian ke freeze. Terus kedua, ya udah pasti mekanik hero-heronya harus bisa make play. Jadi ya kapan dia punya spell, kapan harus maju dan mundur itu. Mage kan nggak harus selalu di backline gitu. Kayak ya kalau kita lihat main Rins kan, ya dia selalu maju-maju ke depan. Ya itu sebenarnya nggak diajarkan dari dia mau dan gue push the limit terus gitu.
Yang paling bagus lawan Hells apa itu loh? Mid ya mid. Kayak mau clear-nya mau ininya. Bedanya ini clear-nya susah. Ini mungkin mau mati lebih bagus. Itu loh. Susah sih kalau PD Valen.
Mungkin kalau mid lane sekarang harus nyesuaiin pet sih. Karena ya tadi balik karena Romer banyak job desk, so mid lane lebih mandiri. Jadi kayak kalau kita ngasih hero mid lane yang manja, Jadi kita nggak bisa move gitu. Jadi mid sekarang itu bener-bener harus bisa baca map awareness yang gede. Terus kayak nggak asal clear terus jalan. Yang gue lihat yang mid bisa mandiri dan bisa bikin move itu top tier semua gitu. Kalau midnya yang cuma pasif itu susah sekarang.
Tapi kondisinya di sini yang pasif karena kurang perform untuk beberapa belakangan, Profesor. Kalau menurut aku pribadi, bukan penurunan performance, tapi lebih gimana orang-orang udah catch up pergerakan dari Suns. Dan bahkan kondisinya hari ini kita bahkan belum tahu apakah dia masih layak kita bilang top 1 klasemen mid laner in Indonesia, Prof.
Ya sebenarnya aku banyak yang bilang juga kayak gitu, cuman aku nggak terlalu peduli dengan komen-komen itu. Ya udah tahu kan sekarang kan meta assassin kan, jadi aku juga nggak bisa terlalu kayak gimana-gimana. Kalau dulu kan lebih mainnya kan musuhnya hyper tank, jadi mage itu lebih bebas kemana-mana gitu loh. Sekarang kan assassin, jadi assassin tuh mainnya sekarang di mid. Patch sekarang ini mage itu harus kayak lebih hati-hati aja sih, harus lebih ditemenin sama tank, harus lebih manggil jungler juga buat bantu clear. Jadi sekarang tuh memang emang was-was banget kalau di mid sekarang tuh. Gua juga nggak bakal menjadikan Rins seperti Suns gitu. Jadi ya masing-masing ada playstyle sendiri. Playstyle kan nggak ada ya siapa yang lebih better gitu loh. Sebenarnya siapa yang paling cocok dengan gameplay tim masing-masing aja. Ketika Rins sudah cocok gayanya walaupun mungkin tidak MVP seperti Suns, ya dia melakukan job itu lebih baik menurut gua gitu. Yang penting kan kita setim juara atau menang ya, itu goalsnya kan.
Kalau misalkan Rins bakal stabil kayak gitu, aku rasa Rins bakal bisa nyaingin si Suns. Cuman tahu sendiri Suns dari awal ke mid dia udah stabil banget kan, udah punya gameplay sendiri kayak gitu, kayak seru banget sih itu. RRQ Onyx bakal seru banget sih ngelihat Keyboy Suns lawan Idok sama Rins, itu seru banget kayak senior lawan junior nih. Gue akan balas dendam lah. Yang pasti mereka tetap di top performance mereka lah. Masih yang kayak sekarang yang kuat banget segala macam. Biar pas kita kalahin nggak ada alasan. Kasih game terbaik sih pokoknya. Gue berharap juga kayak game paling seru dah. Bentar.
The Kings of Kings versus the Sky Kings. Both kings in their own rights. And of course, what better way to see who is the true team to be able to wear the crown than this, the Royal Derby, that has dated way back season after season. But this season in particular, it takes the cherry. This season, both of these teams are on their top tier performance. And this time around, we will be seeing who is the better team. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MPL ID Season 14. Welcome to the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi, as we get straight into this next matchup. A match that everyone has been anticipated. We've seen it from leg number 1. We'll see it again. Will it be Onyx or will it be RRQ this time around?
You said it, Eterna. We were able to witness it already. Leg number 1, it was an RRQ Hoshi victory 2-0. Unfortunately, we weren't there to cast it, but man, just watching from home as well was phenomenal. RRQ really have shown so much growth since Season 13, where it looked very one-dimensional for them. And for Fnatic Onyx, now it's time for them to adapt to RRQ.
They've been very vocal about wanting to get revenge, finally, with their so-called full power, right? They were saying earlier in the VT, hey, make sure you keep the performance up so that when we beat you, there won't be any excuses. No momentum, no mental issue. It's just skill to skill.
And with that being said, right, I think our prediction doesn't matter as much.
What? What do you
Not
mean?
to one of the best clippers in the world.
The best clipper.
The best clipper in the world. So we'll bring him up right now, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome DJY.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the other clipper. That's why I said the best. Oh no.
Hi DJY, how are you?
What up, what up? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Do you guys
yes.
hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. I can hear you.
Whoa.
We, okay.
Who's with you?
Whoa.
So you have a team.
No.
This is...
all the other clipper
No.
friends of
I'm
his.
alone. I'm joking. I'm
Okay,
joking.
he's alone. He's joking. Oh man, the last
Okay.
time we saw you, MSC in Riyadh.
Yo, that was long time ago.
It
I
was,
guess.
it was. Talking about SRG, we've seen them being able to top their performance with a lot of rookies, right? Regeneration from MPL MY, everyone is talking about it. But it turns out this season for MPL ID, we're also in on a little bit of a regeneration train of our own. So, what is your opinion on what's been going on here at MPL ID?
I think it's very interesting because we all know that Onyx is struggling while other teams is rising up. Like, as we can say, like RRQ, Bigatron as well. But I would say that, as me, I'm an Onyx Glazer. Of course, you guys know that I'm an Onyx Glazer. So
yes, sir.
I still want Onyx to win this, but I also want RRQ to get into top 2. So I hope, Onyx and RRQ makes it to M6. You know what I mean?
That's a great opinion
yes.
there, But
That's a great opinion.
You didn't mention a certain red team there, huh? You didn't mention a certain blue team either. Now, what's going on here, DJY? Okay, you know what? Here, let me just ask you a question. We've seen the last 5 weeks, right? Based on the last 5 weeks, what has caught your interest the most in MPL Indonesia Season 14?
To be honest, I just think that the last 5 weeks, I think a lot of teams that are becoming really stronger than Onyx, of course. Then I just want to say that RQ performance really surprised me this season, to be honest. Because to be honest, I had no trust. I mean, not no trust, but like I was doubting their lineup this season. But dang, they really surprised me in the last 5 weeks from RQ. Yes.
Well, now if you see in Indonesia at least, there's been a lot of hype about import players, right? It seems like whenever an import comes in, there's a lot of hype, there's always good results. But this is one of the first seasons where we see that even full Indo teams, right, are starting to find a lot of success. What do you think about importing players, DJY? Especially because I hear that they're pretty popular in Malaysia right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have like so many imports in Malaysia, bro. I think we even have more than MPID, if I'm not wrong. I think imports are just, how do you say it? They are already more talented compared to like how you have to search them. You know what I mean? Because they are already talented, so you can import them instead. But I'm starting to see MPID slowly using the MPL lineup. What do you mean, like Indonesian instead? And I see some good success, but still the top team still contains of imports. So I wouldn't say that full Indo team will still be the best yet. But you know what I mean? There is always imports are still relevant right now, in my opinion.
DJY, speaking of the best, we're on our way to M6. You mentioned earlier RRQ and Onyx. Is that your prediction of who will represent Indonesia at M6?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say this, but it's I also gonna say that Mirko's team, Bigatron Alpha, might make it as well.
Might. That's my boy.
I'm still
right
gonna
there.
say I say might, but to be honest, Onyx is looking kind of rough this season. So if Bigatron Alpha does make it to M6, it won't be surprising, but it would be definitely a letdown to all the fans.
What?
And you?
You know what I mean? Wait. Yes, and me. Yes. Okay. You're making me forget I'm an Onyx supporter as well.
Well, you know what? I have a question for you. Now that you've already given us a prediction for MPL ID, you think those 3 teams. What about MPL MY? Give us your power rankings. Give us the top 3 for MPL MY. Do you think SRG are still the best team in Malaysia?
Ooh, okay. So, top 3. Okay, I'm just gonna mention the dark horse first. I think for dark horse, I think it's gonna be Red Esports, but I don't think they're gonna make it to the top 3. I think Homeboys have a really good chance of making to top 3 this season, so maybe Homeboys is top 3. But I still think Team Vamos is superly strong because we all know they are all ex-Homeboys player. So I'll say Homeboys, sorry, not Homeboys. Team Vamos will be top 2, and I think SRG will still be number 1, 100%.
Speaking of power rankings, DJY, it came across to me. I was scrolling through my Samsung phone, right? And then on our MPL ID page, you made a big statement. Power rankings of regions at M6. It looks like no Indonesia. It was MY, it was PH, and then it was KH.
Okay, so I can explain, all right? I can explain, okay? I can explain. So
we're waiting.
As much I'm honored to be featured, I still want to be honest because we all know what happened in MSC, right? We all know what happened to MSC. That power ranking is based on right now, So they could still be really good in M6, but that's just my list right now, man. You know what I mean? But still, Indo is definitely number 4 if I do want to put on number 3. It's like tie with KH, if you know what I mean.
Oh, okay. So tie with KH. Yeah, unfortunately, it was a 2-0 win for Susun in MSC. We did get grouped both of our representatives, so unfortunately, that's something we'll just have to take right now, right? We'll try to get you back. But now that we've already talked a little bit about how you think SRG is still the dominant force in MPL Malaysia, do you think they're going to be as dominant getting into M6? Like in M6, do you think they have what it takes to continue that invincible run or to, complete the golden road?
I think as long as, as much as I don't want to say this, as long as Onyx, doesn't keep getting the champions, that we have new champions in MPL Indonesia, I think that just proved that MPL ID is improving as a team, and definitely we can see a better result for Indonesia for M6.
All right. Well, I'm wondering about this, man. Do you think that SRG will have a long-lasting dynasty the same way Onyx does? Because that's for sure one of the reasons why you're such a big fan. Do you think that they can maintain the kind of dominance? Or do you think that at this point in time, with all the teams improving so fast, it's a lot harder to stay on top than just get to the top?
I think a lot of teams are starting SRG right now, so maybe it looks like they're weaker, but I think for me, the biggest SRG glazer out there, I think SRG will still be on top. Maybe on top 2, but we never know. But I think SRG will still make it to M6, man.
Ooh.
And perhaps win it.
Who's their main contender for M6, in your opinion?
Main contender, like teams or regions?
I'd say team.
Yeah.
Teams, okay. I think for Malaysia, okay, we'll just mention 2 teams from each region, right? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So for Malaysia, it's definitely Homeboys. The top 3 I mentioned earlier: Homeboys, Red Esports, Vamos, and SRG. From Indonesia, we have Bigatron Alpha, of course. That's Miracle's favorite team. Okay, Bigatron Alpha, RQ.
Okay.
I don't want to say Onyx, but we have seen maybe Onyx can come back, right? You know what I mean? With their new EXP laner, okay? But from PH is a little bit more interesting, okay? I think Fnatic, Onyx, PH is climbing up there.
Oh.
I mean, as much as damn, it's crazy because Fnatic, Onyx, PH, and Smart Omega is literally the new top dogs in MPL PH. And MPL PH is crazy right now. Even TNC almost beat AP Brand just now. So, I can't really predict who is going to be the top dogs and who is going to make it to M6 in Philippines. Everyone's just strong. So, that's just, I can't predict for PH, but for Malaysia, Indo, that's my list.
Okay. Real quick prediction, Royal Derby score.
Okay, 2-0 Onyx.
2-0 Onyx, okay.
Hey, you're on the Kingdom side,
right.
buddy. If you're here, you gotta be careful.
Now,
okay.
finally, DJY, it brings us to the final question that we have for you. It's more just a message to your community out there.
Okay.
What do you have to say to them?
Thank you everyone for watching MPL ID and also watching my videos as well. I mean, I do appreciate every one of you. Yes, I'm nothing without you guys. I'm nothing without you guys.
Oh, that's
Thank you so much, man, DJY. You're a W man, you know that?
So cute.
Okay, thanks, bro.
But anyway, thank you so much, DJY. Hopefully we get some time with you later on again in the season or maybe for the playoffs. But, happy watching, happy clipping. I'll be making sure that Mirko says something spicy for you to use as content, all right?
Got my eyes on you, bro.
Okay.
See ya, DJY.
Okay.
Enjoy the Royal
See you
Derby.
guys.
Thank you so much.
See you guys.
Bye.
Go Onyx. Bye-bye.
He's still throwing jabs at you, Arashi.
This dude.
You're not going to accept that, right, Arashi? Come on.
We're gonna prove him wrong, bro. I'm just saying.
If you watch that segment with your eyes closed, you probably think that's Ghani. Just saying.
Exactly. He's the biggest glazer for SRG and Onyx. What an achievement, man. Hey, if RQ wins 2-0, he's gonna be forced to clip it. I'm just saying, bro, you're gonna eat your own words. You better clip this.
I like it. I like it.
Hey, man, last time Arashi made a declaration like this, it didn't really go too well. So maybe, for all the Onyx fans out there, you're already celebrating. Maybe.
Meanwhile, all the other clippers are just taking notes. All right.
Yep. Let me just post this later when RQ end up not making it to M6, right? Then talk. That moment right there.
Oh, the pain.
Then we'll talk.
The flashbacks.
But anyway, DJY has shown a lot of confidence in Onyx. right? Do you think that Onyx can win in this matchup against RQ?
For sure, I think so. You know, especially with Kyrie and Rez. I'm not too sure if Albert's going to be playing or Kyrie, but I will say that Rez definitely fits the Onyx agenda more than Lutpi. Unfortunately, I don't know if you guys know this, but Lutpi has been demoted back to MDL. So in that department, there is no more replacement. It is Rez as the main XP. But we still don't know whether it's going to be Mr. God in the Jungle or Mr. Baby Alien.
If we look at some of their performances the last time around when they met, it really seems like both teams were really close toe-to-toe, but it really looked like when it comes to the execution and the small moments of spontaneity, it seems like RRQ had the better of them. And when it comes to the drafting phase, it really looks like Coach Kescute is the one that was being a lot more surprising, a lot more deceiving compared to Coach Yeb that we're used to thinking of as this big anomaly, right? This guy who takes things easy but always finds the right answer, especially with the power from the side lanes from the side of RRQ. The trio mid is solid, but when Dyron is on the case, when Skylar is popping off, they are equally as dangerous.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, coming into the second leg, it's a known fact that Onyx has never lost 2 times in a row in the regular season, and yet that has actually been broken this season.
Oh, by Geek.
And if, let's say, Onyx go even 2-1 loss against RQ, could this be the beginning of the end of the Sky Kings and their reign?
I don't know. We always say that every season, you know? Oh, they look beatable. Oh, Fnatic Onyx, it's over. And then in the playoffs, they're like, haha, gotcha, nerd. I'm not too sure if that's going to be the same Fnatic Onyx, but it has seemed like, I don't know, whenever Fnatic Onyx lose, it always just seems like, I don't know, man. Did they lose? Did they actually lose? Is that an experiment? It's always so eerie whenever they lose.
Exactly, especially when it happened so early on in the season, which it did for this matchup. So a lot of people are really confident that, you know, it was looking kind of sketchy for Onyx, but at the same time, you know, the loss wasn't an absolute stop. It was still very close, and it did come down to select few moments. And by all means, RRQ, as good as they are, there are still moments where you're like, oh, hang on a minute, that could have been really bad. And moments like that, generally, traditionally, is when Onyx finds an opportunity, which is why I think a lot of people, DJY included, are hyped up for this match, because really, we keep saying it, but anything can happen right here.
Even in the roster, who are we going to be seeing from Onyx?
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that if, let's say, Kyrie was the one playing against RQ in that first leg, they could have won?
Oh man, it's hard to kind of think about that now, right? In retrospect, maybe.
It truly is.
Looking at the lineup here, Dyron, Sitsukin, Rins, Edok, and Skylar. The main lineup that has been performing so well, coming up to the Royal Derby today.
Last season, they were questionable. Making it to the playoffs was a big question, was a big doubt. But today, ladies and gentlemen, the rebuild has been complete. Will they reclaim that #1 spot from Bigatron Alpha with a win in the Royal Derby? The new forces of Rex Regum Kaon.
Rex Regum Kaon, RRQ. This new lineup has just amassed so much support, so much hushing in the doubts that almost everyone had last season. Right? They came in with regeneration, they came in with new blood, and they have been able to find success. Meanwhile, the questions that we have been wondering, it looks like Kyrie is going to be stepping in the jungle. No Albert, no Lutfi, Rez in the EXP lane, alongside with Sans, Keyboy, and CW. Number 4 right now on the standings. Will they be able to climb out on top into the upper brackets?
The Kings triumph against the young Lord in Albert, but today the Sky Kings have deployed the God in the jungle, Kyrie. Welcome the Sky Kings, Fnatic Onyx.
The seasoned 4 players from Fnatic Onyx with the new addition, with the new solution they found for the EXP lane. A lot of trials and tribulations, a lot of questions posed for Rez in the EXP lane. Can he match up to the rest? Have they found the right game plan, the right combination to take out one of the strongest teams in the MPL Eddie right now? It all begins here with our Marshal Dainang, bringing in Coach Kescute, Coach Jeb, along with NMM and Adi. And this is an absolute chess match. Every single time the coaches are having a showdown, it's always intense, but now even more so. both coaches are notorious for finding weird picks, for finding unorthodox solutions. We're gonna see top tier MLBB drafting today.
And we both know, and everyone knows, that both of these teams, both of these coaches are intelligent coaches, right? I mean, more so highlighted in for Keskute this time around, the masterminds.
I mean, can you imagine bringing out the Mincitar out of nowhere, the Beatrix and the Fredrin? So many heroes right here for RRQ have just not been in the meta for so long. And yet, Keskute, the man highlighted today, has been able to just find weird puzzle pieces to fit into the bigger picture where a lot of people just simply don't see the connection. On the other side, there is Coach Yeb, again, with the unorthodox solution. Sometimes he sees a problem, instead of banning it, he goes for something else. Instead of going for what is usual, he goes for the unusual picks, and so far, the team has always been able to deliver on the needs of the coach. But today, might be one of the hardest showdowns he's gonna have in a long time, drafting-wise, as Coach Keskute here looks to be locked in, already communicating, trying to figure something out.
This is why it's always just so scary when you see these two coaches, right? You see these picks like the Brody, the Lolita, you see these missteps, mistakes maybe made by these coaches, even RQ actually having kind of a questionable draft last week against Dewa United. But you know when the big match comes around, they're all in. Yeb with that improv style of drafting, Keskute with more of a formulaic style, but it comes with a lot of cheese picks. You saw the win rates, definitely way more balanced than Rajayeba this season, 70% on both blue and red.
I honestly want to know what's on that paper. What is Keskute holding?
Easy. All you need to do is be a coach for RRQ, then you will know.
Oh man.
It's a trade secret at this point. Can't find out just like that. See him.
Can we see it? Is it transparent? Ah, no, it's not. We can't see.
We need some guy. It might be just a list of heroes possible. There's something printed on it, so
you're
we're
right.
theorizing right here. But look at the focus, man. Coach Yeb, definitely more experience in this department, laughing a bit more. Coach Keskute having intense discussions, man. Oof.
I mean, Yeb has never brought a notebook, right?
No,
I don't think
No
so.
never brought
notebook,
anything
notepad.
except for his own mind.
That's it.
He's
Is he the
practiced
only
his mind
coach
off.
that does that?
Yeah, I think so. I think he is the only coach that does that. Doesn't need anything but his mind.
And it's just built different, man. Let's see how this goes, though. Again, you talked about the unorthodox picks, but it's going to be the first pick selection for RRQ. So already Coach Keskute, after being so dominant and so adamant on getting that second pick, now he's transitioning to the first pick. So there certainly is something in the meta right here, cooked up by both teams. Right now, second pick selection for Fnatic Onyx, though. As you can see, the stats really support this decision. They are the home team that made the call, so let's wait and see what this results in. All the focus picks we saw earlier with the Hovius, with the Hyluses, there's so many ways right here that's so situational to each team in the drafting phase.
And even today, there's a little bit of a mix, right? Whoever gets blue side, sometimes they win.
Yep.
It's not like a clear cut. Whoever gets blue side will win. You know, it's a big twist, and
is cool.
it's always been this way for Fnatic Onyx. They love second pick. I think ever since even Yeb came in, they loved second pick.
Even before he came in, when Yeb was in Onyx PH, he
Second
wanted
pick.
red side almost every time. That's his preferred side to actually start drafting. It's because of the reactive style and that improv style. He would usually he does understand obviously the prio picks, but getting a counter matchup to set up for his players is top priority.
Let's see the top priority that we'll be seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, in the drafting phase for our first game in our Royal Derby, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Fanny, Faramis banned out by RRQ. Meanwhile, Fnatic Onyx look to prioritize the Chip and the Jushin, banned out too.
Oh, interesting, man. Chip, of course, won't be let go. We saw a bit of an exception just earlier today in the second match, but that definitely is the exception, not the rule. With the Sushin banned away as well, there's definitely a lot of attention to that mid lane. It was the highlighted matchup here, that Rome mid duo. It's Kibo and Sans, the super experienced, notorious, infamous even, duo mid and EXP, mid and Rome, sorry. And for RRQ, it's the new face, Edok and Rins, and they've been able to really match a lot of experienced players right here. But Hylas and Phobius for sure won't be let go for no reason.
Roger, Ling, Edith, Ruby. It looks like RIQ's pick of the ton will be the Edith. Really good flex still for this most part. Fnatic Onyx very early.
Whoa.
A Joe pick.
That is super early. We just saw Psychos actually utilize the Cho in XP. Maybe Fnatic Onyx are actually playing with the fact that this could be a flex pick with it being picked up so early on.
Interesting. Definitely isn't a pattern we've seen so often, but good prio, good roaming potential as well. Back then in the meta, Cho EXP was definitely a thing. Now RRQ with the more elusive possibilities. They still have the Edith, they have the chance to pick up the Roger if they want, but no, Fnatic Onyx take it away before it becomes an issue. Now for RRQ, what do they want to show first here? Ruby?
It does eliminate the flex. It's a good pick, but it eliminates the flex. So would that be okay? Technically, the Harith is also still open if they want to go for it, as well as the Ling.
Yeah, the Harith is a possibility, but with the Lunox threat being an option, certainly RRQ doesn't seem to mind. They might think that there's going to be other picks in line there. It has to be prioritized by Fnatic Onyx, but with the Valentina as well, a lot more playmaking of a composition here from RRQ, but for Fnatic Onyx, the response is immediately that Lunox. Is this a mistake? Does RRQ fall into the bait of Coach Ed?
I mean, that's what we thought earlier with Brands.
That is an exception, I would say, right?
But
Brands wasn't
I mean, Fnatic Onyx are going against the Skylar.
That's true, but Skylar is going up against the Baldwin. It's CW, man. This guy is the most underrated gold lane in MPL ID, even after winning 4 trophies in a row. He's still not able to make it to the first team because everybody just thinks, oh, yeah, he's good, but he's a supported player for the team. Getting a pick like this, Lunox in the winning lane, can lead to him snowballing. And again, we don't even know if the Lunox is actually going to go into the gold lane. It could actually go into the mid lane as well. We have seen Suns playing the Lunox before, so there's a lot of flex right now for Fnatic Onyx. Roger, Cho, and Lunox, all flex. That's why it's going to be very difficult. You can already see for RRQ, usually Kescute very decisive with what to ban. This time, yes, I think a little bit, banning out the Loyi.
Wow, even the Loyi right here. Maybe we're seeing the potential earlier. Might be in the back of the mind of Kescute, or maybe it's intel from the scrims. Definitely the macro presence is something that Fnatic Onyx can be really good at doing. Yesterday we just saw that our Roger in the right hands can even out macro a Moskov, right? Execution becomes very crucial at this point in time. With the Fredrin, respected by Fnatic Onyx. Yo!
That is so odd.
RRQ is the only team who's played the Fredrin. And this is the first Fredrin ban in Season 14, I believe.
So why Fredrin banned out? Like, so what if Fredrin gets picked up?
I think they're concerned that if the Fredrin gets picked up, it opens up a possibility for another mage to come up from the side of RRQ in the hands of Edok. We've seen the Aurora coming through, but maybe with all this dive we see from Fnatic Onyx, the last thing they want is to have RRQ having a lot of crowd control and tankiness from the Fredrin built in, and also a lot of control tools like the Frigid Glacier, you know, and maybe potentially other mages that Coach Kescute has in the bag. Now with the bans completed though, first move from Fnatic Onyx.
I don't know, do they want to secure a hero for Keyboy here? Do they want to see, unless of course Cho is for Keyboy.
Exactly, that's why it's really tough right now to even think of Fnatic Onyx. If they want to add on to the composition with more flex, they can go for the Ruby here. It can actually be flexed into the gold, into Rome as well, and XP. They can play around with that flex. But Fnatic Onyx decide to go for the Vexana first, so at least now we know no more flex for the Lunox, no more flex for the Roger. That is a mid Vexana, Lunox gold, and the Roger in the jungle.
Now for RRQ though, we know that Ruby is a signature pick for Edok, and technically in this composition, it doesn't look too bad. Going up against all the dive tools, the Donald Wolf King can be a valuable tool here, but is that too clear cut? Is that too predictable? Oh! Ruby and the Ling!
Yeah.
I mean, either the Haya or Ling.
Yeah, we saw the 3 heroes being picked up by RRQ. They needed more physical attack coming through, so I guess that's why maybe the Fredrin was also banned out. And the only option was, like you mentioned, Hayabusa, Ling, and the Nolan already being banned out. So this is a really good take-in for RRQ. They're also securing a quote-unquote counter towards the Ling for themselves. But now for Fnatic Onyx. Do you flex the Cho? Do you leave it in the roam?
Oh.
Gatot Kacha being picked up. What does this tell us?
Tells us that they want to still be flexible, but they still want to have all the aggression available.
Who's going where?
It's Rez with Cho. XP Cho, Keyboy with a Gatot Kacha.
Oh man, I was just thinking that Fnatic Onyx, they look to be quite squishy if you look at the damage potential of RRQ. A lot of targets are available on the side of Fnatic Onyx, but with the Gatot Kacha, maybe the zoning potential from the Avatar of the Guardian, the taunts, might just be enough to kind of throw off the damage calculations, the movement from RRQ. Looking at the index here, seems like RRQ has the advantage, but survivability, I think, is something that has been so important today. Controllability, though, it does favor the side of Fnatic Onyx. That the Way of the Dragon can be massive, but of course, against Purifies, it really is quite difficult to find the right target.
In leg number 1, it was a 2-0 for the Kings of Kings. This time around, can the Sky Kings look for their revenge, look for their redemption, and claim what is rightfully theirs? The throne is open, and both teams want to get it for themselves. Let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 in the Royal Derby.
Oh man, this is a terrifying situation in the mid lane with both teams so aggressive in the 2v2s. You see that the Vixana generally comes out on top, but against a Valentina, you never really know, right? The extra sustain, the extra damage, Rins definitely is trying to make the best use out of it. But look at Rez. This is that early game Cho presence we're talking about, clearing the wave so much faster, able to move around. Emblems by IndyHome indicate that's the plan as well. Agility for this Cho, along with Sans. Running the tenacity just in case the assassins has their eyes on him, and going for the agility to still supplement that roaming potential. And this is still a weapon mastery Lunox, so the longer the game goes, CW has a lot to say when it comes down to the damage output. But when it comes to the spell output though, with the Inspires, RRQ has a lot of ways to do ability-based outplays, but look at Skylar, already chunking down CW.
Really intelligent way to take this lane. It's the Harith winning out in the trades, but overward. Keyboy there, comes to blaze, use up. Kyrie Nunn able to go for the Lycan Pounce. Terrified earlier by Rin, still forcing that flicker out from Edok.
Very early as well. That's a resource burnt out in the early stage of the game. I mean, technically RQ, they do want to look for some early game. Again, though, CW and Skylar. CW is getting caught out here. He's getting chunked in, actually forcing a recall.
He just fought in the midst of that minion wave as well, making use of the regeneration part of that first kill of the Lunox, so really playing the lane very, very well. But the early game Roger, that's just so much kill threat coming in for Kyrie. And as the turtle comes up here, you do wonder what's the idea, especially for Citizen. Does he want to risk going in to try and get a steal? Does he want to actually win out a fight just first? We'll have to see as Rins comes in to try and get level 4 from this XP card.
He gets it. And Sans will be able to get level 4 as well. Edok still a bit behind.
Ooh. Kind of zone away a bit by Sans' potential. Jiggling a bit there, but looking for that level 4 still. He is so low though. There are concerns if he can actually go and engage properly on such low HP.
Yeah, I don't know. Edok is quite low. Does he really want to go in for the contest? It looks like Dairon is in position.
Good Kundo now with the Eternal Guard. Rez picking up first blood with an amazing way to Dragon play. The Eternal Guard from Rins to disengage. Neutral objective and the kill to the Sky Kings.
Very decisive by Fnatic Onyx. It looked like Keyboy was able to look for an opening, give information for Rez to finally pick up that proper start to the skirmish. They saw that Edok was low, and they were able to capitalize over the indecisiveness coming in from RQ.
Wow. Pulo, for the first time in forever, this is the first time, I think, we see him actually predict Fnatic Onyx.
Has he always been RQ?
He's always been anti-Onyx.
Exactly, a whole chat was created. Papulong anti-Onyx, anti-Onyx. But here he is, and Keyboy gets jumped on, but not enough damage from RRQ.
Yeah, that's a bit of poke there, trying to catch Keyboy off guard. Some R4 is going to be committed down as well. Keyboy using the Avatar to escape as Kyrie facilitates that escape as well. Edok getting gunned down quite a bit. Don't know what can use up. Kyrie might be able to go for this. No, he knows better than to overcommit. This is already a win. Skylar trying to clear the wave. CW there, utilizing the help of Sans with the Curse Blast. Good Terrify. Both teams will be able to disengage, but Fnatic Onyx have built up a 1,000 gold lead.
1,000 gold lead without any kills. Great maneuvers all across the map. Thunderbelt completed for Rez, an extra bit of slow and damage, and scaling potential for the late game. Being a Cho, you can proc it quite easily and still get out, so it's a great investment. Now though, with the next objective spawning in 25 seconds, you can see both teams corralling around, but I think RRQ are really respecting Keyboy's threat here on the Gatot Kacha, man. It's so deceptively tanky and damagey as well, and ooh, Rinse. Keyboy doing a bit of damage! Rinse are going to be caught off. Kyrie with a light conform, getting it, away the dragon from Rez into the Eternal Guard. The Mod Force not able to be used up! Gets terrified, Jin. Defensive Tempest ablaze, Kyrie able to maneuver away from it. Good Defiant Blade to escape with a pinch poise, but it is all Fnatic Onic in the first 4 minutes.
3 members taken out for the price of none, and earlier on, Kyrie was a level ahead of Jin. With that triple kill for Kyrie, he has now gone up to a 2-level lead. He should be able to pick up this neutral objective, no problem. And that's a 2.8k gold lead now for the Sky Kings.
It's just Sans, man. Every single time there is a waiting game, Sans finds a way to walk forward unthreatened and lands the Deathly Grasp. Now trying to bait Dyron into one as well, zoning him, but look at Rez. Against the world, all alone, I'm offended. Rez still able to escape! The escape artist!
Unfortunate. You'd think that RQ were on the right track, right? They were looking for a different trade on a different side of the map, but the fact that he was able to get out, it eliminates that presence.
Good Avatar, the disengage coming down, the taunt still connecting, but Skylar was able to utilize that Zaman Force.
The issue for RRQ right now is just don't have enough damage. Even Sutsujin that's trying to farm up, gonna require a few more items there. Whereas for the side of Fnatic Onic, the Roger threat in the early game is just so good. Already with the War Axe, more sustain, more ways to do damage and chase down the members of RRQ. With their very aggressive mobility-reliant style, the picks like the Cho, the picks like the Roger on Kyrie allows Fnatic Onic to really punish any kind of minute overextension from RRQ.
Look at that chain CC. Rez not using away the dragon just yet. Dyron's still able to flicker out as Keyboy walks forward. Both of them, both these teams don't really want to commit onto these skirmishes just yet. Sutsujin able to get a trade on the other side of the map, but will lose out on that purple buff. Free for Kyrie. Rinse walking up, Keyboy taken low. He's still able to get out though.
Yeah, no purple buff again for Sutsujin apparently. And it's a peculiar thing, right? Oh, wait a second, again, Keyboy?
Getting out the Revitalized, sealing away the light conform from the Roger. Edok, good sun over, canceling out the Avatar, and finally RQ on the board, but CW jumps in forward, Lycan pounce from Kyrie. CW able to escape with the brilliance. Kyrie caught in the midst of it all, still with the Lycan pounce, able to get out to Rinz, who uses the Purify to escape, but Kyrie goes back to that human form. Now on Dyron he goes, and it's Rez who kicks him out of the Lanadon. Tempest of Blades used defensively, so Jin still able to dodge away from the Terrifies. Quick beat as Rez continues to chase onto Edok just with the Jeet Kune Do.
Kyrie means business, man. I mean, he's coming back on the Roger. Oh, wait a second, Edok? Can he get a tree?
Forcing that out, CW with the Chaos. Now going to be punished down. Rez has to run, has the flicker. Turtle taken by Kyrie as CW gets traded for it.
Talk us through what happened in the past few minutes, because that was so much drama going on. And looks like it's still going on. Keyboy going in very aggressively onto Skylar. He should be able to get out. Wait.
The CC, they weren't able to get the CC in time. Good Avatar timing from Keyboy.
Okay, Arashi, please take it away.
This is a unique way of using the Gatot Kacha we really haven't seen. He's there to screen, take some damage, and knowing that there's a lack of burst potential for RRQ in the early game, uses the ultimate exclusively as an escape to Idok though.
I'm offended, taking Sanz's Purify out, bats away the dragon into the Eternal Guard. Used up, Edok still able to escape. Diamond with one kick there as he is able to still be the front line. Going with the onward, only onto the Eternal Guard, popping the Primal Rez going for the chase down, flickers out to safety. The Jeet Kune Do onto Rinz will knock him up. Skylar with his Zaman Force now deals some damage. A good knockup from the Tempest of Blades will enable Skylar to go for a big play onto Kyrie with the chase as well. Sutsujin shuts him down. Skylar now onto Sans, dodging away, getting the synchro mission and enabling the comeback. Keyboy versus 2. I'm offended to cancel it out. The Avatar used this time, but into the front of 3 RRQ members. Sutsujin picks up the kill, and RRQ are back on track.
That was a 1-4-4 trade, and essentially Skylar has not yet hit his power spike.
What the heck was that, man? RRQ were on the run for so long, but the moment they saw a single opportunity, a single overextension, that is the margins we're working with right here as Rez tries to clear, tries to defend this mid turret.
They're struggling to go for the siege. Rez is able to clear the wave. Fnatic Onyx minimalizing their losses.
All right, man, that was a shutdown picked up by Sutsujin as well. Not ideal for the side of Fnatic Onyx as we take a look at Kayes for our MPL ID X streamer program. This is a great match to be watching, man. Anyone who's restreaming at home must be yelling in their seats, jumping out of their chairs, because there's so many things happening. Now with the fire for the first Lord spawning, let's see which team gets the first play of the game.
I mean, she's not jumping, but she was screaming earlier on.
She's got the moves.
She does. Let's see if Fnatic Onyx got the moves right now, but look at that res!
Great cancel from Go Woki, not Eternal Guard to lock him down, but Dyron's able to find the Earth Shatter now! As that's a great ammo penalty, Kyrie gonna be locked down, still able to go with the Lycan Pounce, getting Dyron out, Skylar, Zaman Force used up, going back and forth onto Kyrie, but he still has a Lycan form, Kyrie looking for revenge to what Sutsujin did to them! Looking for one more, that is a maniac! 1v1, Sutsujin versus Kyrie. Sutsujin recalling 4 for 4, what a match!
You love to see it, man. You love to see it. This is the Royal Derby, and this is what makes this Royal Derby in particular the matchup to watch. Top tier junglers going at it. Kyrie standing at a 10-1-2 KDA. Sutsujin falling quite close as well, 5-0-2. And he's going to be the first one to the Lord.
This is looking great for Fnatic Onyx, seeing Kyrie in top shape, in top form. But you have to remember, this means that if Kyrie is lost, then the kills are also lost. If RRQ can take Kyrie out, that could be the end of it.
Keyboy opening it up earlier. Rez getting the way to drag it onto Dyron. Sutsujin pops in the Tempest of Blaze, but Dyron will lose his life. Keyboy walking up. Edok cannot punish. Fnatic Onyx get the dub. One for all.
You get the rotations immediately, knowing that the Lord potentially is lost. Sutsujin goes for a steal. But look at Sans.
No time for the play. Sutsujin, how are you going to escape this time? Gets out. Sutsujin playing with literally pixels from death. But it is still a Lord to the Sky Kings.
That was so close, though. That was so close. And luckily in for RRQ, they do have some compensation, being able to steal that purple away from Kyrie. But it looks like Kyrie's looking for his revenge as well, already poking on to Sutsujin's purple buff. Is Rez looking for that opportunity? The Purifies are up. What opportunity will he be able to find?
Oh!
Good recovery.
Edok picks up the buff, and on the bottom side, the turret gets taken up. That's the macro potential of the Ling. It's not being wasted at all. 1v1 won't be happening just yet.
Man.
We gotta wait for the moment, man. It has to happen at the 30. Oh. This one. Reads it out. Finch poise. All right. And it's over.
Just a tease. The Lord coming in, though. Will Fnatic Onyx try and get some more with it? Because Sutsujin definitely became a big problem. He's still going for the pushes, by the way. Click a look at the items. Skylar actually is ahead, but just a bit from CW. 700 gold, more or less. And you can see the difference in itemization. CW planning on getting all up close and personal a lot more. And I think sustainability becomes a big question right here. And if you look at it, the front lines for the side of RRQ already have the Radiant Armor. With the amount of magical damage coming through from Fnatic Onyx, it's going to be important. Although on the other side, it's a whole different story. They have to be concerned about the magical and physical damage. That's the advantage that RRQ have right now with the, with the combination.
So we can safely say that both gold laners are at their power spike, yes?
Absolutely, but now Kyrie alone is just positioning so well, and he is the stand-alone guy. I mean, he has 10 kills to his name solo, right? So he needs to be very careful about this, but slowly but surely, RRQ is catching up. Both teams are farming so efficiently, so fast, and now they go for, whoa!
Good Eternal Guard earlier there. Keyboy popping and revitalize. Early Rez going in with the Deacon and the way the Dragon Flicker combo. Bringing him in. Now the Avatar catching him in the back as Kyrie deals with Rins. Dyron still with the Primal Rat catching Kyrie. The top of the blaze by Sutsujin as he also took the purple buff earlier. It's a 2 for 2.
But that's a shutdown onto Dyron. Is that still worth it? Is it who won that trade?
I feel like considering how hard Kyrie was snowballing, any kind of equal trade has to be worth it for RRQ. Looking at even the gold difference right here, 800 from a 2k gold lead. Sutsujin waiting for an opportunity to make a play right here. It might develop into a 1v2 though. He needs to be careful.
CW with the chaos. Sutsujin flying away. Rez trying to catch him with the G Kundo. Let's see how you escape from this one. No Tempest Blade. The Curse Blast used up. The turret. Oh, Sutsujin! The Avatar coming down! Finding it! An escape artist earlier in Rez. Now the mercenary. Sutsujin escaping from the clutches of the Sky Kings.
That was nearly a perfect moment for Kiboy as well, going in with the Avatar. But Sutsujin knew he was able to get out at the right moment and come back. Imagine if he was taken out. They wouldn't have had a chance to take this neutral objective.
Now Rez is going to be taken down. No mortality this time as Skylar zones the back line. Kyrie going for Ida, but I don't think that's going to be worth it here. Kyrie to be chased down. Riz taken out by Kai, but Skylar the King comes back to haunt Kyrie. Keyboy revitalize. RRQ, did they take that win? It's a 2 for 2.
They were able to take out the jungler though, so in theory it still favors them. And Sutsujin has a window here to pick up the purple buff to go for more split pushes. But look at the wave on the bottom side. It might really favor RRQ. With 18 seconds to go until Onyx has a retribution, they have to try and do something.
Let's see, Skylar walks out with a taunt, gets out with a Purify. CW gets rid of him. CW versus the world. The Tempest Ablaze now by Sutsujin, who claims a double. And on top of it, will go for Sans. Rez doing it. Sans with a Gila moment and a Terrify, but immortality for Sutsujin. The Retry coming down. Rez dealing with the immortality. Sutsujin, can he run away? Rez with the G Kundo. Rez with a shutdown. Late Rose Gold Meteor.
Unfortunately though, Fnatic Onyx are still the ones to pick up that Lord. It was taken in by Sans.
It was the margins were so razor close. You saw that the Lord was on a sliver of HP, but Fnatic Onyx were able to get it. And even so, it's still only a 2k gold lead. This game is so close right there, and the shutdown was picked up by Fnatic Onyx, but it was picked up by Rez. All things considered, considering the importance of Rez in this game, you can say that him picking up the shutdown isn't the worst of scenarios. RRQ now preparing to deal with the Lord, but also aware of the potential of Fnatic Onyx to find opportunities to surprise them once more with this choke pick.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. The Royal Derby, the fights for the upper bracket slot. We haven't seen Fnatic Onyx at number 4 in quite some time, and yet here they are. They know it, and they still want to go back. They still want that upper bracket slot, and look how serious they're going in for it.
Avatar only catching Dyron, Terrify, and the Eternal Guard locking Edok down, but he still has the Immortalities. Blinkers out to safety. Dyron with the Primal Rat catching Rez. He is going to be taken out by Skylar with a Bond Force. And Sutsujin continues to just linger in the back. RRQ lose 2 base turrets.
2 base turrets, but it's on the side, it's in the mid lane, and on the side where the next Lord is gonna be spawning. So all things considered, that is the best they could hope for. There's no way you're gonna deal with that Lord with Fnatic Onyx, who has a gold lead, and not lose an objective. Now though, while Fnatic Onyx are regrouping, they're trying to spread out, trying to find ways to make an impact. As we can look at, Edok
walking up, getting on the Keyboy as he gets bursted down. Skylar was about force! Purifies out of the glowing wand tick! But it gives Fnatic Onyx the green light to actually get more maneuvers. My lord!
That's a big resource spent already, ladies and gentlemen. Technically, the timers aren't as bad for RRQ. The Lord spawns in 40 seconds, and that Purify should be up in 70. It's still a 30-second gap, though. Can Fnatic Onyx utilize this to their advantage?
Look at how they're playing this. They always send Rez and CW on the far side. They know that Sutsujin desperately wants to make use of the Finch Poise, of the mobility, but they're not allowing it. They're making sure that they leave a trap there at every single time. And if Sutsujin wants to use that macro play, then he is required to bring someone else with him, and that effectively nullifies the split push potential.
Definitely. Right now, 2.3k gold lead still in for Fnatic Onyx. It looks like at this point, both teams are trading in those items as we're getting into the later stage of the game. The Evolved Lord has spawned in. Keyboy already zoning. Sans there as well.
The Terrifying Eternal Guard. Kyron still able to escape with the Primal Wrath. This time, Sutsujin not winning the retry battle. Kyrie takes it away. Rez able to escape. No purple buff for Sutsujin.
No purple buff for the next big fight, but the Retribution is still down. But considering with that there's no purple buff in the hands of Sutsujin, I don't know if they're gonna try and go for this. Sutsujin goes for Kyrie's purple buff though. That could be a solution. And Edok is trying to find information, trying to give confirmation to Sutsujin that it is possible to go for that maneuver. But look at Sans every single time, man, waiting around, not concerned at all about going up against an assassin 1v1 as a mage. Gila Sans, as always, makes no sense.
Absolutely. Even in the interview, he said that, this season, isn't a meta that really favors him. This is a meta that he needs to be a lot more cautious. And yet, even on a Vexana, a hero that is quite vulnerable, he's still able to have that impact.
They've been able to actually force CW to rotate. That's a Lunox with a Wishing Lantern, by the way. The damage output is absolutely insane. But look at this, Sitsujin still far away, so RRQ needs to be careful. The engage potential can come in at any moment.
Sitsujin, though, in the bottom lane will force someone to recall, someone to deal with it. Kairi is the one who gets sent down. Edok tries to go for the I'm Offended, unable to find anyone here.
And it's back to the waiting game as the wave on the top side continues to push. Both teams are just playing this really, really patiently, man. They know that the Lord is survivable. It does a lot of damage. But looks like CW, if he wants to, can go for a play. Oh!
Way the Dragon with the Chaos used up. No immortality for Edok. Does he get away? The Eternal Guard actually not timed well, but Kairi gets a like and found Skylar. Perfect Purify out of the Avatar right now. Siren pops into Primal Rap and will lose his immortality. Sitsujin dealing with Kiboy. Needs to go for the back line. Will go on to Kairi, and now the top of the blades. Kairi buys the immortality in time. Rez does the same thing. Sitsujin going for everyone. Finch poising out as Skylar escapes too. Sitsujin waiting in that bush. Sans trying to find him, puts the Curse Blast down. Fnatic Onyx are too low to even go for the Lord. They're gonna have to go for some camps first.
They have the man advantage, however. There are 3 members traded out, 3 members taken out. But unless Skylar says something different.
The Terrify was used up. Kiboy is going to get taken down by Skylar. Lord, very low. Retreat in 1 second. Kairi in 3. Sitsujin, no! It's Calvin Winata. Tempest of Blades with the knockup, unable to find it. The winner crown and the immortality buy from CW. High level stuff. Fnatic Onyx get the dub.
Man, all that to just set up for one Lord, and even then, even though it looked so good for Fnatic Onyx, were able to get the first move, it still wasn't given up for free. Now with the Lord though, if the waves are managed perfectly by Fnatic Onyx, this could be the beginning of the end. We're seeing RRQ with a full roster, with 15 seconds until Kibo is back. The Avatar of the Guardian is available though, and even the rapid boots for CW, he needs to get around. He knows that mobility is just so important. Will the fight break out? Will Rez find a pickoff?
He goes on to Edok. Good cancel with the Thorn Wolf King and the I'm Offended. Rez cannot go for the way of the Dragon. Crazy way the Dragon plays anymore. No flicker. It is down for him. Rim steals away the Eternal Guard. The zone Fnatic Onyx from the Lord. They dealt with the Evolved Lord without losing their bottom lane. Tier 2 even.
Still could fall though. Unless Sitsujin takes care of it.
Alright.
No casualty, nothing. They win nothing out of that.
Oh, that's a risky play, Sitsujin. Ooh, Kairi steals it away with the retry.
Sitsujin, man, his performance on this lane. What in the world, Arashi?
It's just so good. He's just so slippery on it every single time. But now here we go. With one wave, Fnatic Onyx are attempting to make a play happen. But look at Sitsujin. What does he have cooked up? Going for the purple buff steal.
This is risky. Do Fnatic Onyx read it out? No, they don't. They don't know where their Sitsujin is there, but they'll find out very soon. They see the green orbs, they know, but Sitsujin is too fast.
They've been had. They tried so hard to deny Sitsujin, but he finds ways to survive. The mercenary used to be scraping the barrel for resources, and it's working out. The Lord still, fortunately, is on the side where RRQ can manage their lost base turrets. But what can they do in the macro department? In the previous fight, we saw Fnatic Onyx pull out all the stops with the item swaps, with the Winter Crowns. Seems like the next fight might be the decisive one. And RRQ, funnily enough, has taken the gold lead despite losing that Lord.
Yeah, it's swapping back and forth though. A ping-pong battle in the gold department between both of these teams. Luckily though, RRQ with their composition with the Ling, they still are able to work with the side lanes, right? They're still able to work with those, the far lanes. Sitsujin should be able to weave in and weave out.
B-Boy, gonna be caught by I'm Offended now. Some damage placed down, the Avatar used up, and everybody dodging away from the timer now, getting caught by the Eternal God in the way of the Dragon. Sitsujin deals with CW, but he's still able to pop in with a crown of Skylar. Continues to dodge away with the Sabat Force. Gets terrified, Sitsujin still playing it slow. 1-4-1, gold for XP.
Gold for XP though, that is absolutely worth it. But the fact that the main front line of RRQ can melt that quickly, that fast, definitely is a dangerous situation to be in. But now without the gold leaner, for 40 seconds. That's a late game full item Lunox with the weapon mastery. CW has been a very important aspect in Fnatic Onyx damage output. Now that he's not around, RRQ, if they can force a fight right here, this could be the moment they have been waiting for. 20 seconds to go.
I don't know. I mean, technically the same can be said for Dyron, right? He's been detrimental in giving vision and giving information over to RRQ. Despite them lacking in the damage, if they don't have the information, I mean, Kyrie can still go in for these kills and still can go in with the damage. But this might be the moment. That's a 2 knock-up. They don't follow up on this. It's a ticking time bomb, the calm before the storm right now.
CW still respawning, no Purify on Sans. Skylar trying to zone Rez away. Avatar coming down, Rez with a flicker, unable to find it. The Winter Dragon connects on the Tsutsujin, but he's isolated himself. Immortality down, Rez taken, very low, taken down by Rins. Keyboard with the Revitalize, Tsutsujin taunts in CW, picks up the kill, Dyron gets the Lord and gets high. Now the flicker forward, that's a Purify over, Rins with a chase, CW very low. And then Skylar who gets the kill, T-Boy is trying to save the game, but Dyron stomps it to the ground. Only Sans left to defend for the Sky Kings.
Look at the timers. 50 seconds, 60 seconds. Is this the moment for RRQ to win this first game? They only lost to Tsujin for the price of 4 members of the Sky Kings. Is this their moment?
RRQ made it so costly, and Sans tries to try and do something. Skylar though,
the Purify out, Skylar the king leads his pack, leads his army to a win. The kingdom rejoices. 25 minutes. RRQ Hoshi had won the battle. Game 1 to RRQ Hoshi, but the war continues in the Royal Derby.
And the crowd goes wild. The kingdom celebrating in the background. Tsutsujin still ice cold. Despite that amazing performance from him, he still has his head in the game. He knows that there is still one more challenge if they want to win this again in a 2-0.
I got goosebumps, man. What the heck are we watching? Every single time a play gets initiated, it almost defies logic. Fnatic Onyx winning with a man disadvantage. RRQ finding ways to play the macro game despite losing a member, losing a purple buff. Both these teams, they're just going toe-to-toe, and it just comes down to one single moment, one single fight. If we took a look at the gold difference, I don't think it goes further than 4,000 at most.
There were trades back and forth throughout the entirety of this match, and sure, there were highlighted players in that, but man, every member played their part. If Dyron did not secure that last Lord, things could have ended quite differently.
That's definitely the case right here. This fight was so chaotic. At this point, textbook approaches don't work anymore. You have to try and catch your opponents off guard. That is what the Fnatic Onyx tried to do. But with Sans not having the Purify, he also had to play a lot safer. And as a result, you saw a difference, like a separation there. And for RRQ to keep going like this, despite the HP bars falling ever so slightly lower, they're able to get 4 members down on such a long death timer. And Sans, despite all the mechanics, all the outplays, cannot defend in the moment just like that. How is RRQ doing this? This is a roster that shouldn't be winning in experience, in discipline, in calmness. But they have just beaten Fnatic Onyx in what some would call the ideal circumstance for Fnatic Onyx to find their weakness.
If you had any questions about their performance, you should have asked it in their first matchup. We know how good they are. 1-0.
What do you have to say, man?
Sounds kind of deafening right here, man. Wow.
Silence is loud, especially after that crazy match. But seriously, what can we do but just stay silent after such an amazing game of Mobile Legends?
I loved it.
Can you even pinpoint?
I didn't. How long was that?
I couldn't.
25 minutes.
25.
26, 25 minutes.
I didn't feel it.
60-second death timers.
It should have been a 5-minute game because honestly, it felt like 5 minutes. 5 minutes of crazy action. My heart was going, and I'm not a fan of I'm not a big fan of these two teams. I'm a Big Shot fan, man, but that game was crazy.
I'm sweating bullets, man. You already know. Man, all the way, even the macro decisions here to keep going for the steals, And then afterwards, the response, right? From going for from getting your buff stolen to just going for a trade. And moments like this, where this was one of the first fights, I believe, where Fnatic Onyx were having all the control, and yet Skylar here, fearless on this Harith, man. And this isn't the first time. All throughout the game, Skylar on the Harith was just able to just go all out in the front line as long as he knows that the important resources, the big ultimates, have been used. And the Ruby pickup, I feel like in the end it was just so valuable because it really threw a wrench in the plays from Rez. He was so important in Fnatic Onyx making the first move, but in the end, because it kept getting countered, because it kept getting stopped, you saw that in the end, Fnatic Onyx were forced to try and experiment and try and use the avatar of the Guardian instead to try and start things off. Moments like this, man, it's adaptation, just, you know,
more
back and forth.
adaptation.
Adaptations all across the board.
Adaptations to the adaptations.
Sutsujin.
It's just so good.
It's amazing.
And all that could be said with one word. Sutsujin.
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 Your MVP player of the game, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G, A26 KDA, an 828 GPM. But all around, man, he was just so impressive. The amount of times that he escaped death.
Oh yeah.
What?
Look forward to the highlights, man. To the Clippers, you know, nudge, nudge. You know, talking about a specific Clipper right here. Maybe he'll have those escapes on his channel. But man, let's take a look at the highlights where we might see some of those moments play out in real time. Official gold partner UBS Gold brings us this early game moment where you can see RRQ. They have the Ling, but because of that, you can see that the Roger, Fnatic Onyx did not leave this pick to waste, you know? They keep going for this early game plays. They know that with the Vexana, there's so many ways for them to get an advantage when it's coming to these tight spaces in the jungle. And because of that, they were just able to get so much more value. But afterwards, it's like they were caught too far up, and the communication between these teams has to be insane. Because Skylar goes in right here, 1v3, right before Sutsujin even joins and participates. So he knew exactly the window of opportunity to try and go in here on a Harith. And it probably explains his defensive emblem choice as well. He knows this is going to be that kind of game. On the flip side, the moment where Fnatic Onyx were able to actually get the jump on them, they were really caught off guard. But in the backline, you can see that CW, despite the brilliance, despite the Winter Crowns, all of these attempts from CW to stay alive, to stay relevant, it just isn't enough.
Oh, this is such an anime moment.
Exactly. Two men left standing, looking at each other dead in the eyes. And here was that play. All starts with the Avatar, got cancelled, and Rez, again and again, ends up being the one man caught up. And looking at the mobility of RRQ, the amount of dashes they have, you can see that for Fnatic Onyx, Sans, as good as he was, and CW, they were trying their best to try and match the movement from Rez, the movement from Keyboy.
Wow.
But there was just so much going on, and their heroes are just not meant for this kind of playstyle. Now you start to really see and appreciate maybe why Coach Kez had this insight into the future and went for the picks like the Valentina, you know, these more outplay heavy picks.
Coach Kez, man. Coach Kez, man. Oh, why did he move?
I mean, again, not even a single hero on RRQ is immobile. And you can see that, especially when Fnatic Onyx loses steam, right? When they lose one man, when they're about to back away, the chase coming in from RRQ is just so deadly there. And there's not much to say about the items, man. It was just so close. Swaps have been happening left and right. But Sans with the Wishing Lantern as well, and CW earlier, also rushing the Wishing Lantern, and even going for the Rapid Boots. He knows that at the end of every fight, he's always getting chased down, and the Lunox is relatively immobile. So he goes for the Rapid Boost, tries to help with the rotations, with the moving around the map, to maybe catch off Sutsujin as well when they're setting up for the trap with the Lunox, with the Cho as well. And in the end, despite all the swaps to the Winter Crown, to the Rose Golds, Arkihoshi, with the outplay potential, just came out on top right there. But it was a really, really close one. Like you mentioned, Eterna, Dyron barely got that Lord, that final Lord.
And imagine if he didn't. I think that would have extended this entire game, and we wouldn't have known. Maybe it would have been Fnatic Onyx that picked up this game.
It's very possible. That's why this game is so intense. At every single moment of the game, you get that feeling like, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Even when Sans was solo defending, right, against Skylar, against, I believe it was Rins earlier as well. 60-second death timers, so long before Sans can have any backup, no purify, and yet somehow you get the feeling that he might just do it. That's the kind of Mobile Legends we're expecting, and look at the gold difference over time.
Gee, bro, man, it's such a good game of MLB. We get to see 25 minutes, 42 seconds, and like you said, it's just the fear that you get when you're up against a force like this, Fnatic Onyx. Again, like we've said, they haven't been unbeatable this season. It's not like this is the first time we see them down 1-0, but every time they lose, it looks even scarier to go up against them. Whenever Fnatic Onyx take a loss, whenever Fnatic Onyx take a step back, everybody shivers like, what was this? Why are they doing it? Why are they stepping back?
You know, it really feels like a lot of people we know as well have been saying that, hey, Onyx ain't doing so hot, but we're experimenting, we're trying out. I feel like this is one of those matches.
Process too, you know? You need Onyx and...
Exactly, but I feel like this is one of those matches where you know for sure that both teams aren't experimenting, right? They're both at such a high level, and there's so much at stake, not just for the standings, but also for the Royal Derby.
Exactly.
Right? It's what do you want to call it? Like bragging rights at this point. So now, finally, that's why it's so scary for Fnatic Onyx, because we know that, man, this is a Fnatic Onyx that we know will not be experimenting. So you know they're bringing their A game.
It hits different. It definitely hits different. It reminds me of a certain device, man. It being, you know, just hits so much more different when you hold it in your hand. Arashi, how does it feel when you're holding it in your hand?
It just feels so
advanced. Is that the Galaxy A55, Arashi?
Exactly.
You got it before us?
You know, sometimes life isn't fair. Deal with it. But man, this...
So mean.
It's just so good, man.
You're gonna flex on us with some features now?
So advanced. Oh, you want to see features?
Yeah.
Let me show you, man.
Features
yesterday we were talking about using it to find something generic like glasses.
Okay.
But today we have the Samsung headphones you get when you go for the package deal.
That was a package deal.
You take a picture of the headphones. I don't know if you can see it from over there, but you can see headphones right
These
there.
are the headphones, by the way.
You hold on the menu. You do a real quick circle. And boom.
What headphones are these? Oh, there you go.
Boom. Headsets
the same exact...
come up immediately.
And that's the same model.
Exactly, bro.
Oh.
There's a mic.
There's a detachable mic as well. So all your gaming needs, man.
Bluetooth can. Cable can. Everything can.
Wow.
Everything can.
And you get this when you get that?
Yeah, if you go
look
for
at that. This is the one. Look, you can see it here.
Exactly.
There you go. That's the headset you get. So on top of the crazy features, you get a lot more in bonus. You get a charger?
You get 2 phones?
No, that's a case.
Sorry,
that's a case.
I can't see properly. Sorry, it's my
But
bad.
again, gone are the days where you're like, hey, I want to look up that one thing. You know, that one thing. This. What is this? Now, you take a picture.
Circle
boom. Even if you don't know the language, by the way, you have to keep in mind here.
Okay.
Since it's image-based, even if you don't know the language, if you're from MENA, let's say, as an example, and you don't know, hey, what do they call headphones, right? Just take a picture, get a circle, it comes up in your language, right? The possibilities are endless.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
That's absolutely crazy. If you guys are interested, head over to Samsung.com/ID,
What?
or you can choose the harder way, go to the Samsung store.
I mean, if you're like a shopper that's more physical like me,
Physical
then
shopper.
I'm more of a physical shopper.
You're a physical shopper.
I need to see it in the flesh.
Okay, so when you buy tickets to MPL ID, you need to buy it offline.
Yeah, no.
I thought you were a physical shopper. What happened
Yeah,
to the
like,
consistency? What happened to
if
that? What happened to the consistency?
I mean, if it's like a big purchase, like with clothes, you know, like you'd have to wear it and like.
You're saying the
is it
MPL
nice?
tickets are a small purchase?
I'm not saying that. I mean, I don't have to wear a ticket, Arashi.
Don't you have to wear the bracelet?
Tickets aren't in sizes.
I see.
He was a smart one.
Oh, whoa. That was a punch in the face.
I got countered. Oh,
It's okay. He got the phone.
You got the phone. That's true. You got the phone.
Yeah, I'm gonna compress my cheek with this Samsung. Samsung.
It must feel nice.
At least you get a phone for getting punched in the face. You know, LaFell usually just gets punched in the face. He doesn't get anything in return.
I mean, he got the greatest of all time award.
Maybe that's the sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
He just needs to get punched in the face multiple times by a lot of people. He got roasted hard in the M6 roundtable. I don't know if you guys watched that, but I watched it again and I'm like, man, I don't feel bad actually. That was pretty funny.
Dude, suffering breeds character is something my friend likes to say. So, hey, you're seeing a ton of character from LaFell. That's not built on all good memories. He definitely had a whole character arc to become the LaFell.
Okay, so what's Onyx's character arc this season?
Oh,
right? Are they gonna stay in second pick? Are they gonna stay on red side? You think they're gonna switch things up this time?
Man, you have to wonder what's going on inside the heads of Fnatic Onyx, man. Because usually you see them still laughing around, joking about, but even Gila Sans, you can see a bit of tension there, just a little bit. It's such an unfamiliar situation to find Fnatic Onyx in.
I think if we were to try to pinpoint the issues for Fnatic Onyx, was it composure? Oh, they have chosen first pick. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a 40% win rate. Fnatic Onyx, usually even if they lose game one, they will always opt to take red side away. This is uncharacteristic. Oh, Fnatic Onyx on blue side.
Interesting. What exactly are they gonna try and force onto RRQ here?
That's local, man.
I look on the other side for RRQ. Second pick, will take it. No problem at all. Almost 77%. It has to be a plan here for Coach Yeb.
Mr. Cute knows, man. He's good on both blue and red. He was on a red team just last year, or last season.
You know what's crazy, though, for RRQ as well? They first picked the Edith. We've been talking about first pick being so important because you can pick up some of those crazy prio picks, like the Phoveus, you know, like the Hylos.
It was both banned.
Exactly, but with everything banned out, they went for something still like an Edith, not a Roger. You know, they're not going with the typical prio first picks. And somehow, some way, they're able to still join it up with the rest of the picks and get a pretty decent team composition.
Yeah, I think the Edith is quite typical too, though. It's a great pick, in my opinion. And we have seen that multiple times, you know, Edith in the first pick, because Edith, Ruby, all the cases could be made for a lot of these heroes. And Roger, like you said. So, different picks in the first pick, but it really comes down to comfort. And I think for Dyron, we know for a fact that he's a god on that Edith. And it seems like we are just going to be heading straight into the drafting phase. Let's see what adjustments they make. Fnatic Onyx this time on the blue side. It is the Zask that is banned away by the first, by blue side. And the Aurora. That's a change.
Interesting. Aurora, Zask, Phoveus for Fnatic Onyx. Let's see how this plays out. RRQ now will be forced to expend one ban onto the chip. Earlier, they were still respecting the Fanny for sure, but now they're going to be forced to let go of a Faramis or a Hylos if you're looking still at what they were banning away in game number 1. But we gotta cover this topic real quick, Mirko. Lunox and Harith, what happened here? I thought the Lunox was a surefire win against the Harith. Are players just adapting better? Has there just been a code that's been cracked by the player base on how to play that matchup?
In the team fights, it should be a surefire win for the Lunox. But the thing is, a perfect timing, by the way, to take a look at the draft pick recap for game 1. There was so much CC lockdown to actually stop Lunox from being a threat. There was the Edith as well, doing constant damage and also soaking in a lot of the shots. Meanwhile, Skylar always entered the fight very late. That's a Juicin pick, instant response with the Edith and the Roger. So still utilizing that crazy flex. But the Juicin, we know this for Rins. This is a scary pick for someone like Rins. He knows how to play a backliner, carry as a front line.
Exactly. Fnatic Onyx, they have the Zushin, but what can they add on to it? Because the Zushin, as good as it is, doesn't operate alone. You still need a lot of help. And technically, in theory, this pick is a great fit for someone like Sans who wants to be crazy, who wants to be in the front line and have all the outside playmaking potential. But the Yves comes through. Rins knows how to play this Yves. We've seen him do it before. Now the range favors him. And I guess there is still the threat of Kyrie on the Nolan. That is the one thing they have to be careful of. But the Yves, I mean, there's so many ways to try and approach this.
Yeah, I wonder why they keep on going for the Cho, huh? I mean, it is flex, but the thing is, especially now, we get to see the Yves. That is going to be some anti-CC that he can utilize in the kit. That's the Harith ban as well. Usually you will see that comboed in together with a Nolan. Now it's going to be taken away. The Roger will most likely be a gold lane pick, but hey, since the Jin played it, he got a Savage last time around against Fnatic Onyx in that first leg. So Fnatic Onyx definitely puts them in a tough spot now. What to ban, what to ban. That also is a counter pick to the Juicin. we've seen Yves just get tremendous success.
Exactly, the
I get what
wave
you're saying.
clear, the damage output, the burst potential that's a lot higher. It's almost like when it comes down to spammability, the Sushin can win with the continuous Lantern Flare. But when it comes to the damage and the utility, when it comes to slows, I feel like the Yves can actually come out on top right here. So with the Lolita banned away by RRQ, were they predicting some kind of... Wow, are they predicting something for Fnatic Onyx, or do they themselves want to go for something with good projectiles? The Nathan gets read out by Fnatic Onyx. First move for Coach Kez. What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be check?
Matilda. Throwing away that flex potential from the Edith. Now Edith gonna go to the hands of Dyron. It is going to be Matilda Edok playing still with the Roger flex towards the very end.
Interesting. Now it's quite annoying for Fnatic Onyx. They have the Sushin, but when you think that the Lantern Flare is gonna lift someone up, that's where the guiding wind comes through. RRQ, we talked about how their maneuverability makes them so dangerous. Now with the Yves that's immobile, they have a Matilda to add onto it. They're lacking more frontliners though, in theory. So for Fnatic Onyx, what's it gonna be right here? Do they feel like they want to go for the pickoff? Are they thinking that the Matilda might be too big of an issue?
Wait, does this mean that the Hylos has been left open?
Yep.
Is it still possible for Fnatic Onyx to pick it up for themselves here?
Kinda is, actually. Oh, Arlet and the carry. Maybe. Wow, the carry though, wow. Out of nowhere. Responded immediately. Try.
Oh,
the Ixia!
Oh man, that Ixia Matilda combination. Oh no. And it's a carry matchup. Oh, that is a bad matchup for the carry, man. That is a... Oh man, I don't know if you guys remember this, but if you remember last season, when Keskut was still coaching for Bigatron Alpha, it was Eman on the Ixia that beat Skylar on the carry.
Oh man. What do you think about this though, Mirko? Against a Nolan, having a Yves and an Ixia, somewhat vulnerable, but having a Matilda as an additional survivability tool. No purifies on both teams. They just want that outplay, man. Only Edok running the purify here.
Oh. The thing is, you're gonna have to deal with the Roger, the Edith, and the Matilda's gonna be peeling for the Ixia. It is good for RRQ, I would say.
All right, let's see it, ladies and gentlemen. Our second game in the Royal Derby. Once again, the best of the Kings, the Kings of Kings and the Sky Kings going at it again. Can Onyx replicate their success from leg number 1 and go for a clean sweep against the Sky Kings? Let's see it unfold before our eyes as we get into the Land of Dawn.
Or just earlier in the earlier matches, I was saying that an Ixia would be cool here, but unrealistic. And now RRQ has brought it out. Having the combo as well, there's this real world manipulation full barrage combo that can be done by RRQ to keep everyone just in line, in the firing range for Skylar. Let's see how this plays out, man. Rez, as always, is gonna be very, very aggressive. But Arlet, Sushin, and Nolan, a lot of damage potential, but I don't know. It seems like they have to wait a bit longer before they can make the plays happen. Looking at a bit of the emblems here by IndyHome. Weapon mastery for the Ixia.
Look at this.
So the shoes on the other foot. Skylar feels like he's gonna have space to do damage. And it's a Master Assassin for CW on the carry, actually. So he is risking it. He's not going for the defensive emblems we've seen a lot of carries go for.
That's very confident, actually, in this losing matchup. You can already see Skylar winning it out in the range. Like Mirko mentioned earlier on, this is an amazing lane for the Ixia. The carry understands this. We'll have to lose a few camps there, creeps rather there. But for the most part, it's still both teams being very passive.
Look at the placement on that void, on the void crystals though, by Rins. Kind of make sure that it catches Sans, does a bit of damage, but also still lands on the minion wave. Matilda and Yves, in theory, I feel like Fnatic Onyx can clear faster, but with the threat of damage coming in from the Wisps and from the Void Blast of Rins, it really is a bit more tricky to just go in for a full clear.
Huh. I don't know. I think with the changes in the Yves should be able to clear well enough with Matilda as well. And there it is. But again, with Cho once again being flexed into the EXP lane, still sitting at a 0% win rate today, by the way. as both of these teams are going to unfold onto the neutral objective.
Fnatic bringing it back. Turtle. Darren walking up. Kyrie winning out the red tree battle despite the real world manipulation. Kibo, jumping with a vengeance will be punished. Rez walking up. Edok getting the last hit and the Purify out of the way. The Dragon Suns gets caught as well. Dyron with a basic attack in the Primal Wrath form. Oh, Ixia up top. Kyrie coming down, and that's an assassination, the weakness of the Ixia.
Okay, whose trade was that worth it for? What?
Flicker forward? Oh, it was a risky play. Rins almost read it perfectly.
I think it's still worth it for RRQ. We talked about how RRQ, they were losing earlier in game number 1 because of the Roger difference, but now they have Sutsujin on that Roger instead. But look at this.
KCC just a bit, but remember, there's always that Mathilda.
All right. Ooh, Kyrie though. Almost gets another pick off. But again, oh wow. Big moves coming in from Kyrie on that Nolan. He wants to really flex up those skills. But RRQ, I think it was kind of okay, but the fact that they lost Skylar afterwards really isn't as beneficial. So Fnatic Onyx, despite the lack of winning lanes, quote unquote, they're still keeping up in the gold difference due to those factors.
By the way, where are the Sonics in the building? Where are the Fanatics? 18% for Fnatic Onyx? Or is that just the overwhelming presence of the Kingdom? I can't tell.
I think it's the overwhelming force of the Kingdom. We all know what the Kingdom can do, especially with a team this good. Edok going to be chain CC. The Vengeance coming down. Edok, getting final slash. Look at him. Just corpse in the river.
No Purify available just yet. Forced to be kind of, corralled by Sans to enter that neutral objective pit. 20 seconds though. He's going to be available for the next neutral objective. But look at this, Skylar.
Gonna be ganked again, this time 4 members up top. CW able to get that free hit onto the turret. Kyrie doing the same, and say goodbye to that turret goal, man.
Turns out it's not a bad lane for CW at all, right?
Not with 3 members up there, no.
Exactly, and he's going to be able to get a lot of gold there. Should be able to propel him a lot further than Ixia right now. But again, both of these teams corralling against the next neutral objective. It gets reset, but here we go.
Oh, pick back now with the real world inflation plays down. Kiboy's gonna go in with a vengeance. Tyron popping the primal rack. Kiboy with a final stop. Sutsujin stun lock there. But it is going to be that full barrage as Sutsujin gets the red tree win.
That's insane. That's insane. Sutsujin was a level below. Perfect timing, was able to get that kill and then get that level 8 and then win out that retribution against Kyrie, who didn't even use it actually.
Edok. Top of the Lantern Flare, Sutsujin shooting Rez away.
Right now, RRQ aren't really tanky enough, and that is exactly why Fnatic Onyx, as long as they walk forward together and escort Sans, he is just so deadly there, because a single liftoff can kind of get tied into a lot of other things. And later on, when CW gets the items, it's going to be a lot more dangerous when someone is stuck in that Lantern Flare. But for Rins, already picking up the glowing wand, this means that the healing that Kiboy was able to use to survive ever so slightly longer in those fights is going to be cut down by quite a bit, and it's going to slow down the regeneration and augment that poke damage that the Yve can bring to the table. But when it comes down to it, the issue still persists. RRQ don't really have a solid front line. They're forced to just rotate Dyron again and again from the EXP lane to be the main front line in these fights.
And that's a problem, right? Because technically Ixia needs that proper setup, right? Even the Yve, wait a second, Dyron?
A pullback Rez with a flicker forward. There's good real world manipulation by Rins to catch Rez, and Edok is right there to pick up the scraps.
Well, despite no setup, we know that RQ have the composition for a great counter engage, and that's exactly what they're working with, especially earlier on before. And Ixia should be able to get this tower in the top side, so RQ are trading rather well.
Look at that poke, look at the damage, and even worse, after you get hit by a spell from Rins right now, you have to wait a bit longer before you can use your own regen. You can see CW finally regenning up, but that's a turret being picked up already as Sutsujin fearless against Kyrie.
He just tanked up that fracture like it was nothing.
It's the benefit you have playing the Roger. But look at this, already on the other side. You can see this is an interesting turn of events. The junglers are the ones sent away to go for the push. As Skylar moves kind of forward, but Dyron is there.
Oh, good read by Kiboy. Dyron trying to go for the Earth Shadow. Circling Eagle, knocking 3 members up, but it's just a bit of poke from RQ. CW popped in the ultimate. No ult for the carry. Now they're gonna have to do it. Kyrie wins out the red tree battle. There was no Sutsujin earlier. Rez will fall. It's a trade. XP for Turtle. Oh, but it's going to be even more than just Rez. Sans Gets caught by the full barrage, able to flick around. Sutsujin should be able to actually take this purple buff away. Good maneuvers by Kairi. Actually, never mind. He doesn't decide to commit on the orange buff. He decides to recall.
So that's a big win for RRQ, is it not?
Quite the massive win. Trading a turtle, but denying the buff, putting Kairi even further behind. You saw how important it is to stay on curve with levels and gold for the jungler. And in the grand scheme of things, even the turret on the bottom side here gets taken out. The fact that RRQ have the liberty of flickering forward with Skylar on the Ixia, that is crazy, man. They have so much pressure around the map right here. And the fact that the Rins can just stand there with a real manipulation to cancel out any kind of engaged threat, it's just good read coming in from him. If you look at the player head-to-head by our new application GoPay, San still has the higher KDA, always is the flashier player. But in teamfight participation, it's still Sans. Rins, though, as a new member from the MDL, I guess because he is a new member from the MDL, he has the higher hero pool, and that is what is being abused by Coach Keskute.
It is. A lot of people have been comparing these two, especially with Sans not being as flashy as he used to be, right? Gilat Sans, known to play all 5 phones, all 5 devices. We're not really seeing as many flashy plays, but I mean, even from the stats, we can still see that he is a dependable mid laner.
Oh, is he able to escape him?
Oh!
Rez gets spotted out too, Sutsujin finds him! And they all look to Rez, the escape artist. He does it again.
Man, it was way too close for comfort for Rez, seeing his life flash before his eyes. But look at how RRQ were playing it. Focusing on the bottom side, cutting straight through the middle of the map to try and catch stragglers that were pushing the top side. It's a great idea, but with 3 more seconds till the Lord spawns, the Ixia is still all the way on the top side. Can they rotate in time? I think that they were predicting that Fnatic Onyx don't have enough damage to shred it down. For now, it makes sense, but later on, the carry will be a lot more dangerous here. As you can see, Sans with the glowing wand will be able to poke a bit more reliably.
Let's see. Double adding in win. Diamond already with the primal rush. Sans with the Crimson Beacon forward, but now gets caught by the full barrage. Skylar! Free hitting all the way from the back. Sutsujin picking up the kill. Rins falling as well, but Rez is burning down. Sutsujin gets the retry. Nolan can only just run away. CW will be food for Edok tonight.
No way. Oh, they don't have minions. All right, 4-for-1 trade. They have a Lord on the way. This is, again, remarkable performance coming in from RRQ. And technically, they do have a more tricky lineup, right? They need to be able to set up properly a front to back with Skylar as well as Rins, and yet they're still able to accomplish it. They're still able to execute it. And it seems like Fnatic Onyx just keep walking into that trap.
Fnatic Onyx, we were concerned about Kairi popping off. But with the way RRQ are playing right here, every single push, every single angle is checked out. So Kairi can't find an easy way in to go for the flanks. And because of that, the backline damage, man, the Yve and the Ixia is just way too much to deal with. With the close mid-range composition of Fnatic Onyx, they have to really just dive in all the way to the backline. And even then, it doesn't guarantee them a favorable result.
Real world manipulation on the Kairi, the full barrage as well. RWM and the full barrage. T-Boy and Rez get zoned from all the way downtown, man. RRQ unable to utilize the Lord first one to take a base turret, but that's still value, getting all the tier 2s.
That's a creative approach from RRQ. Make sure that you zone them away from the turret and let the Lord do its thing. They still have full control around the map right here. With no more turrets available, you can see that Fnatic Onyx are struggling quite a bit. And with CW still keeping up in farm, but definitely pressured.
Dire with Earth Shadow Flicker, not a final splash. Sans able to get out with the Crimson Beacon. The CW gets rid of him. Rez in the midst of it all now. Gunned down by Sutsujin. He's looking for another. The stun lands a mercenary. Sans, can he escape? No, he cannot.
He doesn't get the triple kill. But they are going to be able to push forward again. 3 members from the side of the Sky Kings are eliminated. And that's the inhibitor turret. It looks like they're looking for an end angle.
Kairi going up against Edok, walking up, clearing up the wave. Sutsujin now maneuvering forward as well. They won game 1. This could be another sweep. The base is wide open. RRQ up against the Sky Kings. Kairi walking up, use him down. The Sutsujin getting kicked down as well. The base is there. The final slash. T-Boy getting a moment. Skylar with the flicker forward. What?
They didn't get it! 1 hit, 2 hits. But Fnatic Onyx, the Sky Kings, still win out that defense. That would have been an 11-minute game against the reigning champions here at MPL ID. But yet RRQ still unable to close it there and then.
A greedy play by RRQ. They're able to get several kills for their troubles. But look at Sans sneakily stealing away the buff. He has the blood wings and the glowing wand as well right here. But now it's back to the same setup. The Lord is up, but the waves are favoring Fnatic Onyx, and there's no time for RRQ to go to the bottom side for that setup. But Rez,
it's gonna be caught. The circling eagle coming down, fully isolated. Rez still able to find a way to drag it, but now the RWM full barrage combo and the Mathilda to bring the full barrage forward. Keyboy cannot survive. Skylar picks up the kill. The last siege. It's almost as if it did not happen. Fnatic Onyx can't do anything. And now with Sans, one Skila now normalized by the Kings of Kings. CW is next. Pops in with a nature, does some damage, but in the end, RRQ are inevitable.
look at Kyrie though, trying to do something, trying to push the mid lane, but Darwin stops him. It's over!
13 minutes. The Sky Kings reign in MPL Indo are threatened. The King of Kings continue their win streak, continue their run, and continue their conquest to reclaim what is theirs.
First time, you may call it luck, but the second time, it's definitely not just that. Is this the start of a new reign? Is this the start of a new dynasty? Rex, Regum, Kaon, 2-0, 2 times in a row against the reigning champs, Fnatic Onyx.
Oh man, the heck was going on right there? Fnatic Onyx with picks that in theory should work. RRQ show that without the Roger in game 1, they played it slow. With the Roger in game 2, you gotta be on the run. Sutsujin with the early pressure and the outplays as well. Despite all of the catch tools that Fnatic Onyx so desperately secured in the drafting phase, RRQ has denied everything and ended the second match in even more dominant fashion than game number 1. What a world we're living in.
Say it loud, say it proud. Rex, Regum, Kaon.
The kingdom, they're feeling it. The drums of victory are rolling in the building here at the venue, at the MPL Arena. Wow. What a performance once again from Skylar, from Dyron, from Sutsujin, from Rins.
Don't forget E-Doc either. Man, what a team, what a performance, what a lineup.
What a draft even. The fact that you can reposition yourself so often on an immobile hero. Coast Keskian, who let him cook, man. That was a spicy draft coming in, and it worked perfectly. All the range tools will be able to chuck down Fnatic Onyx, all the chase tools to seal the deal.
We have to talk to them, man. We have to talk to the Kings of Kings. We have to talk to the victors and hear what they have to say. Let's go to the stage.
Match regular season serasa Grand Final. Wow, apakah ini preview Grand Final MPL Indonesia season 14? Tapi tentunya 2 leg tanpa diberikan poin kemenangan sama sekali. RRQ Hoshi berhasil memenangkan 2 match menghadapi sang Raja Langit Fnatic Onyx. Dan inilah The Kings of Kings, RRQ Hoshi. Wow, Skylar. Seperti apa ini 2 leg? Benar-benar kalian tanpa poin sama sekali ngasih Fnatic Onyx 2-0 leg 1, leg 2 juga 2-0. Ini kalian begitu kuat season ini, tapi kalau ngadepin Fnatic Onyx apakah kalian memang udah tahu mungkin kunci strategi untuk ngadepin Fnatic Onyx kah? Makanya 2 leg, wah ngalahin.
Mungkin anak-anak lebih semangat lah ngelawan, apalagi kayak Onyx itu mereka lebih kayak ya semangat lah pengen ngalahin mereka. Dan yang untuk leg 1, leg 2 ya mungkin kita hoki aja sih.
Wow, hoki aja tapi semangat dari RRQ. Tapi kalau ngebandingin leg 1 sama leg 2, menurut kalian, menurut Skylar seperti apa? Apakah mungkin kemenangan ini karena Onyx-nya juga selain
mungkin lagi eksplorasi kah? Atau memang kalian yang semakin kuat?
Apa tadi?
Apakah Onyx yang lagi eksplorasi atau RRQ yang semakin kuat?
Kita juga nggak tahu sih, kayak ya kita main seperti biasa aja.
Main seperti biasa, berarti RRQ emang lagi kuat-kuatnya. Apalagi tadi kita lihat nih Skylar nge-pick hero yang jarang-jarang di-pick juga. Ada nge-pick Ixia, ini debutnya Ixia di-pick di season 14. Ini strategi kah nge-pick Ixia?
Ixia tahu sih tadi gua mati 2 kali juga sih, kayak di ejam nggak. Kayak ya jangan, ya tergantung juga sih situasional kalau pakai Ixia. Ya cuma kalau emang bagus ya di-pick. Jangan ya dilepas dipakai terus Ixia.
Oke. Tadi Idok mau ngomong apa, Dok?
Dok.
Mau ngomong apa tadi?
Jangan pegang kepala terus.
Jangan pegang kepala terus, Skylar. Tapi kesenangan kali ya, jadi pegang kepala. Tapi tentunya di sini ada yang begitu luar biasa juga, ada Sutsujin. Wow. Sutsujin 2 leg kamu ngadepin, ini bisa dibilang salah 2 jungler yang terbaik di MPL Indonesia. Dan kamu ngalahin keduanya, ngalahin Albert, ngalahin Kyrie. Ini apa yang terjadi?
Ya nggak tahu sih, gue fokus ke diri gue aja.
Fokus di diri sendiri. Kingdom sampai ngomong mantap. Tapi kalau nggak bandingin leg 1 dan leg 2, yang mana lebih mungkin ngerepotin, nyusahin seorang Sutsujin?
Sama-sama sulit sih. Sama-sama sulit.
Sama-sama sulit ya, nggak bisa milih.
Ya.
Sama-sama sulit tapi berhasil dimenangkan oleh seorang Sutsujin. Tapi ini ada Rins dan Idok. Ini rookie yang di season ini 2 kali ketemu penalti ke Onyx, 4P champion, pernah main di internasional, menangin juga kedua legnya. Idok, Rins, gimana rasanya kalian ketemu sosok-sosok Keyboy, Sans, menang juga ngelawan mereka di 2 leg? Idok dulu deh.
Ini sih keras sih di main ya. Mereka berdua udah chemistry-nya udah nyatu banget karena udah lama mainnya. Jadi kami agak kesusahan sih.
Agak kesusahan, gimana Rins?
Ya susah juga.
Susah juga, tapi gimana akhirnya kalian bisa ngedapetin chemistry-nya akhirnya 2 leg loh. Beneran sama sekali nggak ngasih poin, sama sekali 1 game kemenangan pun enggak tuh. Apa yang buat kalian 2 rookie di antara para senior ini, mungkin senior-senior yang memberikan kalian dukungan atau mungkin tips and trick gitu?
Mungkin dari kita berlima ya sih yang lebih kayak lebih try hard gitu lah. Tiap hari kita try hard improve gitu.
Wow, dan kamu juga ketemu Sans. Gimana rasanya ketemu Sans di Lane of Dawn 2 kali dan kamu menang?
Ya alhamdulillah senang.
Alhamdulillah senang karena memang wow ini RRQ Hoshi selama season ini begitu kuat. Tapi ini ada tapinya karena di leg pertama semua tim berhasil dikalahkan oleh RRQ Hoshi. Tapi ada 1 tim yang belum dikalahkan yang mereka akan temui besok. Ada siapa Kingdom? Ada Bigetron yang bakalan kalian ketemu besok. Mungkin Dairen gimana nih persiapannya buat besok kalian bakalan ketemu tim yang belum pernah kalian kalahin. Satu-satunya tim yang belum pernah kalian kalahin.
Kalau itu sih Bang Ler nih.
Kenapa tadi?
Gimana besok kalian bakalan ketemu sama Bigetron, satu-satunya tim yang belum pernah kalian kalahin.
Good luck Evan lah besok, kasih permainan terbaik juga lah.
Oh, tapi bakalan kayak gimana nih? Karena ini satu-satunya tim yang belum pernah kalian kalahin. Karena tim lainnya, pokoknya udah pernah dimenangkan oleh RRQ.
Ya mungkin malam ini kita bakal nonton match mereka juga sebelum mereka main juga kan. Ya semoga kita ready juga lah. Soalnya ada Bang Keskot sama Bang Kevin juga yang selalu bantu kita.
Oh, bersiap-siap terus-menerus. Tapi dari tadi ada yang belum ngomong nih. Dairen, ngomongin juga match kali ini. Kamu ketemu 2 player yang berbeda nih. Di leg 1 dan leg 2. Gimana setelah sekarang ketemu sosok rookie juga dari Fnatic Onyx. Ada Res.
Sama-sama jago sih sebenarnya. Cuman kalau di leg 1 mungkin mereka lebih klop kali ya sama Lutfi mungkin ya.
Oh, untuk leg keduanya berarti lebih nyusahin Dairen leg pertama daripada leg kedua?
Sama-sama nyusahin, cuman kalau dilihat mereka mungkin lebih klop sama Lutfi. Ya karena mungkin Res juga masih baru kan.
Oke, itu menurut dari Dairen. Kita bakalan lihat bagaimana nanti. Dan tentunya kita semua menunggu untuk match besok hari. Yang bakalan ketemu dengan Bigetron Alpha. Apakah akan berhasil dikalahkan? Kalau besok kalah, Bigetron berhasil kalah, maka RRQ sudah mengalahkan semua tim. Dan yang terakhir dong, boleh siapa yang mau mungkin kasih pesan-pesan thank you untuk Kingdom yang dari tadi udah begitu luar biasa. Mana suara Kingdom? Siapa nih, Sujin?
Buat Kingdom, terima kasih udah datang hari ini. Jangan lupa besok datang lagi.
Wow, dan inilah The Kings of Kings. Sekali lagi, mana suaranya untuk RRQ Hoshi? 2-0 tanpa memberikan poin kemenangan untuk Fnatic Onyx. Bagaimana kemenangan dari RRQ Hoshi akan dikupas tuntas oleh para casters di sana. Silakan casters, take it away.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Derby leg number 2 done and dusted.
Wow,
and
man.
Rexreg MK on RRQ Hoshi, they have proved that they are the better kings. 2 times in a row, a 2-0.
Just at the start, we were talking about how Fnatic Onyx in the previous seasons, they've never lost to the same team twice in the regular season. Geek Fam did it. Will RRQ do it? Yes, they answered with style. A statement victory against Fnatic Onyx. Game 2 was a stomp, man, and that mistake didn't even do anything for Fnatic Onyx. It just delayed what was already.
Even when the gold is equalized, you just can't do it, man. This draft, it just works so well with the way RRQ were playing in this game.
I told you after the draft, man, RRQ with the Ixia. Right as the Ixia gets picked up there. Oh yeah, RRQ got the crazy draft in. That they got the draft that actually we saw from Bigetron last season. That was with Eman on the Ixia as well, and the Mathilda key.
But if we're talking about players, this player was highlighted so much in this Royal Derby. Ladies and gentlemen, player of the match presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Sutsujin on the Ling, on the Roger. What is going on with this kid? Stone cold, absolutely no emotions on stage, even after they won that Royal Derby. You know, even Skylar had a smile on his face. Sutsujin, nothing.
He's a mercenary, man. He gets hired to kill, and that's it.
It's all business, nothing personal, man. Oh, here's the player of the match highlights by the official gold partner, Ube's Gold. You can see that in the early game. It's looking kind of sketchy, but the real-world manipulation kind of swing things in favor of RRQ. And afterwards, the chase potential is something that Fnatic Onyx need to respect, man. Every single time RRQ were able to get a dominant performance, it's always when they're able to actually get ahead, get an advantage, and then counter it. And this is the issue. Whenever the fight really breaks out, do you try and focus down Rince? Because he was focused down here, but then Skylar completely takes over. You deal with Skylar, don't forget, Sutsujin is on a roll. With the early game power of that Roger, he is just merciless. Here is that moment where with the real manipulation, with everyone ready on the same page to try and go for the end, they went for it. This was still at a 6,000 to 5,000 gold difference if you look at the gold numbers here. And unfortunately for them, the wave got cleared out. Fnatic Onyx did a great job defending right here, outplaying. It was so close, man. 1 or 2 hits away from the end. But immediately afterwards, Rez initially gets found out right here, takes a bunch of damage, but he's able to survive, able to set up the play as well, but the team was nowhere close. And look at the slides coming in from the Ixia, and afterwards it's the same idea. You leave your base, you're susceptible to getting chased down, and we're up against a Yves and a Roger. That's a slow from the Yves, and that's a lot of movement speed in the hands of Sutsujin. Sans has no chance of getting out there.
It looked like Kari was faced with a decision there, and he made that one. But let's take a look at the golden moment by UBS Gold from RRQ Hoshi.
Ancang-ancang, ngarep dikit.
Jodoh aja, guys.
Aman, gue punya kita. Coba.
Nih, Con nih.
Lihat itu, lunak guys.
Udah puripai.
Roger dulu guys, Roger dulu. Target Roger.
Mati. 3 lawan 3.
Gua ada ulti 8 detik ya guys ya.
Lantur tuh.
Lor aja kalau nggak bisa lor.
Berapa ulti kok?
2.
Tarik gua dong.
Lihat nih, Arnold.
Kasih nih, Con.
Ini di sini deh.
Lihat nih, Con.
Gak apa-apa, bet guys.
Lihat gua nih, Zan.
Cowoknya nih. Flicker, cow. Ulti gua 20 ya.
Gas saya.
Nice,
Gasin.
Gua ada ulti, tarik.
Lo bantu.
Mati. Satu, kalem, Ren.
Bawa nih. Gua ada ulti.
Bawa.
And those are the mic checks. 13 minutes and 27 seconds. Man, that's a.
Can we repeat that game again? Can we just
Yeah.
watch that over again? You know, make
like
a...
the first game, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
the first
second game was also but like first game that was.
Can we get another first game? I don't mind both, bro. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, man. I'm disappointed with RRQ right now. What? They could have given us 3 games of epicness, but they decided to just give us only 2. I wanted 3, man. Of this match.
Shouldn't that be directed towards Onyx instead? You know, like, oh, we could have a 3 game, but unfortunately, Fnatic Onyx just couldn't get it done in game 1 and 2.
Man.
Oh man, you know, there were a lot of very outspoken Onyx fans on the caster desk as well. I wonder what they're gonna say about this, because it was really an intense performance.
Unfazed, wait for playoffs. Is
And
that
look at
probably-
the items though. You can see the brute force breastplate built up by Rins. He knows he's gonna stay in the front. He wants to get an extra bit of tankiness to maybe make the shielding from the real manipulation just that much more value. And as a Yves player myself, it's just so fun to see the Yves on screen, especially in this kind of game, in this kind of performance. Seeing that in the right circumstances, it was just terrifying, man. The amount of damage he was able to deal was insane, but the damage dealt is still higher from that full barrage. Skylar, the carry, 50,000 in a 13-minute game.
0-2, by the way. 0-2 start.
Yeah, he said it on the interview, like, yeah, I got wrecked like twice there. But in the end,
wrecked? But wrecked is an alter ego. No, he didn't get wrecked.
Because the
Alter ego got wrecked.
he got demolished.
There you go, yeah.
And look at the graph, man. The moment RRQ kind of got online, you can see a bit of resistance there from Fnatic Onyx, but afterwards, it's just a full slide down until, of course, that one moment in the base. But wow, that's a crazy draft. I gotta say it again, man. Cascade, how the heck did you come up with this one?
I wonder if Skylar hit that final basic attack onto the base, they could have closed it there.
Oh yeah, I think if all of them focused on it, they were kind of hesitant there. If all of them just focused on it instantly, that would have been an end, for
Right?
sure. That would have been an end. That would have been the fastest loss that Onyx has taken in Season 14.
That would have been like 11 minutes.
I think this is already the fastest loss that Onyx has taken. 13 minutes and 27 seconds. I don't remember anything quicker than this, but hey, who knows? Tomorrow, though, Fnatic Onyx will have a chance to at least get a win here. They're going to go up against Liquid, and RRQ will be going up against Bigatron Alpha.
Oh my god, it's gonna be
Oh, that
such an
was a
amazing
match, what a
day.
match, bro.
I want to see that one. I
It's
might
so
show up.
stacked. Tomorrow is
It's-
so stacked.
Can we- Usually, I'm all for, you know, the post-game analysis, but just skip
Usually
tomorrow,
I'm all
man.
for like going home,
tomorrow.
getting rest, but you know, I'm down to have
Can we
that
just
match
play
today.
it? Yeah, just like we still have time. It's 10 p.m. here in Indo. We still have like
We do.
people probably want to watch it too. The Kingdom are probably fine, just you know, staying here and waiting for match number 3 or 4.
They'll probably open up a tent in the parking lot.
Where
It's
they're
fine.
heading out to celebrate with the players. That's what they always do.
Man,
And, you know,
shout
what a
out.
deserved moment for them. Again, the persistence for them to continue supporting. Then they changed the whole tone. We're rebuilding. And now finally, a second victory, beating Onyx twice in one season. It's a great moment to have for them, for sure. But of course, tomorrow, it's going to be another big match. But are you going to be on the desk, Eterna?
I believe so.
All right, so you're going to be seeing it live.
Yes, against Mr. Gani, who will also be on the desk.
Yeah, and I'll be the one unfazed.
Well, I'll be in the audience. I'm gonna show up.
Oh, you're gonna
there.
come?
I think so, man. How can I miss it?
With your girlfriend? Oh.
Which one?
Which one?
Which one?
Wait,
Do you want to dox
Wait,
her?
who are you talking about?
Wait, he has a girlfriend already?
I don't think that exists.
Like actually?
Multiple.
Or multiple?
Whoa, whoa,
It's
whoa,
still
whoa, whoa, whoa.
multiple, right?
Multiple.
There's no update from the last time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this? A flex draft?
What?
Multiple possibilities.
girlfriends.
What are you talking about?
Multiple.
Hey, if
He has multiple friends that are girls.
I hope he can make like a small appearance
exactly.
here.
Yeah, Arashi,
Arashi.
you should be here in the RQ
Like
match.
if RQ win, like go behind here and then like jump
Yeah.
up and down and make an appearance.
Even if they don't win, just
Deal.
come up and just do something, you know?
But like,
I'll just choke Mirko out real quick because, you know.
yeah.
I
true.
don't
You can
want
just-
to duo cast tomorrow, so please don't do that. Thank you, Rashi.
Can you imagine you're casting and it's like, got you.
Then it's probably bang.
Whoa.
And then it's probably time for
Time to
a match.
duel.
It's a Royal Rumble. And we got people coming in. Maybe Bigachan boys will help me out, and the RQ boys coming in as well. And then it'll be a full 6v6.
We have the other team interview now. Ladies and gentlemen,
The
let's head
loser
to
interview.
it. Other team.
Yeah, the loser team.
Other team.
Kayaknya ini para caster butuh jawaban karena melihat bagaimana Fnatic Onyx sang Raja Langit forfeit champion ternyata 2 leg kali ini harus mengakui kekalahan dengan sang raja yaitu RRQ Hoshi. Ada apa dengan Fnatic Onyx? Di sini sudah ada Zetsuna. Boleh dong langsung dijawab tuh kenapa?
Kalau untuk di match 1 ya di late game aja sih kita kurang aware aja sih tentang Lord ya. Kalau di match 2 kita nggak expect banget sih untuk dia ngepick Ixia dan kombonya tuh di magenya ya dan sulit jadi buat ngewar ya kita aja.
Wow, berarti ini RRQ untuk draft pickingnya ini yang tidak mungkin terbayang oleh coaching staff dari Fnatic Onyx ya.
Iya, kita kecolongan Matilda juga ya itu.
Wow, tapi ini berarti kan Fnatic Onyx semakin jauh nih dari upper bracket. Padahal berseason-season kita selalu lihat Fnatic Onyx pasti di regular season ada di upper bracket. Ini kalian ada mungkin udah semakin was-was nggak sih? Atau mungkin ya udah main-main aja, good luck have fun aja gitu.
Kalau kita sih harus bukan jadi yang terbaik sih, kita bakal improve terus ya. Cuman untuk di leg 1 leg 2 ini ya bisa dilihat hasilnya, tapi kedepannya mungkin lebih baik lagi lah kita. Untuk di hari ini kita move on lah, kita akan improve di kedepan harinya ya.
Move on. Tapi kalau ngomongin leg 1 sama leg 2 agak berbeda nih line up-nya. Kali ini di leg kedua ada Res, sedangkan di leg 1 ada Lutfi. Monica tertarik untuk nanyain ini yang menjadi pernyataan Dairen tadi di interview setelah match winning interview. Kata Dairen, menurut Dairen ini kayaknya lebih klop di leg 1 bareng Lutfi. Apakah ini berarti karena Res baru masuk jadi masih beradaptasi kah? Atau cuman ya perasaan Dairen doang tuh?
Itu kayak perasaan Dairen doang ya, karena kita udah dapet komsnya sama Res juga dan di GH juga udah sering banget kita sama Res tuh kayak coba-coba combo baru lah.
Jadi itu cuman perasaan Dairen ya,
Yeah.
cuman perasaan aja. Dan ini akan dibuktikan di match selanjutnya, yang mana di match selanjutnya besok kalian bakalan ketemu tim yang sekarang lagi lumayan kuat. Di klasemen sementara lagi ada di top 3, ada tim Liquid Indonesia. Kalian mungkin ada pelajaran yang udah dipelajarin hari ini yang perlu dibenahin untuk ketemu tim Liquid Indonesia besok.
Ya sih, kita udah rewards mereka juga ya, cara gameplaynya mereka gimana kita udah analis juga untuk kedepannya kita lihat besok. Yang penting hari ini kita tetap semangat lah.
Tetap semangat, satu lagi deh Setsuna. Ini kan kalau kita lihat kayak tadi Monica bilang berseason-season kita lihat Fnatic Onyx ada di upper bracket. Sekarang kayaknya agak sulit untuk mendaki naik. Ini tuh karena season ini Onyx lagi eksplorasi, sengaja eksplorasi atau memang tim-tim lain yang kayaknya semakin kuat nih.
Kita masih tahap eksplorasi juga, cuman tim-tim lain juga pastinya bakalan improve dong. Dan kita juga bakalan improve, tapi emang di leg 1, leg 2 ini banyak hal yang tidak terduga sih untuk dari draft pick dan juga cara gameplay mereka sih.
Cara gameplay kemudian grafik ini berarti dari coaching staffnya yang perlu harus bersusah payah nih ya. Gimana kabarnya Coach Yap sama Adi nih? Kayaknya belum pernah muncul di backstage ya di sini.
Mereka sehat.
Mereka sehat. Aduh, jadi kangen nih lucu-lucuannya Coach Yap gitu kan. Kapan nih Coach Yap sama Adi mampir lagi? Tapi semoga mampirnya di stage ya, biar langsung winning interview kan.
Iya,
benar ya?
aja, ya.
Ditandain. Jadi kalau menang berarti nanti Coach Yap sama Coach Adi bisa langsung kita tanya-tanyain ya di stage. Dan kita bakalan nunggu kemenangan ini. Thank you so much Zetsuna. Dan juga good luck untuk tentunya untuk match selanjutnya kalian bakalan ngadapin tim Liquid Indonesia. Dan kita akan melihat apakah Wow, Fnatic Onyx bisa mendaki naik lagi dan mengambil posisi di upper bracket klasemen sementara lagi. Dan tentunya ini akan terjawab nanti di match besok hari. Untuk sekarang ada para casters di sana yang ingin kayaknya merangkum semuanya apa yang terjadi di match kali ini. Silakan casters.
Thank you so much, Moko. Thank you so much, Mr. Analyst Man Zetsuna.
Setsuna.
For those, inspiring takes as to why Onyx had to suffer yet another loss against RRQ.
Yeah, they got to do a lot of analysis, and Mathilda Ixia was a strong combo.
And surprising.
Surprising combo.
They weren't expecting it, he says. And to be fair, would you have expected an Ixia out of nowhere?
No.
All right, so, fair play, I guess.
Exactly, man.
Mr. Analyst Man.
That's cute, man. That's cute. Come on. That's cute.
NMM as well.
What about Aldi Gunawan?
NMM, shout out.
Aldi Gunawan, let's read what he has to say.
Okay, a new Onyx player needs more game time to improve team chemistry, as there have been issues with miscommunication and lack of backup damage in some fights. This is actually quite interesting because this is exactly what Dyron said in his interview earlier on with Moko. But Mr. Manzetsuna, Analyst Manzetsuna said, nah, it's not true. We have the chemistry down. So, let's ask the casters, right? Mirko, do you agree with this?
No, not really. I think he played really well in game one. I think you got to give props to Rez, for an amazing performance on the Cho. They were able to utilize it as flex. But then in game two, in my opinion, the Cho pick was a bit odd, right? It was definitely a bit more odd. And again, on first pick, on blue side rather, picking up the Cho and deciding not to flex it over. That was an Arlet too. That's a comfort for Rez, a comfort for Keyboy. They could have played it in another way, I feel. But they decided to still put Rez on the Cho, and yeah, it did not work out.
I think there are some moments that for sure will lead people to see, they saw that last fight maybe where Rez was kind of caught out.
Exactly.
But at the same time, that's how Rez, that's how a Cho is supposed to play, right? Abuse the mobility, abuse the survivability. If he was able to bait out several spells right there and maybe swing the tides in favor of something like Onyx, then no one would be complaining. But sometimes you gotta take risks, and play of the day right here for Sutsujin by Kadeya.
Let's see it. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
This is it. This is the crazy play.
This is the anime moment.
This is the anime moment.
You can see both teams getting so low, but then the main characters from both teams dive in the back, equalizes.
Ooh, we didn't get to see this.
And in the end, it was a showdown between the two, but then they have to wait around. Definitely one of the more intense moments of game number one. I think everyone's like, oh, okay.
I think I was like that the entire game, honestly.
Yeah, the entire game
like
one,
that.
it was just- It's been a while since I stood up for a game, actually. That was probably the only time in season 14.
RRQ Fnatic Onyx making Mirko stand up.
Oh, yeah.
Let's wait till tomorrow.
That's so fun. Bigatron RRQ though tomorrow. TLID Fnatic Onyx. We got a crazy week, folks. Week 6 is a treat for all you MLBB fans.
And it's definitely a treat for the Kingdom right now, as RRQ Hoshi are able to surpass Bigatron Alpha and take that #1 position back.
Geek fam!
Oh my! What?
Goodness!
When is the last time we have seen Fnatic Onyx
this late
down
into
here?
the regular season, right?
#5.
And Geek fam on top, #4. Oh
But
man.
There's a massive gap, I would say, between the top 5 and the bottom 4.
Also, Rebellion and Evo swap sides. I mean, swap positions.
Yeah, Evo's are back at 9th because of their loss 2-0.
Man, I agree with you, Mirko. The top 5 and the bottom 4 so far, it really seems like there's a huge gap that has to be bridged.
Oh,
and we have to
my
wait for that. But tomorrow, let's go!
Oh man, this is some crazy stuff. I cannot believe week 6.
Technically, Alter Ego can still go even against Geek Fam.
No. If they win, they'll be 5-6.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the standings from yesterday.
Geek Fam are now 6-4.
So they're 4 net game win.
They are 4 net match win.
Yeah, no, game win.
Oh, yeah, 4.
And Alter Ego are -2. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so but there is still possibility for Alter Ego to make it into the green zone then.
Yeah, they're
yeah.
still in the green zone right now. Dewa, Evos, and RBO are actually at the bottom now with
yeah,
standings earlier. So Alter Ego with a win against Evos, they'll be a bit safer, but obviously Evos, I don't think they're in a position to give wins over. They're in a very tough position themselves, and they'd like to get a win as well, man. They'd love to get a win.
I mean, you can get wins as well when it comes to your personal hygiene, bro.
Apparently,
Lady
Man here doesn't have the win. Oh my god.
Let me pull out.
Oh my god, what is that?
Boom.
Is that dandruff?
Yeah.
You need this, dude.
Ew, man.
I'm sorry. What's
What
going
is it?
on?
You're
this?
There's something wrong with you. I don't know what you're
Right from the
using
magic
back at
pocket.
home, but
God,
whoa.
I'm too itchy. It's too itchy. It's too itchy.
I don't think you should use it.
Not now.
No.
No?
Not now. No,
Oh.
no, not now.
You don't have
Later.
water?
I mean, we do have water.
Yeah, but not now.
Not now. We're on cam right now.
Calm down.
I get it.
Once you get home
It's
and you
itchy.
use Head and Shoulders, it goes away.
Exactly.
It works that fast.
It's
You know,
that
just
fast.
hang
I
on
know
for
it's
a bit
okay.
longer.
I know there's
just
a lot
a
of
little
dandruff
bit
right
longer.
now, but it's okay. All right.
Okay.
Use that later in at
Here.
home. Okay.
Okay,
Here,
thank you.
Get some tissue. Yeah. You guys can go and do it right now because you guys are probably watching from home. If you're watching from outside, I would recommend not to do that. Maybe go home first, right, and then get a shower in and then wash your hair, then have a relaxing moment while you get rid of 100% dandruff and itchiness.
And it smells really good though.
Can we
Yeah, it
use this
does.
as hand sanitizer? It smells so good.
I mean, technically you can. It does get rid of bacteria too, but it's better just for your hair, right? You want to save it.
They should, concentrate this scent and put it to other
Right?
products. It smells
so
really
good.
nice.
Did you just take that away from me?
Yes, I'll give it back later. Not, I don't know why,
Thank you.
but hey, this is something you can wear right now.
What is
Unlike
that?
the Head and Shoulders that you have to
Okay.
probably save for a shower, you can actually just wear Erigo wherever you go. There's the jersey, there's the tee, there's the amazing varsity that is my personal favorite, and there's another tee. Look, so complete to compete for Erigo with Erigo wherever you go.
Wherever you go.
It's Erigo,
Erigo.
not Eri Stay. Sorry.
Sometimes I just don't see the vision of these jokes, but maybe if I had Saturdays on a Saturday, I would be able to do so. Like you guys back at home, winning looks for winning gamers. Brought to you by Saturdays and MPL Indonesia. This eyewear is a secret weapon to dominate the battlefield.
Ooh.
You know how Skylar got that dub? You're probably gonna say because he's bald? Yes, but also Saturdays.
MVP collection. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen.
Check
It's
it
available at
out.
Saturdays.com. There's always something new coming, especially now for season 14. So don't forget to follow their Instagram
Don't
and
forget.
TikTok at Saturdays.lifestyle right now.
All right. Well, once you've done that though, right? Now you have the vision. I bet you're realizing how empty your
Realize.
food closet is. Because, sometimes you just gotta get to Indomart and get your groceries. But now, right, in this modern age, when we have no time, flex it, Mirko.
For you guys back at home, if you don't know what this is a 50,000 IDR gift voucher for Click Indomaret. And what I can do with this is I can get my groceries with the voucher. If you guys want to do it as well, go ahead, shop online like you shop in store. 1 hour guarantee. And as little as 1 hour, let us take care of your grocery needs while you're enjoying MPL Indonesia Season 14. You don't need to step off your chair. You don't need to walk out, to get dirty, to touch grass. Dude, I understand. We're gamers.
Can you
don't need
imagine? Can you imagine that you stepped out like, oh, I gotta buy Head and Shoulders. I gotta
Imagine.
buy something. Get some food. You step out and you come back and you realize you missed game 1 of that match.
Well, I
Dude,
don't think it's that. I
can't-
mean, it's 25 minutes. That's a
Nah.
long time that you're out.
Yeah, or it's raining. You
Or
know.
it's raining.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's sometimes. Why are you laughing, man?
It does suck. And sometimes you just can't help it because you're that hungry. Which is why, right, if you go with the Click Indomart
Are you
maneuver,
hunger?
yeah, if you're hunger, the Click Indomart maneuver allows you to get Yummy Choice.
Yummy Choice, the choice for people who want yummy food.
Yummy food, quick to serve and easy to enjoy.
Delicioso. It's a family recipe. It's a
Family
family menu.
recipe.
That is an Italian accent for an Indonesian dish, but that's delicious and ready in a short time. Make your MPL Season 14 experience taste more delicious with Yummy Choice.
Be unfazed.
Be unfazed.
Is that a quote now?
Rain, no problem.
Rain? No problem. You're out with your friends and you don't know how to cook?
No
There's
problem.
no mommy to cook for your food? No problem.
TLID versus Fnatic Onyx tomorrow? No problem.
No problem for who? For who? Who's gonna win?
LID.
Ooh. You heard it here first.
Let's
Call
hope,
Johnny.
let's hope.
Gani, bro. I don't see Gani.
I'm gonna.
Where's that? Where's he at?
All right, he's going back to his cave after that loss. Yeah, Gani.
Fnatic Gonic number 5.
For the first time in 2 years.
Wow.
3 actually. First time in 3 years, we can finally banter with Gani.
For the longest time, whenever something comes
Feels
up, they're
good.
like, nah, it's all good. It's all planned. It's all experimental. And to a degree, you can feel that there's some truth to that.
Hey.
But now it's different. And in the upcoming matches, bro, tomorrow, Mirko, it's the moment of truth. But afterwards, later on, Evo's RRQ with the Classic Derby. And then to round it out, RRQ Geek Fam. Oof.
Can I just give a shout out to the Kingdom?
Sure.
Look at all their next matches.
It is all sold out. I mean, this is honestly to be expected for the Kingdom. That's why when you ask the question, is it the Sonics not being there or is it the overwhelming support of RRQ? I think it's always believable if it's just, it's RRQ, you know? It's an exception every single time. The best fan base. Sometimes, because of that passion, there is some negatives, but the positives definitely outweigh the negatives. Kingdoms.
Damn right.
Kingdom.
Excluding Arashi, right?
Excluding Arashi. This guy is a horrible Kingdom.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I just needed to make that clear.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Where am I catching strays?
He hasn't
like, to
bought
make-
a single ticket to watch RRQ.
Exactly. To make things clear for
believe
you, right? If you guys want to support your fan, what? If you want to support your team,
Support your fan.
I mean,
you
maybe
can.
have a favorite fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I
If
mean,
you
we
wanna
see them
support-
on screen all the time.
Yes.
Yes, nice
True.
cover. No, but if you guys want to see the pro players play here, and yes, meet the fans too, yes, go ahead and buy your tickets now. Unfortunately, all the RRQ matches are sold out. Probably. Shout outs to the Kingdom, but there's still a lot of matches that are still available and selling fast.
And don't forget to use GoPay to get that 10% discount and
Get
a
it.
10K GoPay
Get it, get it, get it.
coin cashback.
Value.
Triple V
Triple V.
for Vendetta.
Triple V?
For
What does
Vendetta?
Triple V mean?
Value, value, and value.
Ah, I thought Valley. The Valley. Value.
Are we talking about teams that... All right.
Oh.
Anyway.
Okay. Whoa. What was that?
It looks like this marks the end of the day. We still have amazing and stellar matches tomorrow. We will be there for you tomorrow. So my name is Eterna.
Is it? My name is Mirko.
Wait, are we closing yet? It is, right?
I'm just following your flow.
Oh, okay. Okay, do it again.
You have to start.
My name is Eterna.
My name is Mirko.
And I'm Arashi.
And together we are the... We haven't found our trio. Bye-bye, guys! See you tomorrow!
Bye!
Yes, Pak Pulung. Biar Sonic nggak terlalu bersedih dengan kekalahan hari ini. Wah, ini langsung ada yang manis-manis di sini. Ada Melati dan ada Shay. Wow, selain ada yang manis-manis nih mereka berdua tentunya. Katanya ini juga berita bahagia untuk para Sonic karena katanya ada yang baru. Apa sih yang baru?
Iya, jadi Onyx itu baru ngeluarin jersey baru. Ada jersey Fnatic Onyx sama jersey Onyx.
Wow.
Nah, itu ada banyak pilihan. Jadi kalian bisa pilih, bisa dipakai juga untuk nonton match atau nongkrong karena desainnya keren banget.
Ih, desainnya keren banget. Tapi ini jadi bikin Monica salfok nih. Ini yang dipakai Shay nggak sih?
Nah iya, jadi ada yang menarik lagi nih.
Apa tuh?
Nah bagi teman-teman yang udah lihat di Instagramnya Onyx Supply ID, pasti kalian udah pada tahu kalau Onyx bakal ngeluarin jersey terbaru, yaitu jersey yang ini, yang putih. Nah FYI ini tuh limited edition Kak. Jadi cuma ada beberapa aja, makanya kalian pantengin terus aja Instagramnya Onyx Supply.
Ih keren banget, warnanya putih, lucu banget. Terus ini harus dicatat ya, Sonic ini limited edition. Jadi ini cepet-cepetan ya, siapa yang cepet dia yang dapat. Tapi kalau selain jersey baru dengan limited edition ini, apalagi sih ada collection yang terbaru nggak boleh di spill dikit nggak?
Nah, kalau tentang itu, jadi Onyx baru aja collaboration dengan brand coffee namanya Common Ground dengan tema No Rest for the Wicked. Jadi ada jersey ada t-shirt, yang nyatet. ada coach jaket sama enamel pin yang bisa kalian cek di Instagram Common Ground sama Onyx Supply.
Iya, saking banyak yang baru sampai harus nyontek dulu ya Melati ya.
Iya, betul.
Itu tuh, saking banyaknya yang baru, udah jersey baru limited edition, terus ada, aduh Monica aja nggak ingat tuh, apa banyak banget itu bareng Common Grounds.
Bener.
Pokoknya biar kalian ingat Sonic nggak ketinggalan harus langsung cek di Onyx Supply ID ya.
Iya, sama IG-nya Common Ground.
IG-nya Common Ground. Jadi pokoknya udah gampang banget, nggak perlu diinget-inget kalau sekarang kayak, aduh banyak banget nih harus dicatat, nggak apa-apa. Langsung aja cek di sosmednya Onyx Supply ID sama Common Grounds
Common
ya.
Grounds,
Instagramnya
iya.
Common Grounds. Tapi ini kalau bisa dibilang kan ini udah ada nih barang-barangnya itu udah dikasih tahu. Tapi belum dikasih tahu cara pesennya gimana.
Gimana sih?
Nah, kalau misalkan kalian mau kepoin merchandise Onyx, kalian langsung aja lihat dan pantengin Instagramnya Onyx Supply ID. Di situ bakalan ada banyak update tentang koleksi-koleksi merch Onyx yang selanjutnya.
Ih, jadi langsung mantengin aja sosial media. Pokoknya kayaknya hari ini Sonic walaupun bersedih karena kalah tapi langsung sumringah lagi, seneng lagi karena banyak banget collection terbaru dari Onyx Supply Indonesia. Thank you so much Melati dan juga Shay. Aduh ini pokoknya langsung nih harus langsung dicatat, langsung harus dapat apalagi limited edition. Dan di sana kayaknya udah ada yang dari tadi ngeliat mau dapetin juga nih jersey ini. Ada siapa tuh para caster di sana? Silakan.
Enggak ya?
Oh, ternyata para caster udah lagi nyari-nyari tuh Onyx ID. Apa nih yang sekarang gimana nih cara untuk dapetin jersey-nya, collectionnya. Oke, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Melati dan
Thank you,
juga
bye-bye.
Shay. Bye-bye. Wah, ternyata para caster lagi langsung ngeliat tuh Onyx Supply ID. Apa tuh yang bisa didapetin, yang dicari-cari. Langsung pokoknya dicari-cari. Ternyata udah pamit mereka. Dan tentunya kali ini Monica bakalan menutup hari ini dengan mengingatkan kalian lagi bagaimana serunya 3 match hari ini. Di match pertama tadi kita sudah melihat bagaimana pertarungan antara Dewa United Esports dan juga EVOS Glory yang mana ternyata Dewa United Esports berhasil menghentikan lose streak mereka, tapi sayangnya EVOS Glory harus puas dengan 5 kali lose streak mereka. Kemudian tentunya di match yang kedua tadi kita udah ngelihat bagaimana pertarungan rivalitas antara Nail dan juga Baloyski, yaitu antara Alter Ego dan juga Geekfam, yang mana kemenangan berhasil dimenangkan oleh Geekfam. Dan tadi di match of the day, match penutupan kali ini ada pertemuan Royal Derby antara RRQ Hoshi dan juga Fnatic Onyx, yang mana ternyata di leg pertama yang terjadi yaitu RRQ Hoshi berhasil memenangkan pertandingan. Di leg kedua hal yang sama pun terjadi. RRQ Hoshi berhasil memenangkan match kali ini tanpa memberikan poin kepada Fnatic Onyx. Dan tentunya ini belumlah hasil akhir karena masih ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita akan mengetahui tim-tim mana saja yang akan masuk ke babak playoff. Ini bakalan sangat seru dan tentunya thank you untuk seluruh super fans yang ada dan thank you untuk MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports ada Kidia, dan official gold partner by UBS Gold, dan tentunya ada partner in esports ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan tentunya ada IndiHome dan We Drink, dan ada suppliers kita. Thank you untuk Erigo, Click Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Saturdays, dan tentunya MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Dan sampai jumpa di besok hari karena masih akan ada hari ketiga di minggu ke-6 kali ini dengan 3 match yang tak kalah seru dengan match-match hari ini. So, terima kasih untuk seluruh super fans yang telah mengikuti MPL Indonesia Season 14 hari ini. Sampai jumpa di besok hari MPL Indonesia Season 14. We on this!
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan